Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
King Pamalono's awkward smile. Janira, with a picture-perfect grin. Through that two-shot, Alone could grasp the situation in the Principality of Luxable. In fact, there was no need to guess. Anyone could see that King Pamalono had been completely subdued by Janira. What happened here? Alone was curious about the circumstances that led to the current power structure, but he soon stopped thinking about it. It was intriguing, but ultimately, it meant that the Thunder Serpent tribe, whom he had once shown favor to, had taken control of Luxable. That was a situation overwhelmingly favorable to Alone. Especially now, when he was mistaken as Kalanon, the lightning receiver by the Thunder Serpent tribe. I am the Marquis of Palacio. I have heard a lot about you. I have heard many stories. King Pamalono hastily changed his words mid-sentence, glancing nervously at Janira. A quick scan of the surroundings revealed that the soldiers, seemingly accustomed to this dynamic, showed no reaction. After exchanging formal greetings, Alone concluded the audience. Or more precisely, Alone had intended to show a bit of decorum, but... since that is done, I believe you may leave now, Marquis Palacio. Is that so? The king's expression, which clearly seemed to plead, "Please, just leave already," left Alone with no choice but to step outside. As you said, thank you very much for visiting. The moment they exited the audience chamber, Circle quickly bowed his head deeply. Alone shook his head awkwardly. It's nothing. I came here because I had business to attend to in the first place. Please tell me what that business is. The lightning, no, my symbol. Where is it? At Alone's question, Circle tilted his head slightly, then soon realized and let out a small, It is at the same place as last time. If you mean last time's place, are you referring to the ruins? Yes. However, Circle trailed off, then added with an apologetic expression. It may be very difficult to go there now. Why? Have you heard the news about the Lanavelia jungle? The rumors Evan had mentioned. Are you talking about the black magic? Yes, that's correct. Because of that magic, it will likely be very inconvenient for you to go there right now. Alone let out a small sigh. He had vaguely expected the situation to turn out this way. But even so, he couldn't just wait around here idly. If he didn't reach that place within a week, Kalanon would disappear. Though unintentional, he felt a slight sense of responsibility for having taken the divine power. Moreover, Kalanon's proposal to teach him how to wield divine power was quite tempting. He could sense and manipulate the divine essence, but he still didn't understand the principles or methods of using it. Besides, if the entity spreading black magic was an apostle of sloth, then Alone would have to deal with it anyway. In the end, there was only one conclusion. You're certain my symbol is inside that ruin? Yes. May I ask if you intend to enter? I suppose I will. At that, Circle once again bowed deeply. In that case, we shall accompany you. Alone shook his head slightly. That won't be necessary. No, we cannot remain here while the one we serve walks into danger. Please allow us to accompany you. But Circle showed no sign of backing down. In truth, if Alone had been his usual self, he would have brought not just her, but as many people as possible. Unless there was a drastic power imbalance, having more people was always advantageous. However, the reason Alone hesitated. If that thing really is the sin of sloth, as I suspect, then having more people would be a disadvantage. The more people gather, the stronger it becomes. It was due to the nature of the entity spreading black magic. While contemplating the worst-case scenario, Alone finally spoke. Then, I will accept your guidance only up to the range of the black magic. But the inside of the black magic zone is where the real danger lies. Circle still couldn't conceal her worries. A typical persuasion wouldn't work on her at all. Faced with her resolute stance, Alone hesitated briefly, took a deep breath, and then declared firmly. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? Of course, as soon as he said it, he immediately regretted it. That was embarrassing. If he were an undeniably powerful being, there would be no shame in saying it. But since he didn't see himself that way, it was nothing more than bravado. However, my apologies. To Circle, who mistook his identity, it served as the perfect persuasion. Lead the way. Swallowing his embarrassment, Alone decided to push forward. Ahem. Clearing his throat out of embarrassment, Alone climbed into the carriage. Surrounding him were the Thunder Serpent Tribe members and soldiers. As Alone looked outside the carriage, his gaze shifted to Evan, who was seated across from him. Aren't you going to ask this time? Huh? About what? Instead of answering, Alone gestured out the window. Evan had always asked questions whenever something didn't make sense. But this time, he was oddly quiet, so Alone asked first. Evan shrugged lightly. Well, I more or less understand now. What exactly do you understand? That you're Kalanon, the lightning receiver. I thought about it. About what? It would be kind of weird if I, who travel with you all the time, kept asking, is this real? Every single time, wouldn't it? Well, if it were me, I'd keep being curious. Alone thought to himself. But Evan, as if he had already given up, leaned comfortably against the backrest. So, I've just decided to accept everything. Really? Yes. At this point, even if you told me, I am actually the god of Cyronia, I would believe you. The god of Cyronia is a goddess, isn't she? I'd believe it even if you told me you were a woman. He exuded a sense of detachment, as if he had transcended worldly concerns. As if responding to this, Blackie peeked out from Evan's pocket and looked up at Alone. I see. Well, yeah. Silence settled inside the carriage once more. After a while, we have arrived. A voice announced their destination. Alone's vision was soon filled with the sight of a jungle, no, a domain, where black magic swirled ominously. Is the entire territory in this state? No, not entirely, but about half of it has been consumed, so everyone has already evacuated. As if to confirm Circle's words. It's completely desolate. Castlet, which had once been bustling with people, was now empty. After taking in the bleak sight for a moment, Alone noticed the tents set up near the boundary where the black magic churned. What's that? They belong to the Knights of Caliban. The Knights of Caliban? What are they doing here? I heard they came looking for someone. Looking for someone? As he pondered the unexpected answer. Huh. Familiar faces emerged from inside the tents. Reinhardt? And it was Reinhardt, one of Caliban's swords, whom he had briefly worked with in the jungle before. And Deus? Marquis. Anyone could see that Deus looked utterly exhausted. Yet, his eyes still burned with rage. At that moment, Alone realized why Deus looked the way he did. Deus, what are you doing here? Deus clenched both fists tightly. My little sister. Biting his lip, he barely managed to utter the next words. She's been kidnapped. Alone had no words to say. Inside the tent, Alone listened as Deus explained the situation in detail. To summarize, the one who kidnapped Silly lured you here? That's right. But you can't do anything because of the black magic? That bastard. Gritting his teeth, Deus lowered his head. The deeper I went in, the more I saw the thread around Silly's neck tighten before my eyes. His hands, resting on his knees, trembled slightly. Any other demands? As long as I don't step into the black magic, Silly's throat won't be squeezed. So, they're forcing someone else to go rescue her instead? Yes, but anyone who enters immediately turns into a puppet. Reinhardt added from the side. If you don't constantly cut the threads that form, you'll lose control of your body in an instant. He frowned deeply, as if recalling an unpleasant experience. After listening to both of them, Alone grasped the situation. They're deliberately forcing someone other than Deus to go after Silly. By making others die in the process, they're trying to break Deus's spirit. It wasn't hard to figure out the Apostles' true goal either. Rather than simply killing Deus, they aimed to shatter his mind. They were deliberately using Silly's life as bait, manipulating the Knights to make Deus suffer mentally. In the end, they would likely finish it all off in the most traumatic way possible, completely breaking him. No. At this point, Silly might already be. Alone looked at the burning rage in Deus's eyes and couldn't bring himself to ask the question. Right now, any question about Silly would only shatter Deus's already fragile psyche. So instead, Alone quietly shifted his gaze toward the forest visible outside the tent. Where is that bastard hiding? Here. Deus immediately pointed to a spot on the map. Even with his exhausted face, his movements were sharp. At that moment, this place. Circle joined the conversation. You recognize it? Alone asked, and she nodded. This is where the symbol is. Then this place is. Yes, it's the ruins where our tribe used to reside. Alone fell into thought for a moment before asking Deus and Reinhardt. So, what was your plan moving forward? I originally intended to go in myself and attempt a rescue, but I was completely outmatched. I barely managed to escape. Did the knights go in with you? Yes. As soon as we got deep enough, the attack started. The knights. Before Alone could finish his question, Reinhardt's expression turned grim. They're all dead. All of them. Yes. At first, when we realized they were being controlled, we planned to knock them out and carry them back. But the moment their bodies went limp, their necks were snapped instantly, and they died on the spot. But we did manage to learn one thing. What is it? It seems that the Black Threads can't control more than 3 people at a time. They can't control more than 3? Alone repeated the statement, and Reinhardt nodded. Yes. Out of the 15 knights, only 3 were controlled at a time. And the rest weren't affected? That's right. Reinhardt continued his explanation. Because of that, I was devising a strategy. If it can only control 3 people at a time, we can split into pairs and counter it. So your plan is to have everyone enter together and reach the target at once? Yes. If we divide the knights into 6 groups, we can take turns activating our magic to conserve energy while advancing. That way, it won't be difficult. After listening to the entire explanation, Alone remained silent for a moment. From what he knew, sins had no limits when it came to controlling people. Is it because it's just an apostle? As he pondered this new information, he soon arrived at a conclusion. And then, without realizing it, he let out a quiet chuckle. If his guess was correct. That plan, you should abandon it. Why? It's a trap. A trap. It was undoubtedly a trap. The one who kidnapped Silly isn't limited to controlling just 3 people at a time. Not 3? Then why did it seem like? It was a nasty, cunning trap. They want to lure you in. Once you go deep enough, past the point of escape, they'll wipe you out all at once. Then, they deliberately set the bait. Reinhardt, about to argue, suddenly closed his mouth as if something clicked. Deus clenched his teeth even harder. So hard that blood seeped from his lips. It was a clear manifestation of his uncontrollable rage. As aura tinged with violet faintly radiated from Deus, his anxious, furious gaze fixated on the black forest ahead. What should we do? His voice barely escaped as a mutter. Don't worry, Marquis. Alone spoke in a firm voice. I have a plan. At that moment, Boss, WHYY, deep within the Lanavelia jungle, perched atop a rock formation carved into the cliffs, a girl with an utterly bored expression slowly turned her head. Why are you calling me? She looked down at the blue-skinned man addressing her. It's about that black guy you told me to keep an eye on. What did he do? No, it's not that. Did he cross the boundary? No, not that either. Then WHYYY. The girl's tone sharpened slightly. Since she was naturally edgier during the day, the blue-skinned man scratched his head before hesitating. Well, what was it again? If it's nothing, I'll kill you. No, geez, threatening me is making me forget even more. Hurry up and talk. You know that legitimacy thing you were talking about? Well, that legitimacy person seems to be heading toward the black guy. And, from the looks of it, I'd say, things won't end well for them. As the message was relayed. What? Wait, he is coming here? No, more importantly. The girl, who had been expressing clear annoyance, no, one of the rulers of the 4 great powers, suddenly froze. That bastard is about to mess with my legitimacy? A deep, unforgiving expression settled on Hayaki's face. Alone did not know much about the Apostle of Sloth. That was natural. Apostles were not a concept that appeared in psychedelia. And yet, Alone was able to devise a plan. The reason was simple. He knew what kind of power the sin of sloth wielded. Of course, an apostle and a sin were different. However, every apostle he had seen so far had used the power of sin. Still, since he knew nothing beyond that, he had to be cautious. For instance, while he could speculate why the Apostle of Sloth had taken Silly, he had no way of knowing why they were causing such havoc in the jungle. Even so, there was a method worth trying. Are you serious? Yes. Alone nodded toward Deus, whose lips had gone dry. Reinhardt, looking curious, stepped forward. So, what's the plan? Based on what you said, the moment we step into that black magic, it'll devour our mana, and we'll all die. And on top of that, this guy won't even be able to enter, Reinhardt added with a tilt of his chin toward Deus. That's right. If we just march into the forest as we are, the knights will be wiped out. Unless you two are at an exceptional level, you'll burn through your mana just trying to resist that black magic. For Alone, this was particularly deadly. Although his mana had increased significantly compared to a few years ago, he still had a relatively low amount. Since he could only endure by cloaking himself in mana, the time allowed to him would be mere minutes. Unless divine power could shield me from the black magic. But he only knew that divine power possessed a form of absolute authority. Whether it could push back mana corruption was uncertain. Unfortunately, Alone still did not know how to properly wield divine power. Relying too much on an untested force would be foolish. Circle. Yes. How far is it from here to the ruins? At the very least, it would take about 5 hours in a straight path. 5 hours. While Alone fell into brief contemplation. But if we don't start from here and go through the eastern jungle of Castlet, we can cut that time down by about 30 minutes. Circle pointed to another location. Alone tilted his head. Isn't that still inside the forest? Yes, but the black magic won't be able to reach there. That place is the Selvanus region. Yes. Reinhardt, cutting into the conversation, spoke in a slightly disapproving tone. But that seems way too dangerous. Deep in that region are the White Ghosts. It's practically their domain. They don't tolerate intruders. Perhaps recalling a past encounter with the White Ghosts, Reinhardt was visibly reluctant. However, despite Reinhardt's reaction, Alone remained silent. Then, finally, we'll go there. He made his decision. Are you serious? Reinhardt frowned, his brows furrowed. But, yes. Do you even know what the White Ghosts are? I do. But don't worry. What you're afraid of won't happen, and we will rescue Silly. Alone firmly held his resolve. So don't worry. He lightly patted Deus on the shoulder. The ruins where the Thunder Serpent tribe had once lived. The landscape had changed drastically. Strange, grotesque eggs of unknown origin clung to various places. Veins like crimson tendrils spread out like a net, covering the ruins. Thump thump. Like an orchestra playing in unison, the countless eggs pulsated. At the center of it all. The Apostle of Sloth stood. A man with a slightly bored expression, gazing indifferently at the hundreds of pulsating eggs. Then, boom. So, they've finally stepped in. A pulse of energy radiated from him. One of the black threads of mana vibrated grotesquely. Noticing this, the Apostle of Sloth smirked. He hadn't waited long, yet the prey he had eagerly hoped for had taken the bait. No, in truth, they were too weak to even be called prey. They were so insignificant that he didn't even need to go through such trouble for them. And yet, he had gone out of his way to set the stage for 2 major reasons. The first was Deus Macallion. He had done it solely to push his mind to the very limit. That's why I let this one live back then. The Apostle of Sloth shifted his gaze slightly, looking at Silly, who was tightly bound in black threads. Her mouth was gagged, and judging by her tattered state, she had been subjected to brutal torture. Unlike the other apostles, who killed everything except their sacrificial offerings, he had deliberately kept Silly alive to provoke Deus easily. But there was another reason he hadn't simply killed Silly in front of Deus, and ended it there. That reason was none other than Marquis Palacio. That man is dangerous. Marquis Palacio. His true nature was entirely unfathomable. There were too many curious things about him. Yet, the Apostle of Sloth had never felt the need to investigate him deeply. There was only one thing that mattered. Marquis Palacio was someone who could greatly interfere with his plans. That was the crucial point. A memory still vividly burned in his mind. The Apostle of Sloth had seen it clearly. Marquis Palacio. The way he had taken down the Apostle of Greed. From that moment onward, the Apostle of Sloth had deliberately kept himself hidden, quietly preparing this setup. A scenario where he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Moreover, he had prepared additional forces in the jungle using hidden resources, just in case. He had eliminated nearly all possible variables. Even if Marquis Palacio showed up, there was no way the outcome could be overturned. Looks like they've figured out where I am. He could sense the knights approaching, now within close range. Now, how should I handle this? The Apostle of Sloth twisted his lips into a sneer. Turning their mana on and off in groups of 3, looks like they've completely misunderstood the situation. Should I just kill them all when they're halfway here? No, maybe it'd be better to wait until they arrive and then slaughter them all, dumping their corpses where Deus is. That's not bad. I could kill them all and leave just one survivor, let them go back and pour all their resentment onto Deus. Then, once I've gauged the situation a little, I can lure Deus here and finally kill that woman right in front of him. He turned his gaze towards Silly once again. Game over. His smirk widened. Beside her, the corpses of knights who had entered with Reinhardt lay with their necks twisted. But their necks weren't the only things broken. Their bodies were all horrifically mutilated. Some had lost their arms. Some had no legs. Some were missing their heads. Others still had intact limbs, but their guts had spilled out. As if to explain why. Click. The Apostle flicked his fingers lightly. At that moment, shoo! The corpses lying near Silly began to rise, one by one. Grotesquely, like puppets in a macabre play. And then, slash, they started swinging their swords at each other. A dead knight's head was severed cleanly. Dark red blood gushed from a sword that had pierced through metal armor. Limbs were hacked off and thudded onto the ground, while entrails spilled out in a wet squelch. There was no real purpose to this act. They were already corpses, after all. And yet, the Apostle continued this gruesome display for one reason alone. How do you feel? Silly was the reason. The more she broke, the deeper the wound in Deus's mind would be. She clenched her eyes shut, unwilling to witness the horror. But, TSK, you shouldn't do that. With a flick of his fingers through the air, the Apostle forced Silly's eyes open. This is all for you. If you don't watch, then it's meaningless, isn't it? The knights who came to save you are putting on quite the show, after all. He chuckled, his shoulders trembling in amusement. A gruesome hellcape was etched into Silly's eyes, layering yet another layer of despair upon her. Silly stared blankly ahead. The corpses swung their swords at one another. Lifeless movements severed dead limbs, while grotesquely animated arms spilled intestines onto the ground. She knew. They were corpses. Their movements were nothing but a trick of the Apostle before her. And yet, Silly could not watch this tragic play with indifference. They were knights of the Eclipse Order. Every single one of them, now cutting each other down. She knew them. MMPF. Zahn's arm, the one that always gestured playfully when he told his silly jokes, was severed in an instant. Millen, who used to whisper behind Deus's back with her in jest, had her head sliced off. Mune, who had once watched her magic with fascination and trained alongside her in the practice grounds, lost his leg. Her. Silly. Because of her. Everything. Everything was because of her. Splurt. A spray of crimson blood splattered across Silly's vision. It was Mune's blood. The one who had once praised her magic. Once again, despair took hold of her eyes. Her stomach churned. She felt like she was going to vomit everything inside her. A suffocating guilt clouded her vision, while a sickening sense of powerlessness dyed her pupils in darkness. And yet, help me. Silly clung to that last thread. Help me, help me, help me, help me. She desperately wished for salvation. If she stayed here any longer, she felt like she wouldn't be herself anymore. As if she would have to run, to flee to a place where she could never return from. As if she might leap into the abyss. That thought terrified her beyond anything else. But gradually, a disgusting self-loathing overtook her. At the same time, Silly knew. Even amidst this nightmare, her sharp mind coolly analyzed the situation. Salvation would not come. Through her hazy vision, the abyss loomed before her. There was no salvation. Then wouldn't it be better to just let go now? To just. Silly's pupils began to be swallowed in complete darkness. At that moment, as the Apostle's lips curled into a twisted smile. Crackle. A sound. A small, almost insignificant sound. Yet it was piercingly clear. As Silly, sinking into that thick darkness, absent-mindedly lifted her gaze toward the sky. A flash of light descended. Boom! A golden bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, illuminating the world in an instant. Sizzle! The black magic evaporated like mist, scattering into dust. Simultaneously, the black threads binding Silly's limbs unraveled and vanished. What the? The apostle's voice rang out in shock. And then, as the dust settled, Silly's blurred vision was filled with a man. Crackle, crackle. A dark coat, flickering with static electricity. I'm a little late. Marquis Palacio. A soft gasp escaped Silly's lips before she even realized it. From Alone's body, lightning coiled and crackled like a living force. The Apostle of Sloth was momentarily startled by Alone's sudden appearance. However, he quickly tried to seize him. His eyes widened. The black magic, which was supposed to move according to his will, did not respond. And that wasn't all. The magic is disappearing? The black magic was scattering under the golden flashes of light. He couldn't comprehend the sight before him. But soon, a realization struck him. He immediately turned around. The core. But it was too late. The black crystal, the source of power that connected and sustained all the eggs and thousands of black threads, was being shattered by crackling lightning. The Apostle of Sloth turned back to face Alone. His face was filled with fury. Alone, who had been looking at him indifferently, sighed inwardly. Did it work? Alone glanced back at Silly. Anyone could see the marks of severe torture on her, but she was still alive. Thank goodness. He was truly relieved. If she had died, it would have led to an unimaginable catastrophe. At that moment, how did you? The Apostle's voice rang out. Alone turned his gaze back to him. The Apostle was still staring at the dispersing black magic, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. It was impossible. Every place touched by black magic, no matter where it was under his influence. In other words, if it was within his field of vision, he was aware of it. That meant, no matter what or who entered the black magic, the Apostle of Sloth would immediately sense it. But I didn't feel anything at all. And yet, the man before him, Marquis Palacio, who had eliminated the Apostle of Greed, had accomplished the impossible with ease and appeared right in front of him. And it wasn't just that. How did he know? The black crystal. So naturally beyond his perception, it had been destroyed first, the artifact that was the core of the barrier. All in a single move. As if he had experienced this situation multiple times before. With no hesitation or error whatsoever. The Apostle's face contorted further. Good. Everything went as expected. Seeing that reaction, Alone let out a breath of relief. Originally, he should never have entered the black magic. His affinity with black magic was the worst possible match. There was no way he could have lasted even 10 minutes inside it. However, not only did he bypass the influence of the black magic, but he also evaded the Apostle's perception and appeared right before him. The reason was simple: Alone knew the weakness of this black magic. More precisely, he knew the flaw in this situation itself. The black magic spread widely from this central point. Its range was immense. However, it was strictly bound to the ground. It did not extend into the sky. In other words, as long as one could move through the air, they could avoid the effects of black magic entirely. Even knowing this, very few could actually exploit the weakness. Even in psychedelia, it was only discussed as a theoretical vulnerability, but no one actually used it to fight against the sins. That was because the range of the black magic spread too widely on the ground. Unless a human could stay airborne indefinitely, they would eventually have to land within its reach and be detected by the Apostle. Fortunately for Alone, that wasn't a problem. He had both the conditions and the personnel necessary to take advantage of the flaw. The enormous rain altar, so vast that even the manifested Vasiliora had to climb it, and Reinhardt, who possessed the ability to manipulate gravity. Simply put, Alone climbed the rain altar, used Reinhardt's ability to launch himself as high into the sky as possible, then used his thunder god form to descend in a single strike into the Apostle's central zone. Though thanks to that, I've used up all my magic power and messed up my landing. Alone subtly moved his leg. His shin throbbed painfully, indicating that while it wasn't broken, the pain was strong enough to make him let out a groan. Moreover, although he had saved Silly, he had exhausted all his magic, leaving him vulnerable to being captured by the black magic. Of course, by disrupting the structure of the barrier itself, he had temporarily nullified the black magic. But that wasn't enough to put his mind at ease. Even if he destroyed the core of the black magic, unless he dealt with the caster, the barrier would eventually regenerate over time. Though I'm not sure if the magic will recover the same way, since this wasn't created through Sloth's inability, but rather through an artifact. As Alone pondered, he looked at the Apostle of Sloth. The Apostle let out a short, incredulous laugh and turned his gaze to the sky. Amazing, Marquis Palacio. I never imagined you would use such a method. It's also surprising how you pinpointed this barrier's weakness, as if someone had told you about it. However, a sneer curled across his lips. It seems you know one thing, but not the other. The moment the Apostle of Sloth smirked in blatant mockery, from the previously empty air, black magic began to reassemble as if time was rewinding. Along with it, the artifact that had been the core of the black magic was also regenerating. Watching this, Silly gasped. A quiet, despair-filled sound escaped her lips. As if in response, the Apostle's smirk grew even more twisted. No matter how many times you destroy the sphere, it will continue to regenerate. As long as I am alive, that is. What a pity. If you had taken me down in a single strike, the situation might have been different. Well, even if you had aimed for me, I wouldn't have died in one hit anyway. The Apostle sneered as he added those words. However, I know. Alone remained completely unfazed. What? I said, I know. He spoke calmly. I knew that you wouldn't die in a single blow, and I knew that the sphere I destroyed would regenerate shortly after. As if he felt no regret about this situation. Huh, then are you saying you came here just to die? The Apostle, momentarily stunned, scoffed again. No. I've already finished what I came here to do. Alone shrugged lightly and looked at Silly. What are you? The Apostle of Sloth, frowning as he tried to ask, suddenly realized something. The black crystal that formed the core of the barrier had already fully regenerated. It should have been functioning normally. And yet, the black magic was not spreading. Sensing that something was wrong, the Apostle quickly turned around. And then he saw it. A web of violet threads coiling tightly around the entire artifact from which black magic was seeping. Beyond that, lines slashing through the very fabric of this world. And in front of them, step, a man was walking forward. In one hand, he held a sword. In the other, he grasped the countless threads that seemed to slice through this world itself. His eyes burned with rage and hatred. A chilling aura, as if he would drench the entire world in violet, poured out of him. I'll kill you. Deus Macallion. Kriawak. A wire-like noise echoed sharply in everyone's ears. At the same time, snap. Black threads and violet threads snapped apart, marking the beginning of the battle. Alone could barely perceive the clash, it was too fast. With just one exchange of blows, the surrounding trees were obliterated. The atmosphere trembled, rippling with the remnants of destructive magic. Crackle, crackle. Hundreds, thousands of slicing threads appeared and vanished repeatedly, tearing through the air and the ground, leaving deep, razor-sharp scars. It was a battle beyond what a mere human could ever achieve. It was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Holy! Reinhardt, who had led the knights inside once the black magic dissipated, couldn't help but curse at the sight of the inhuman battle before him. The countless knights following him were also overwhelmed by reverence, unable to follow the movements with their eyes. However, Deus is losing. Alone coldly analyzed the situation. He couldn't see the details of the battle clearly, but through the shifting energies, he could tell who had the upper hand. The current situation was inevitable. Even if their abilities seemed similar, the Apostle wielded the power of sin, unlike Deus. And more than anything, he's too emotional. Boom! Alone saw Deus get thrown out, bouncing between the tangled black threads. It hadn't even been a few minutes since the battle started, yet his body was already in shambles. His dark armor was shattered, with parts of it completely missing. His body was riddled with deep gashes from the threads. In contrast, the Apostle of Sloth had regained his composure, his earlier panic gone. With a relaxed smirk, he wove together dozens of trees with black threads, suspending them in midair. A stark contrast. If Deus wanted to turn the tide, he needed to do more than just calm himself down. And so, Deus, Alone called out to him. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded wildly. Feeling its rhythm, Deus glared at the figure before him with bloodshot eyes. The apostle, still full of ease, had effortlessly suspended the shattered surroundings in the air with his black threads. Clench. Deus gripped his sword tightly again and prepared to charge. He knew well how foolish it was to let anger take over in battle. Even so, he couldn't suppress his rage. Silly, his younger sister. When he arrived at this place, the sight that filled his vision was too similar to that moment. Deus's vision momentarily turned gray. What he saw was a memory he never wanted to recall. Under the silent night sky, a man repeatedly slamming a woman's head into the ground, howling. A woman, half her head crushed, stabbing a knife into the man's stomach. And behind his mother and father, grinning wickedly. The Black Lamb has chosen you. The Apostle of Sloth. Clench. A powerful aura surged from Deus's body. His bloodshot eyes burned with fury as he glared at the Apostle. The violet magic bursting explosively from his body transformed into countless slicing threads, dividing the world once more. And just as he was about to charge forward, Deus! A voice reached his ears. A voice completely different from the boiling rage inside him, so cold and composed. A voice he knew all too well. And then, for the sake of revenge, calm yourself. As if peering directly into his heart, the words struck deep. Deus felt as if he had been doused with cold water, his mind clearing in an instant. The wild pounding of his heart gradually faded. Only then did things he hadn't noticed come into focus. And then, remember this. What you see is not the only thing that can be sensed. At Alone's words, Deus's eyes slowly widened. This situation isn't so bad after all. The Apostle of Sloth wore a relaxed smile. Unlike his initial panic, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. I just need to neutralize Deus first, then kill them one by one. First, the knights. Then Marquis Palacio. Then his little sister No. A smirk. Killing the Marquis first wouldn't be a bad idea. Breaking his spirit a little and then finishing with his sister. That might make for a nice sequence. First, he formulated, revised, and finalized his plan. All for the sole purpose of deepening their despair. Right after I show them the overwhelming difference in power. Having made up his mind, the Apostle of Sloth moved, pulling at the black threads. Boom. Crackle. At the same moment, the trees and boulders bound by black threads above him began to crumble and shatter, forming a massive sphere. The sphere rapidly expanded in size. Soon, it had grown large enough to obscure the vast sky. What the hell is that? A meteor. The knights standing below could only stare blankly up at the sky. A massive, black thread-wrapped sphere had taken over the heavens. And then, you may have grown stronger, but in the end, you're no different from when you were a child, Deus Macallion. The Apostle of Sloth sneered at Deus, who stood panting while gripping his sword. His gaze then shifted to the remaining violet threads. The battle's outcome was already decided. Thinking so, he smirked in amusement. You still can't protect anything. With a flick of his fingers, the Apostle of Sloth felt a strange sense of dissonance. Something that should have been obvious, yet was now beyond his grasp. The inexplicable loss of something fundamental unsettled him. Stunned for a brief moment. What? He belatedly realized what was wrong. Why, isn't my magic moving? The very black magic he controlled was not responding at all. As if it had been shackled by something. And then, no way. Realizing the terrifying truth, the Apostle of Sloth's eyes widened. And at that moment, I only need an instant. As if waiting for this moment, Deus released a surge of violet magic. Slash! The violet threads began slicing through the black ones without hesitation. Dozens. Hundreds. No, thousands of threads. Cut down mercilessly. At the same time, the massive meteor above collapsed. But, instead of letting it fall unchecked, the violet threads wrapped around it completely. Scrape. Carving into its surface. The debris that broke off rained down upon the forest and ruins, laying waste to everything below. And from that destruction, a massive, violet-tinged conical spear emerged. But for now, the towering, oppressive violet spear. This should be enough. Rip. With a violent tearing sound, it plummeted toward the ground. And then, Macallion eclipse. Violet nebula. A violet star. Fell toward the earth. Dash. The fierce explosion caused by the falling violet star swallowed the ruins and the forest. As soon as the dust settled, the revealed scene was dash. It was the sight of Deus instantly rushing in and driving his sword into the heart of the Apostle of Sloth. It worked. Seeing this, Alone let out a small sigh of relief. Deus had perfectly followed Alone's advice, just as he had hoped. What Alone had advised Deus was a technique used in the second phase after players cleared the first phase of the game against the Sin of Sloth. It was the ability to bind mana with invisible threads. As expected, teaching the Sin of Sloth how to use threads was the correct answer. With that thought, Alone turned his gaze to the Apostle of Sloth. The Apostle's condition was anything but normal. Not only had both arms been severed, but the right occipital bone was crushed, making it a miracle that he was still standing at all. Deus' sword had pierced straight through the Apostle's heart. Cook! With a gushing sound, black blood sprayed in all directions. Blood surged from the Apostle's mouth as he coughed it up. To anyone watching, it was an undeniable victory. As Deus prepared to finish the Apostle by pushing his sword in deeper. Ha! The Apostle suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! A vacant yet strangely serene laughter, different from any emotion he had shown before. Deus stared at the Apostle, whose face was filled with a deep, unsettling smile. Shying. Without hesitation, Deus switched his movement, pulling his sword upward. A fountain of blood erupted. And yet, even though the body was sliced cleanly from the heart to the head, all right, I admit it. I was careless. I never imagined you could wield your abilities to that extent without borrowing his power. The Apostle of Sloth let out a raspy laugh and spoke. But do you really think this is the end? He grinned, a grotesque, skin-crawling smile. A laugh so eerie it sent shivers down the spine of anyone who saw it. In response, Deus wasted no time. He wrapped the Apostle's remaining limbs in purple threads and tore them apart. But the shredded body instantly transformed into black threads and was absorbed into the dark veins. Pahak! Eggs cracked open, and from within, spiders poured out. Creak! The spiders, each the size of a grown man, were hideous. Each one had a human face embedded like a marking on its abdomen. They emerged from the shattered eggshells with grotesque, jerky movements. A sight so repulsive it could induce nausea. And yet, that was not the end. Soon, the spiders that had spilled out began to kill themselves. What the hell? Circle was stunned, while Reinhardt unintentionally let out a shocked exclamation. The spiders' collective suicide did not stop. As if controlled by some unseen force, they tore out their own throats or ripped their bodies apart, ending their own lives. Their lifeless bodies then collapsed onto the ground, absorbed into the veins below. At that moment, Alone finally realized what these spiders were doing. Then, boom, the ground began to collapse. Rumble. A deafening noise slammed into everyone's eardrums. The tremors were so powerful that it was difficult to even remain standing. This is insane. Reinhardt, who had spotted something, cursed harshly. Something was emerging, overturning the entire land. It was. What is that? Something massive enough to destroy the entire ruins. A monstrosity. A creature harboring the abomination of sloth, Kraksha. Like a creature hatching from an egg. Kraksha burst through the ground with a bone-chilling shriek. At the sight of its emergence, the knight's eyes were instantly filled with terror. This is insane. Reinhardt, unable to resist, let out another curse and tightened his grip on his sword. His face was marked by utter despair. Even if they managed to eliminate all the spiders, Kraksha, like the Apostle, was exuding black mana. A situation of absolute peril. They couldn't run. And even if they fought, there was no guarantee of victory. Amidst this inescapable predicament, Alone let out a small sigh. I wasn't planning to use it here, but looks like I have no choice. As he reached into his cloak, the scenery before him suddenly changed. What he saw was a starry blue night sky. The moment he recognized it, Alone instinctively knew where he was. I'm relieved that you arrived early. A girl's voice. No. But given the situation, I'll explain quickly. The voice of Kalanon, the lightning receiver, echoed. The way to manifest your true form. Dark clouds began to gather over the once clear sky. The worst-case scenario. Literally, the absolute worst. Alone's normally expressionless face grew even grimmer. Seeing this, Reinhardt gritted his teeth. Damn it. A monstrous entity loomed before them. A spider of incomprehensible size, its sheer presence crushing the atmosphere. For Reinhardt, the size of an enemy didn't matter unless it was something like the Rain Altar. And yet, he felt overwhelmed. Because instinctively, he knew. That thing was a calamity. The black mana that the creature was emanating. It was no different from the black mana that the Apostle had scattered earlier. This situation is not looking good. Reinhardt coolly assessed the current state of affairs. A sense of urgency flooded his entire body. The massive spider radiated such an overwhelming presence that even he found himself tense. To make matters worse, the smaller spiders had completely surrounded the ruins, forming a siege-like encirclement. But the most despair-inducing factor here was the presence of the knights who had entered this place with them. They had brought them along to prevent the Apostle of Sloth from utilizing the lingering mana in the air. Yet now, they had become a liability instead. If the temporary seal on the black mana, imposed by Marquis Palacio and Deus, were to break, and the black mana regained its strength, most of the knights here would inevitably become mere puppets. What should I do? Reinhardt glanced around with an anxious expression. Circle, like him, was unable to hide her tension. And at this very moment, Deus was desperately using his purple threads to block the returning black mana. As if mocking their efforts. I never expected you to push me this far. Good thing I came prepared. A voice descended from above. At the grotesquely distorted sound, Reinhardt instinctively looked up. You've got to be kidding me. You're still alive. There, looming over his head, the Apostle of Sloth, his upper body exposed, stared down at them. The grotesque-looking Apostle smirked sinisterly. Then he spoke. Did you really think I wouldn't have prepared for the worst after all this? Well, I suppose you could have thought that. Normally, my own power alone would have been more than enough to deal with all of you. Crack. But unfortunately for you, I am someone who prepares thoroughly for any situation. Crack crackle. The Apostle began severing the purple threads that Deus had woven. TCH. Deus hurriedly reinforced the threads. But despite his efforts, he had already expended far more energy than expected in the previous attack, weakening his control. As a result, the threads were being cut at an accelerating rate. In the end, the purple threads holding back the black mana were completely severed. A quiet sigh escaped from someone's lips. The Apostle standing atop Kroksha grinned even wider. And just as the black mana was about to flood the area that Deus had been barely holding at bay, rumble, Reinhardt suddenly had a realization. The sky, which had been clear just moments ago, was now covered in dark clouds. And that wasn't all. Drip, drip, dribble. As if someone had manipulated it artificially within seconds, rain began to fall from the clouded sky. What the? Just as the Apostle of Sloth, who had been basking in his impending victory, furrowed his brow in confusion. Step. Step. Marquis Palacio, who had remained silent until now, slowly began to walk forward. One step, then another. He moved toward the front of Kroksha, where the black mist was seeping out. He did not form any seals. He did not chant any incantations. He did not recite any passages. Nor did he even manipulate his mana. He simply walked forward. Toward Kroksha. Toward the source of the black mana. Like a moth to a flame. And without hesitation, Marquis Palacio continued walking, effortlessly stepping past the purple threads that Deus was desperately trying to reinforce. Have you given up? Marquis, what in the world? The Apostle of Sloth let out another mocking laugh. Deus shouted in alarm. But then, crackle. For an instant, everything flashed. And Deus saw it. In that fleeting moment, a spark of lightning flickered at Alone's fingertips. A faint static charge. So small. Yet in this dark, ash-colored world, it shone brilliantly. In an instant, the blue light touched the black mana. The moment contact was made, crackle, sizzle, SSS, ch. The black mana began transforming into blue lightning. Wah! The Apostle let out a gasp of shock. But the static coursing from Alone's fingertips did not stop. It surged through the black mana, converting all of it into lightning. As he watched the incredible sight unfold, Alone recalled the words Kalanon had once told him. Handling divinity isn't particularly difficult. You simply have to bring out the divinity inside you. But to wield the power freely, just bringing it out isn't enough. He looked ahead. The black mana that had once filled the air was gone, replaced entirely by dazzling blue lightning. Kalanon's voice echoed in his mind. That's why what you must do is not just summon the divinity, you must accept it. Die. As if sensing that something irreversible was about to occur, Kraksha raised one of its massive legs. At the same time, the surrounding spiders let out hideous screeches and lunged forward. Accepting divinity is difficult. It requires a lot more practice than you might think. But this time, I'll help you. So, you just focus on pulling the trigger. The trigger is... As the pouring rain surged upward, Kraksha's leg came crashing down. A swarm of spiders hurled themselves toward Marquis Palacio. But, even in that fleeting moment, Alone did nothing except raise his left hand. Lightning. Catch it. He simply grasped the lightning that flickered around him. And in that moment, snap, everything came to a halt. The rain that had been pouring down stopped. The spiders that had been leaping at Alone stopped. Kraksha's massive leg stopped. And the lightning in Alone's grasp vanished, as if time itself had frozen. And then, the first to recognize the eerie anomaly was Circle. They're disappearing. She realized that the countless spiders that had been charging toward Alone just a moment ago had frozen in midair, turning to dust. Starting from the tips of their legs, slowly, as if decomposing into the earth, the spiders crumbled into dust. Manifestation. A quiet voice resonated. And from Marquis Palacio's body, an explosion of lightning burst forth, as if it sought to consume the entire world. With an earth-shattering roar, the brilliant blue lightning erupted. At that moment, a pair of blue horns began to emerge from Marquis Palacio's head. And as the storm intensified, even fiercer than before, a god had manifested. Crackle. Kalanon, the lightning receiver. Everyone holds their breath. Even the knights who had fallen into despair. Even Reinhardt, who had been racking his brain to escape the current situation. Even Circle, whose mouth hung open in shock. Even Deus, who had been desperately maintaining his threads to block the black mana. Dash. Even the Apostle of Sloth, who had been striking down to kill Alone. In that moment, as everyone held their breath, Alone, emitting blue lightning so bright it illuminated the ashen world, silently extended his hand and made a small motion. A minuscule flick, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. However, the lightning that small movement unleashed shot out in an instant. It began to massacre the small spiders. BZZZZT. Chaotic blue lines started etching themselves across the ashen world. At times moving in straight lines, at times shifting erratically. The lightning mercilessly pierced through the spiders' bodies, and within seconds, wiped out every spider in the ruins. The first to react to the sight was none other than the Apostle of Sloth. It must be dealt with now. The Apostle of Sloth, who had merged with Kraksha. Sensing an instinctive threat from the being before him, he retrieved his disintegrating leg, and without the slightest hesitation, immediately scattered black mana, lunging at Alone to crush him. Because he knew it with absolute certainty. This was the only chance to deal with the being before him. No, even now, it was already too late. Die. Letting out a monster shriek to drive away the suffocating fear surging toward him, the Apostle of Sloth hurled his massive form toward Alone. Yet, faced with such a desperate onslaught, Alone's gaze remained utterly serene, as if nothing happening before him mattered at all. Simply serenely. He watched the massive form charging toward him. And just as it was about to reach him, Marquis Palacio raised his hand toward the sky. Simultaneously. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens as if the entire world had exploded. And in his grasp, BZZZZT, was lightning, as if he had torn it straight from the sky. Countless arcs of electricity streaked between the ground and sky, converging into Alone's hand. The lightning, twisting and contorting as if about to burst, ultimately settled within his palm. And in the very moment the Apostle of Sloth lifted his remaining leg, a voice rang out. Heaven's wrath. A quiet yet overwhelmingly clear voice. And then, what the Apostle of Sloth saw was a pure white world blooming within the ashen expanse. Boom. Light. It swept across the land. A piercing mechanical whine, far surpassing its threshold, consumed all sound. The blinding radiance robbed the knights of their sight. Everything was swallowed whole, and a void of sensation took hold of the world. And then, the moment their senses returned, what lay before their eyes was a massive spider, pierced clean through from head to torso, completely motionless. And standing before it, gazing down in silence, was alone, wreathed in lightning. Ah! A low gasp escaped from the lips of one of the knights. The unmistakable reverence in his eyes spread like wildfire to all those around him. Not just the knights, but also to Reinhardt, to Deus, and to Circle. She blankly stared at the radiant man. She had never once doubted his existence. Yet, even so, that did not mean she had been without doubt. No matter how deeply she had devoted herself, a sliver of uncertainty had always lingered. Because Circle had never once seen Kalanon with her own eyes. There had been stories passed down. There had been near-certain speculation. There had been the unwavering conviction of the previous chieftain, whose judgment had never been wrong. Yet, there had been no tangible proof. That one missing piece had planted a seed of doubt in Circle's heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, she had been mistaken all along. Perhaps the former chieftain, who had never once erred, had been wrong this time. A doubt, minuscule in size. Yet at this very moment, it vanished as if it had never existed. Because she knew what the blue lightning coursing through Marquis Palacio's body truly was. What the antlers sprouting from his head signified. And so, Circle, she lowered her head in reverence and faith to the great deity she worshipped. Phew. As Alone's hair, which had been standing on end, gradually settled, he felt the antlers atop his head slowly fading away. Letting out a small sigh, he clenched his left hand. Tremble. His left hand shook uncontrollably, against his will. A sharp numbness spread through it, as if blood had stopped flowing. For a brief moment, Alone worried, had his left hand been permanently damaged? But he couldn't afford to dwell on it. My body feels like it's falling apart. Beyond his left hand, a searing pain racked his entire body, as if he might shatter at any moment. If I move even a little, I might scream. The pain was worse than when he had been bleeding out after his encounter with Ulthultus, so intense it made his vision blur. Yet Alone didn't show it. He couldn't. Because every single person around him was watching. Their faces were filled not just with awe, but with something closer to divine reverence. Their eyes were wide, their mouths slightly open, as if they were beholding a god made flesh. This attention is a bit much. Alone wasn't the type to care about others' gazes. At least, not under normal circumstances. But in this situation, where he was the sole focus of such open veneration, I have no choice but to endure. He had no intention of collapsing from pain in front of them. Even if the looks of reverence were to suddenly cool into mere respect. That would be a little embarrassing, even for Alone. But just then. Still, I'm glad the first attempt went well. 1. Kalanon's voice echoed in his head, and before Alone could even react, the voice continued. No need to reply. I wouldn't hear you anyway at this point. I'm just delivering my message, so just listen. Straight to the point, as always. I'll keep it to 3 things. First, even with my help, you actually managed to manifest properly. That's impressive. It's not something that usually succeeds so easily. Second, your body is probably in excruciating pain right now, but if you plan on using divinity again, don't bother healing yourself. I'll explain why later. Lastly, I need you to retrieve something for me. There's a pair of deer antlers buried somewhere in these ruins. You must find them. Without them, we won't be able to communicate anymore, and I won't be able to teach you anything about divinity. Got it? It's really important. Really. I'm counting on you. Kalanon repeated the request multiple times, emphasizing its importance, and finally, with one last, please, I'm begging you. The voice faded away. Well, looks like that's settled for now. Alone sighed softly, committing the girl's words to memory. Then, boom. A massive tremor echoed from a distance. Despite having just defeated the Apostle of Sloth and the monstrous Kraksha, the sound made Alone turn his head. What? His mouth fell open before he even realized it. It had barely been a few seconds since he had sighed in relief, and yet now, even from deep within the forest, he could see it clearly. A massive horde of monsters. What the hell is that? They're mutants from the Sylvanus region. It looks like they lost control of their territory to the black mana, but now that it's gone, they're returning immediately. Why does nothing ever end in one go? The urgency in Reinhardt and Circle's voices reached his ears. Thud, thud, thud. But even in that short moment, the mutated creatures had already drawn near. Reinhardt swiftly drew his sword, but his face was filled with dismay. And for good reason. If it were just one or two monsters, Reinhardt wouldn't have been so tense. But unfortunately, there were at least 8 of them. Meaning, it was practically impossible for him to take them on alone. Deus was already exhausted, having exceeded his limits. And even though alone looked fine on the surface, Reinhardt could tell that he wasn't in great condition. Looks like I have no choice. Reinhardt steeled himself. He gripped his sword tightly and prepared to charge forward. But just as he did, splurt, the head of the leading mutant exploded. The unexpected, instantaneous event left everyone in shock. And before they could even comprehend what had happened, thunk, the doo-doo-doo. As if confirming the reality before them, the rolling, blood-soaked head of the fallen mutant skidded across the ruined ground. But it wasn't just one. A moment later, a snake's head was split cleanly in two, spilling blood in the air. A wolf-like mutant skull was crushed beyond recognition, its brain splattering in all directions. And a creature with dozens of tentacles had its torso torn apart, painting the green forest red. The massive mutants hadn't even had a chance to strike before. An instant massacre had unfolded. As everyone stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had happened. Man, it feels good to stretch a little after so long. A girl emerged from the field of slaughter, stepping over the fallen mutants. Everyone held their breath at the sight. Not because she was leading some strange group. Not because of her beauty. The reason every single person instinctively froze was, well, I'm a little late, but the overwhelming aura radiating from her. A primal, suffocating pressure. The kind that warned. If they moved even an inch, they would die. It wasn't just enough to make knights hesitate. It, KHGUH, made them collapse. One by one, knights began fainting, unable to withstand the sheer force of her presence. But the girl, no, the king of 100 ghosts, didn't spare them a glance. As if their existence didn't even register to her. Instead, anyway, long time no see. With an impossibly cheerful voice and an energetic wave, she greeted Alone. Those who barely managed to remain standing turned to stare at Alone in unison. But Alone was just as confused as they were. Among the 4 major factions in Psychedelia, one of them is the 100 Ghosts. Alone knew quite a lot about them. Unlike the Apostles, the 4 major factions are groups that inevitably reveal themselves in the mid-game of Psychedelia. For high-level players, they introduce a new source of tension beyond just sin. In fact, Alone knew quite a lot about the 100 Ghosts, even among the 4 major factions. No, actually, it wasn't just Alone. Any Psychedelia player had no choice but to be the most familiar with the 100 Ghosts. By default, the alignment of the 4 factions, whether they become allies or enemies, depends on the player's choices and the route they take. Even if they are categorized as enemies. By selecting the right dialogue options or completing certain essential quests, players can sometimes avoid fighting them altogether. But the 100 Ghosts was different. No matter which choices or routes were taken, they always appeared as enemies. Unlike the other 4 factions, there was no way to avoid combat with dialogue or quests. In other words, encountering the 100 Ghosts always meant a fight. And since they were one of the 4 major factions, even their lowest-ranking members were incredibly powerful and difficult to deal with. On top of that, Queen of 100 Ghosts was so strong that if the player and their party weren't near max level in the final stages of the game, the best option was simply to reload the save rather than attempt to fight. Even setting aside their overwhelming power, the reason the 100 Ghosts remained most vividly in every player's memory was, wow, this is seriously pathetic. Is that all you can do? How boring. I'll kill them all. From here to there, from there to here, every single one, without exception. You fought sin? And so what? What does your fight against sin have to do with my boredom? It's a festival, a festival. Kill them all. It was because of their utterly destructive personality. The 100 Ghosts, and especially their queen. They were the embodiment of arrogance and recklessness, a complete lunatic in the eyes of every player. They attacked players at any time, destroyed villages without hesitation, and, depending on the route, even annihilated Ashkelon or Caliban. Even their reason for destroying an entire kingdom? It just seemed like it would be fun. An absolutely absurd justification for entertainment, since they constantly roamed around committing all kinds of atrocities. When the 100 ghosts first appeared, Alone was extremely on edge. If the ones standing before him were the 100 ghosts he knew, then there was absolutely no way he would leave this place alive. However, it's been a while. At the sight of her greeting him with a bright smile, Alone couldn't help but fill his mind with countless question marks. Because this was completely unexpected. What? Alone looked at the Queen of 100 Ghosts, bewildered. With a radiant smile and vigorously waving her hand as if genuinely happy to see him. It was an expression that, to anyone watching, looked no different from someone excitedly reuniting with an old friend. Alone glanced around. Every single person was staring at him. Even those who had been indifferently following behind the Queen of 100 Ghosts just moments ago. They all had wide eyes, as if they had just witnessed something unbelievably bizarre. What the? Out of habit, he started to say something but stopped. Because he realized that this situation could be an opportunity. Queen of 100 Ghosts is mistaken. Alone was certain she had the wrong person. Whether it was a mistake regarding Caliban, the lightning receiver, or something else. Right now, she was mistaking him for someone else. Alone had never once encountered the Queen of 100 Ghosts before. In fact, it wasn't even possible for him to have met her. I need to use this. Alone swallowed back the words he was about to say. Honestly, he wanted nothing more than to respond to her greeting with a confused question. But if he did, and she realized her mistake, that would mean instant death. No, there was no doubt he would be killed immediately. So, after swallowing hard, he spoke. It has been a long time. Matching her energy, he greeted her back. Apparently, the Queen of 100 Ghosts was delighted that Alone responded. Her face lit up instantly. The change was so dramatic it was almost audible. The Queen of 100 Ghosts, who in the game always looked either bored or irritated, displaying only negative emotions. Now, she smiled with childlike innocence, as if she didn't have a single care in the world. Alone found himself momentarily stunned before something caught his attention. Her hair is black? That was it, Queen's hair was black. According to what Alone knew, it was supposed to be white, which raised some questions. Is this a different person? He shook his head immediately. Aside from the hair color, her face was exactly that of the Queen of 100 Ghosts he had seen in Psychedelia. What's going on? Why is her hair color different? Whoa. What's with the boss smiling? If someone saw this, they'd think. Boom. Right. She was definitely the Queen of 100 Ghosts. As the blue-skinned man smugly ran his mouth, the Queen of 100 Ghosts sent him flying with a single punch, shattering the forest as he crashed. Alone quietly nodded. Judging by that ruthless brutality, she was exactly the entity he knew. Just as all his lingering doubts vanished. In an instant, the Queen of 100 Ghosts had appeared right in front of Alone. She had moved so quickly that he hadn't even noticed. With a face full of curiosity, as if observing something, she stared intently at him. Black one, she suddenly muttered. Alone had no idea what she meant, but he could tell it was a question with meaning. His instinct screamed that she was testing something. But he couldn't answer easily, because a single wrong answer could mean life or death. Yet, delaying his response for too long would also get him killed, so Alone tried to force himself to speak. But he stopped, because the expression on her face had changed, as if she had realized something. The radiant smile from earlier had vanished, replaced by a peculiar look. Alone felt a sudden sense of danger in his gut. So, not yet. Queen murmured to herself so quietly that even Alone, standing right in front of her, couldn't hear it properly. Then, she turned her body. And, let's go. Unlike before, she lazily stretched out her words and began leading her subordinates back into the forest. Wait, what? She came all this way just to leave. At that moment, the blue-skinned man, who had been launched into the forest earlier, rejoined the group, covered in dust. Even after taking such a devastating blow, he casually scratched his head as if nothing had happened. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, everyone present started considering him an extraordinary individual. Boom. Yet, the moment he rejoined the group, Queen punched him again, sending him flying through the air once more. This time, he crashed into the forest and destroyed the surroundings. See you next time. As if nothing had happened, Hayaki shrugged her shoulders and disappeared into the forest. And Alone's party. They stood amidst the corpses of the mutated creatures, staring blankly at the place where Hayaki had vanished. Right after the 100 ghosts disappeared, Alone began preparing to return to Luxable Principality, gathering the horn that Kalanon had requested and the black-threaded artifact that Kroksha had carried. So this was why you thought it was safe even in the 100 Ghosts' territory? Reinhardt asked, but Alone remained silent. The real reason he had assumed it would be fine to enter the 100 Ghosts' domain was not because of Reinhardt's speculation, but rather because of the 100 Ghosts' nature. By default, those creatures rarely moved during the day. Even if they did, they would only act deep within their own territory. They wouldn't bother chasing someone just for briefly stepping near the border. Yet, despite all that, she showed up and left without doing anything. Alone hadn't expected this outcome at all. What the hell is going on? Once again, Alone thought about the Queen of 100 Ghosts. There were too many strange things. I could have sworn she noticed the mistake. Her final expression. It was clear that she had realized something. And yet, she left without saying anything to Alone. Not only that, but she even said, "See you next time." What the hell is going on? From the moment he got into the carriage, Alone kept thinking about it. But no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't come up with a solid theory. There just wasn't enough information to properly grasp the situation. As his thoughts continued, the preparations for departure were completed, and Alone boarded the carriage. Marquis, what is it? You look like you're in pain. Well, I suppose I am. But you're a god. Shouldn't a god be immune to pain? Evan's casual remark made Alone pause. A god. Yeah, the rumors outside are insane. Even the Knights of Caliban keep calling you Kalanon. Is that so? Yeah. Otherwise, how else would I know when I wasn't even with you? That's true. So, is it actually true this time? Evan asked as if it were just small talk. Alone hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. About halfway? What kind of answer is that? Either it is or it isn't. There are circumstances. And I bet you won't tell me even if I ask, huh? I'll explain once everything is over. Whoa. Suddenly, Evan's face was full of admiration. What's with that expression? I never thought you'd actually tell me anything before you died, but now you say you'll explain later. I'm kind of touched. Feeling uncomfortable by the reaction, Alone immediately changed his mind. Forget it. I'm not telling you anything. Hey, why? I even brought you a gift. A gift? At that, Evan pulled a deer's antler from his coat and handed it to Alone. It's the antler you mentioned earlier, Marquis. I appreciate it. No need to thank me. It's not like I dug it up myself, I just carried it here. The moment Alone received the antler. Oh, good. That's a relief. Alone found himself once again face-to-face with Kalanon, the lightning receiver. However, don't ask questions yet, just listen carefully, okay? I don't have much time left. What? All of a sudden. It's not sudden. I've exhausted all my divine power, so I won't be able to contact you for a while. With urgency, she stretched out her small fingers, counting something intently, before continuing. First of all, I need to tell you this. I used up every bit of divine power I had in that last battle. All of it. Yes, all of it. You probably won't be able to use any divine power for a while. But I thought divine power accumulates through faith? That's right. It's probably regenerating even now. But the numbers aren't exactly overwhelming, you know? It'll take some time to recover. Also, I had to make it a little flashy. Flashy? Right? I needed a bit of impact if I wanted to stay alive. But honestly, I didn't use that much. I just made an antler. Well, and maybe a little bit of lightning crackling here and there. Wait, so that antler was just for decoration? Not just decoration, it's my lifeline, kind of like a desperate struggle to avoid being forgotten. Hearing the slightly emotional tone in her voice, Alone asked, "Is that enough to sustain you?" As long as the antler exists as a symbol, I won't disappear. I made sure it left an impression. Ahem. Anyway, that's not the main issue. Kalanon fixed her gaze on Alone and continued. Gather faith again as soon as possible. The sooner you do, the sooner I can properly teach you how to wield divine power. I'll try. But don't go stirring up trouble just to gather faith. Why not? There are a few reasons, but we don't have time for that now. Instead, I have one more favor to ask. What is it? You know those statues? The ones that are being built in honor of your faith. Alone nodded, signaling her to go on. Kalanon hesitated for a moment before speaking cautiously. If it's not too much trouble, could you add antlers to them? You want me to add antlers? I need to survive somehow. Rumble. The moment Kalanon sighed, the world around her began to collapse. Oh no. Time's up. Anyway, please, I'm begging you. This is more important than you think. Please. With those rapid-fire pleas, Kalanon vanished completely. Marquis. Huh? Why do you suddenly look so dazed? Alone blinked, realizing he was back in reality, with Evan looking at him in confusion. Add antlers. Staring at the antler in his hands, Alone contemplated something. That's not going to be easy. Letting out a quiet sigh, he fell deep into thought. The next day, without getting a single proper answer from Kalanon, Alone dragged his aching body out of bed at dawn. The moment he woke up, he headed straight to the audience chamber to meet King Pamalono. Because of Kalanon's request from the previous day. Even if it wasn't an easy task, he couldn't just ignore it. Still, this won't be easy. Attaching antlers to already completed statues. It was a difficult request even for Alone, and likely an even bigger burden for those who would have to carry it out. In essence, it was no different from remaking the statues from scratch. So, feeling slightly uneasy, Alone finally arrived at the audience chamber. And there, he saw. We greet the Great One, Lord Kalanon. Alone felt dizzy from the completely reversed situation. As a noble from another country, he was seated on the throne, while King Pamalono, the rightful owner of the throne, was bowing deeply below. If someone were to ask, is this a normal situation, he could shake his head without hesitation. Of course, Alone had no desire to sit on the throne. There was nothing for him to gain, and he had something to request, so why would he dethrone the king? If anything, he wanted to stop this from happening as much as possible. And yet, the reason he was seated there was none other than the persistency of King Pamalono. I'm fine with it. I am fine as well. Please, I ask this of you. No, I mean, is there really a reason I must sit? There is. Marquis, you must sit. To be precise, it was more due to Janira and Circle, standing behind him, who seemed to be coercing him. Who? Alone looked down. Standing beside the king, as if he were already used to the absurdity, Evan let out a light chuckle. Ignoring his expression, Alone asked the king. I have a favor to ask first. Please, speak of anything. The king bowed his head politely. Alone felt discomfort once again. A noble seated on the throne. A king bowing beneath him. No matter how one looked at it, this was utterly abnormal. But since he more or less grasped the situation, Alone decided to make his request as quickly as possible. Ahem. Yes. That about the statue. The statue? Are you referring to the one of Kalanon, the lightning receiver? Yes. Yes. Is there a problem with Marquis? No. With the lightning receiver Kalanon statue? No, there's no problem. It's just... Alone abruptly shut his mouth mid-sentence. Of course, he knew. The moment he made a request, the king would comply. That meant at least he didn't have to feel burdened about asking. And yet, the reason he hesitated was, it's harder to say than I thought. It was embarrassing. To specifically request horns to be attached to Kalanon's statue. If the lightning receiver Kalanon had nothing to do with him, it wouldn't have mattered, but... Please, speak of anything. He didn't need to think too far. Just by looking at their eyes, he could tell. To them, Alone was Kalanon himself. Even if it wasn't his intention, requesting horns to be added to the statue was practically akin to a child throwing a tantrum, demanding his own statue be made cooler. This is embarrassing. He couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. If it's about improperly representing Kalanon's form, we shall rebuild it properly. I would appreciate that. Yes, we shall reconstruct it and ensure even the majestic horns are properly implemented. Thanks to Circle's quick wit, the horn request was smoothly settled. Feeling secretly grateful to her, Alone nodded as nonchalantly as possible. At last, he was able to escape from the throne. 2 days later, Alone headed to Caliban in preparation for his journey to the snowy mountains. Truthfully, he would have liked to rest for a few more days. But he had no choice but to leave Luxable Duchy as soon as possible. Ever since he had defeated the Apostle of Sloth, everyone who saw him would immediately prostrate themselves. It was unbearably suffocating to remain there. Though he managed to flee from the duchy, unfortunately, he hadn't completely escaped discomfort. The Knights of Caliban were the reason. The moment he stepped out of the carriage, every single one of them bowed their heads deeply. A new wave of burden crept over him. No, he had merely stepped out to have dinner, yet the moment he appeared, everyone dining abruptly stood up, solemn expressions on their faces, and bowed. It was far more uncomfortable than expected. But more than anything, Marquis, would you like to try this? Thank you. Think nothing of it. If there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate to ask. The final touch to his burden was the Macallian siblings, visiting his carriage every hour to check on him. Deus had always been like that, so Alone had grown somewhat accustomed to it. The real issue was his younger sister, Silly. Ever since he saved her, she hadn't missed a single day checking on him, making sure he was comfortable and preparing his meals 3 times a day. As if they had planned it, they even came separately. So practically every 30 minutes, Alone received greetings from one of the Macallian siblings. Aren't you overworking yourself? Overworking? Not at all. Thanks to you, Marquis, I'm even alive right now. Silly smiled brightly. Looking at her, Alone spoke. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that it's a lot of effort. If there's anything you need, just ask me. If it's within my power, I'll help. Is that really okay? Silly widened her eyes at the light-hearted suggestion Alone had made, concerned that she was overworking herself. It is. When he nodded, she glanced around nervously and began fidgeting. Alone was momentarily bewildered. What kind of request is she planning to make? Contrary to his worries, Silly's request was surprisingly simple. Would it be possible to get your autograph? An autograph? Yes. You mean a signature? Yes. The thought of why on earth? Crossed his mind only briefly. Alone received a piece of paper from Evan and signed it. Will this do? Yes, yes. This is more than enough, Marquis. But why did you ask for my autograph? It was an obvious question. This world didn't really have a culture of autographs. Even in the modern world, unless one was a celebrity, exchanging autographs wasn't common. At Alone's question, Silly beamed as she replied. I'm going to keep it as a family heirloom. Family heirloom? Yes. Thank you so much. Bowing deeply in gratitude, she clutched the autograph to her chest like it was a priceless treasure and dashed out. Before long, brother, look at this. It's the Marquis autograph. Gasp. Hearing the commotion outside the carriage, Alone felt yet another wave of embarrassment wash over him. Marquis, you must be pleased. You even have fanatics now. Not particularly. Is that so? Evan asked slyly. If anything, it's embarrassing. I think I'd love it. Only scoundrels like you, who twist their bodies to win over women, would enjoy something like this. This little bastard, you stayed silent the entire time in the duchy, and now that we've left, you pop right out? Basiliora, never one to miss an opportunity, had appeared. I simply had no interest in seeing those people's faces. It wasn't about that. You just didn't want to get mocked for being so tiny, did you? Coo. Judging by his expression, Alone had hit the mark. Meow dash. Perhaps intrigued by Basiliora's rare appearance, Blackie soon emerged from Alone's chest as well. For a moment, Alone felt a quiet sense of satisfaction as he looked at them. His gaze shifted to the finely decorated horns displayed on one side of the carriage. The horns Caliban had specifically requested to be attached. I have so many things I want to ask. When will we be able to talk again? There was much he wanted to know. He was curious if Caliban and the 100 ghosts were related, and why she had told him he needed faith yet advised him not to recklessly gather it. Most importantly, he wanted to understand the detailed usage of divinity. Will we be able to talk once her divinity has recovered enough? By now, Alone was well practiced in observing his inner self. He quietly watched the faintly regenerating traces of Caliban's divinity, thinking of her for a long while. A dark night. Under the silent night sky, where everyone was fast asleep. Inside the carriage, Deus gazed at his sleeping sister. Silly was clutching Alone's autograph close to her chest, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Deus smiled at the sight before shifting his gaze toward another carriage, the one where Alone was resting. Deus suddenly recalled the past few days, that moment when he could have lost everything. Yet, conversely, the moment when everything had been saved. If Marquis hadn't come then, Deus would have lost his entire world. His knights, his sister, his honor, everything. But that man, he had protected all that Deus had nearly lost because of that damned bastard. On top of that, he had even left that bastard for Deus to handle, giving him time and advice so that he could take revenge himself. And yet, in the end, Deus had failed to take revenge, because he was still too weak. TCH. Unconsciously, Deus clenched his fists. He had thought he had grown stronger. But even now, it wasn't enough. He was still far too weak. He hadn't been able to properly exact vengeance on the one he needed to, and once again, he had been protected by that man. I have to get stronger. Deus gritted his teeth. He had to become stronger, so much stronger that he could serve as that man's sword. No, beyond that, strong enough to protect him, to repay the one who had called him family, and to return the endless grace he had received from him. A dark night. Under the silent night sky where everyone was fast asleep, Deus made a vow in silence. The blue moon shone upon him, a colossal altar, ancient as the pyramids themselves. Deep inside this altar, guarded by the great lizardman tribe, Karambol. I greet the Great One. Zukarak bowed his head. It has been a while. Hazard received Zukarak's respectful greeting with a leisurely demeanor. Even for Zukarak, Hazard was an entity whose form and expression he could barely discern. Without any unnecessary formalities, Hazard went straight to the point. So, did you find out? Yes. And, as you predicted, it was indeed him. Is that so? Hearing Zukarak's confirmation, Hazard smiled, clearly pleased. However, but there is an additional matter I must report. What is it? Hazard's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Zukarak then relayed in detail what had transpired when he visited Marquis Palacio. So, the divine power was exactly as expected, but he himself denied it. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Hazard seemed to ponder something for a moment before. I see. He nodded in understanding. I don't know why he's denying it, but it doesn't matter. After all, there are those who would recognize him regardless. Are you referring to the elves? Indeed. Elves. Upon hearing Hazard's response, Zukarak bowed his head once more and stepped forward. Then, shall I go and confirm it? No need. Then, I will go myself. You mean, personally? Yes. It's about time I heard directly what's going on with my dear friend. As Hazard thought of the Elf Queen. Besides, if I'm going to assign my friend a guard, I need to negotiate with the elves in advance. He rose from his seat leisurely. On his face. And I need to make sure that any useless elves unworthy of guarding my friend are removed. Was a deeply amused smile. The king had stepped down from his throne. Please have a seat. And was now bowing deeply, politely offering Alone the throne. At that moment, Alone's head started feeling slightly dizzy again. Around 3 weeks after leaving the Duchy of Luxable. At the moment when Caliban finally came into view. It's been a while. Once again, Alone's vision suddenly shifted. A world where the Milky Way was scattered across the sky, now a familiar sight. In the center of it stood Kalanon. So, we can finally have a proper conversation now. That's right. Though it doesn't mean we can talk for long. Is this conversation being sustained by gathered divinity? Well, sort of. At first, I operated it purely with the remaining power I had, but now you and I are practically bound together through divinity. Of course, that doesn't mean I can wield divinity on my own. Kalanon sighed in a strangely regretful manner. I actually had something I wanted to ask. Alone was pleased to see Kalanon again. What about? Do you know anything about the 100 ghosts? I wouldn't say I don't know about them. So that means you aren't actually acquainted with them? Of course not. Ever since that snake head attached to you appeared, I've barely had enough strength to materialize. Alone let out an unconscious exclamation. Now that he thought about it, that was certainly the case. Before I sealed Basiliora inside the Covenant Ring, that thing was continuously consuming faith. Considering the nature of faith, it made sense that Kalanon couldn't materialize while Basiliora was present. I see. But why are you asking about that all of a sudden? When Alone explained the reason, she shrugged. That doesn't seem to be something that concerns me. Is that so? Do you have anything else to ask? Of course, he did. Come to think of it, didn't you tell me before? That while faith is necessary, I shouldn't actively try to gather it. I did, didn't I? Why was that? Don't I need faith? Calinon, understanding the point of his question, gave a short nod. This is, a little hard to explain, but faith is an incredibly powerful force while also being extremely delicate. And faith fundamentally comes from belief in a god. But if you try to obtain it artificially, some kind of problem will inevitably arise. A problem. It'll look rather unsophisticated. That's vague. Calinon tapped her forehead with her small index finger, as if searching for an analogy. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she clapped her hands. That's it. You know that faith is based on genuine belief in a god, right? I do. But faith won't accumulate unless people sincerely believe in it. So you mean there can't be even a sliver of doubt? No, doubts can exist, but the core of the belief itself has to be genuine. However, if someone is made to believe through some form of compensation or coercion, then faith won't accumulate easily. Exactly. In some cases, it might even create resistance, making faith gathering even harder. Artificiality breeds resistance, huh? Then what should I do? There's only one way. Just let things happen naturally. As long as you keep acting and influencing the world, people who revere you will naturally appear. So that's why you told me not to try anything forcefully. Yep. We don't want it to look cheap. Calinon muttered, but then her eyes widened as if something had occurred to her. That said, there is a way to gather faith quickly. What is it? Mass slaughter. What? Alone asked again, unsure if he had heard correctly. If you massacre humans on a large scale and instill fear, faith will naturally form, and in substantial amounts too. Calinon nodded without a hint of hesitation. Of course, I wouldn't recommend it. If you try to gain faith that way, the majority of people you'd gain it from would just end up dead. Not to mention, you wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath. Is there no other way? Alone quickly moved the conversation forward. The only other option is performing miracles. Performing miracles? It wasn't an immediately intuitive concept. Calinon pondered for a moment before asking Alone. Is there any god currently being worshipped on this continent? In the Allied Kingdoms, it's probably Cyronia. And in the East. Altar. Mia? Alone mentioned the Eastern god he could barely remember, prompting Calinon to let out a contemplative hum. I don't really know them, but anyway, do the followers of Cyronia perform miracles? Yeah, that's one of the fastest ways to gather faith. Recalling the miracles performed by the followers of Cyronia, Alone nodded. I see. If people witness miracles being performed, faith will naturally grow. Exactly. Divine power is essentially the power of miracles. If you demonstrate the ability to wield that power, belief will naturally follow. In fact, it's even more effective than the god directly using power themselves. Plus, once you gather enough believers, the process becomes self-sustaining. Self-sustaining? Yeah. Someone blessed with divine power demonstrates their abilities, attracting more believers. Then those believers are granted a bit of power themselves, allowing them to go to other places, perform miracles, and bring in even more followers. And so on. I see. A cycle that perpetuates itself and steadily grows. It was quite a convincing method. Then, Alone suddenly made a strange expression. As he listened, he realized that it was oddly similar to something from his original world. Wait, isn't this just a pyramid scheme? The thought crossed his mind briefly. Anyway, that god Cyronia is probably drawing in a massive amount of faith without even lifting a finger. As he listened to Calinon's explanation, Alone thought of Rosario and found himself lost in reflection. He had always known that Rosario was not a place that provided charity unconditionally. But hearing it laid out like this made it seem even more businesslike than he had expected. So that's why Rosario was left to rot in the story. Alone followed up with another question. Then should I also increase faith in the same way? It would be nice if you could, but with the faith you currently have, it might be a bit difficult. Really? Yes. Well, you might be able to manage 2 people at most. You only need to use your own power when granting it for the first time. After that, their faith will sustain it naturally. How do I grant power? It's simple. Just extract a portion of your divinity and pass it on. As long as you leave a trace, that's enough. After that, how they use the power is up to them. A new plan began to take shape in Alone's mind. As soon as he stepped out from his conversation with Kalanon. Phew. Marquis, why the sudden sigh? It's nothing. When Evan asked, Alone lightly shook his head and calmly reviewed their discussion. There are 3 key takeaways. First, Kalanon had no connection to the 100 ghosts. Second, faith could be gathered and power could be shared with others. Lastly, how to wield divinity. Alone recalled Kalanon's words. As I mentioned before, the most important step in using divinity is identifying its inherent traits. For example, we can convert any magic we touch into lightning and summon lightning at will. Once you understand those traits, using them is both difficult and easy. You need to envelop your body in divinity, and as I said, activate it using a trigger. Of course, once you become proficient, you won't need the trigger anymore, but for now you will. Oh, and I know I made it sound easy, but enveloping yourself in divinity is incredibly difficult. You'll need to practice. Last time, I helped you, and I'll continue assisting when you use your power in the future, but you should also learn how to do it on your own. I was going to explain more about how to wield power when fully manifested, but after seeing you last time, I figured it wasn't really necessary. After reviewing everything, Alone thought to himself, I've learned everything I needed to know. And in addition, he had discovered one extra piece of information: the scale of the divinity he possessed. I don't know what happened, but I've gathered an insane amount. Is this even possible? Kalanon had let out a stunned chuckle, finding it beyond absurd. Marquis, we've arrived. Is that so? At that moment, the carriage reached Caliban. Shall we head straight to the north? Evan asked while subtly gauging his mood. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alone stood up. We'll rest for 2 days. Understood. Evan, looking quite pleased, hopped off the carriage energetically. As Alone followed him, a thought lingered in his mind. Granting power to increase faith, who would be the best choice? Kalanon's power was undoubtedly valuable, even in Alone's eyes. He carefully considered who would be worthy of receiving it. Just then, Marquis, are you feeling all right? As soon as he stepped outside the carriage, Silly came running up eagerly to check on him. Marquis. Alone silently observed her for a moment. Silly. Yes. You said you primarily studied lightning and ice magic, right? Yes. That's right. Would you be interested in using divine power? Divine power? As if he had come up with a rather interesting idea, a faint smirk curled at the edge of his lips. Atop a massive cliff, where a colossal statue had been carved. As dusk began to settle. Boss. What? Can I ask you something? What is it? A blue-skinned man, Blue Ghost, spoke to a black-haired girl. Why exactly are you helping that so-called legitimacy? That's what you're curious about? Blue Ghost furrowed his brow slightly before nodding. Yes, I suppose I am. It's not just that you've been looking after him so much. He seems rather fascinating in many ways. I noticed an elf was following him. He wields divine power, and most of all, it's like you're a puppy that's found its Boom. Before he could finish, he was sent flying as Hayaki's fist slammed into him, carving a dent into the cliffside. However, a moment later. Man, couldn't you let me finish before hitting me? Blue Ghost climbed back up, covered in dust, while she let out a huff. If you don't want to get hit, watch your mouth, you idiot. Can I keep talking? Go ahead. Anyway, aside from how unusual he is, it seemed like he didn't even recognize you. Hayaki remained silent, but Blue Ghost continued to chatter. That's why I was curious. You seem to feel very familiar with him, but that legitimacy guy didn't show any signs of recognition. That's why I asked. At some point, Hayaki's cheeks puffed out slightly. It was clear she was sulking. Something about the situation didn't sit right with her. Seeing this. Wow! Blue Ghost blinked in amazement. In the centuries he had spent at Hayaki's side, he had never once seen her make that expression. Like a petulant child, pouting over some minor grievance. And it didn't stop there. Next time. Next time. Next time, he'll recognize me. Her voice carried a distinct hint of disappointment. As Blue Ghost's eyes widened further. Definitely. Hayaki gazed at the blue moon rising in the night sky. He'll recognize me for sure. She murmured softly once more. Sharing miracles. There were 2 main reasons why Alone chose Silly as the recipient. First, The first reason was that she was the younger sister dearly loved by Deus. Now that the Apostle of Sloth had been dealt with, the immediate threat was gone. However, if another such danger arose, she would need the strength to resist on her own. If Silly were to die, Deus would undoubtedly succumb to corruption and fall into sin, because he cherished her immensely. The second reason was quite simple. Silly seemed unexpectedly capable of handling Alone's power well. With this recent incident, Silly's gaze toward Alone had completely changed. From seeing him as the one responsible for her brother Deus's unusual transformation, she now regarded him with reverence and devotion. Even without trying to sense it, that emotion was blatantly clear. Besides, since she's already highly talented in magic, she might be able to use faith-based magic later on. Regardless, faith was only a secondary factor. Ultimately, the most important reason was to ease Deus's concerns. It's not like there's anyone else to share my power with right now. Had he still been in Luxable, he would have granted power to Circle and Janira. However, since returning was no longer an option, and since he would inevitably gather enough faith to grant miracles to one or two more people by the time he returned from the north, Alone had no trouble making the offer to Silly. Soon enough. Then, does this mean I'll become your apostle, my lord? Silly's eyes sparkled. Her voice trembled with excitement, as if she couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. Alone, secretly flustered by her intense reaction, nodded. Well, strictly speaking, yes. Can someone like me even do this? She lowered herself even further, her hands beginning to tremble. Yet, despite her self-deprecating words, her eyes shone even brighter. Alone cleared his throat, looking slightly embarrassed. No need to take it so seriously. For Alone, this was simply about giving Deus's greatest weakness the power to protect herself. There's no need to belittle yourself like that. But how can I possibly be an apostle of my lord? If you don't want to, you can say so. Absolutely not. A sudden, forceful outburst. Is that so? Alone unconsciously stammered. Silly clenched both fists tightly, as if she had made an enormous decision. I'll do my very, very best. She shouted so loudly that her body shook. Though her intensity caught him off guard, Alone simply thought, well, if she's happy about it, then it's fine. Closing his eyes, he quickly connected to the divine forces he had become familiar with. This time, unlike before, he selected the significantly diminished divine power of Kalanon. In that instant, crackle! A surge of light flared, and tiny sparks of electricity crackled around Alone. Unlike the overwhelming spectacle from last time, this time, the electricity moved in much finer, subtler currents. Yet, even those faint sparks made the knights gasp in awe. Shah! Feeling somewhat embarrassed for no reason, Alone quickly reached out and transferred the divine power to Silly. Soon, the blue-tinged energy flowed into her body and vanished. Did it work? Closing his eyes again, Alone observed the faint remnants of Kalanon's divine power. It was now even smaller than before, with a tiny star and a thin blue line etched onto it. At that moment, Alone instinctively understood. That tiny star represented the person who had received the power. Does this mean I can use my lord's power now? Yes. As he opened his eyes, he heard Silly's voice. When Alone nodded, she gasped in awe before her gaze firmed with newfound determination. As your apostle, I will do my utmost to spread your greatness, my lord. I'll leave it to you. Truthfully, he hadn't intended for her to go that far. But there was no reason to discourage someone who had made up her mind. Looking at Silly, who was clenching her fists tightly, Alone nodded once more. A while later, as Alone entered Deus's mansion, sighing lightly, Evan approached him. My lord. What is it, Evan? I feel a bit left out. Evan suddenly expressed his discontent. Alone looked at him questioningly. Out of nowhere. What do you mean, out of nowhere? You shared your power with Silly, didn't you? You mean that? Yes, that. Of course, it's your decision who to choose, but still, I exist too. As your bodyguard. Wait a minute. Am I really a bodyguard? Evan muttered as if questioning his own identity. Just then, Vasiliora, who had been quiet, butted in. Even if I were in his place, I wouldn't share my divine power with someone like you. You snakehead, you're at it again? You've been picking fights a lot lately. Fights? Do you even know the meaning of the word anymore? These are rational statements, not picking fights. Listening to Vasiliora, Alone suddenly realized something. Now that I think about it, you're a god. Huh? Of course. I am the Grand Vasiliora. Yeah, right? More like a scaly little snake. Taking the chance to retaliate, Evan smirked and mocked him. Vasiliora let out an odd screech of frustration. But Evan ignored him and turned back to Alone. Now that I think about it, I guess it wouldn't have been easy for me to receive your power anyway. It's not that you're weak. Then is there another reason? The reason Evan couldn't receive Alone's power was simple. The power I share is only effective for those who sincerely believe in me as a god. If there is no faith, it cannot be wielded. Can you worship me as a god? Evan hesitated for a moment, scratching his head. That would be a bit difficult, right? Yes, I absolutely trust you, my lord, but if you ask whether that trust is the same as faith in a god, then that's another matter. If I had to put it into words, it's more like you're a very close companion. That's why I didn't give you my power. You wouldn't be able to use it anyway. I see. Did you think I didn't consider you first? Evan's face suddenly showed deep emotion. As expected, there is no one like you, my lord. Of course. A warm atmosphere filled the air. Then, since we're on the topic, could you perhaps raise my salary a little? Didn't I already raise it last time? Well, you see, these days, expenses have been a bit. Rather than expenses, it's more like you've been throwing all your money at women and now you're broke. Vasiliora, as always, never missed an opportunity. What nonsense. This is all part of my future planning. Future planning, my scales. That's just called throwing money into the dirt. Kahaha. After another bout of bickering, Evan cleared his throat unnecessarily and asked, So, my lord, who do you plan to grant your power to in the future? That is, your power. You'll keep sharing it, won't you? Alone thought for a moment. I intend to give it only to those who are truly faithful to me. That was his answer. At that moment, far away from Caliban, where he had been stationed to avoid being discovered by Deus, Drame, who had been keeping watch, stood in stunned silence. But he wasn't the only one. All the members of the Shadow Leaves saw it clearly. The primordial elf, sharing the power of Kalanon, the lightning receiver, with a human. For the elves of Grainifra, there had been many recent surprises. Finding out that the one they called the primordial elf was also known elsewhere as Kalanon, the lightning receiver. Seeing that he possessed not only the power of elves, but also took the form of other gods. All of these revelations had happened within the past month. Yet, none of the elves harbored any doubts or confusion, because they had seen with their own eyes that Marquis Palacio was the primordial elf. Moreover, they already knew that the primordial elf was also called Tazon. So while they were surprised, they simply accepted it as yet another divine name. Instead, their reverence for him only deepened. But today, the elves discovered something even more astonishing than his many names. It was in the words spoken by Marquis Palacio, no, by the primordial elf himself. I grant my power to those who are truly faithful. The elves present all remembered. The power of the great Marquis Palacio, the primordial elf, who had once revived the withered roots alone. And now, they could receive that power? As long as they sincerely believed in him? Drame subtly turned his gaze to the side. He met the eyes of his subordinates. Every single one of them was filled with a fierce sense of competition and ambition. Of course, the elves of the Shadow Leaves did not move for mere personal gain. Drame knew this well. The Shadow Leaves existed solely to carry out the Queen's orders as her sword. However, despite that, Captain, it's my shift change now, so I'll head in first. I'll go in as well. Among the elves, a silent rivalry had begun to spark. That night, Silly, who had received Kalanon's power from Alone, blankly stared at her hand. Crackle. A tiny spark of lightning flickered beneath her palm. If she clenched her fist now, it would disappear as if it had never existed. Yet, it was unmistakably lightning. In truth, Silly could already wield much stronger electrical magic. She wasn't at the pinnacle as a mage yet, but even so, she could cast far more powerful spells than this. Which meant that this tiny lightning was not particularly extraordinary for her. However, despite that, she remained transfixed, staring at the faint spark just before it vanished. Because this was not her magic. It was divine power. Tease easy. The lightning faded. Silence settled in Silly's room. Only the blue moonlight shone down through the window. In the darkness, her eyes were the only things that gleamed. Yet, there was no disappointment in them. Instead, her gaze carried an overwhelming sense of joy. She clenched her hand tightly. During the day, when she had received this power, she had felt happy. But deep inside, she had also been worried. Could she truly wield such an immense power? Yet, she had done it. Even if it was just a tiny spark. Even if it was nothing compared to the overwhelming lightning he had shown her. She had undeniably conjured lightning through divine power. And that made her incredibly happy. The realization that she had received power from the very one who had saved her life. Unconsciously, Silly smiled. Then, she made a vow. I must never disappoint him. Silly knew what she had to do. She was an apostle, and an apostle must serve the God's will. And there was only one thing she needed to do for him. Spread his name across the world. Under the moonlight, Silly smiled deeply. Inside her keen mind, a plan began to take shape. A plan to let the world know of the Great One. Meanwhile, as Alone lay buried in his bed, still not fully recovered. Ugh. With no idea of what was happening, a peculiar plan was beginning to take root. At that moment, in the grand palace beneath the world tree in the elven land of Grainifra, the elves guarding my dear friend should be dismissed by now. They're too weak to protect him properly anyway. Wouldn't it be better for us lizardmen to take over his guard? Hazard, the sage god of the lizardmen, had suddenly visited the queen and provoked her. Huh, what nonsense are you spewing? A chilling storm was brewing. The world tree in the land of the elves, Grainifra. The enormous royal castle beneath it was currently filled with tension. The reason was simple. Even the elves who had lived for centuries had never once seen the face of the lizardman's god, Hazard, who had now arrived at the castle. Of course, it hadn't been that way from the beginning. In reality, Hazard, known as the sage god, had come to meet the queen without causing any trouble. Magrina, too, welcomed Hazard's visit without any particular tension. Moreover, although it seemed like their long-awaited reunion might be awkward, the two conversed in a surprisingly smooth atmosphere. Rather than exuding the authoritative presence expected of leaders of their respective nations, they spoke with a sense of familiarity. Of course, as high-ranking figures, they maintained a fundamental business-like demeanor. Even so, as the relaxed conversation continued, the elves were bewildered yet relieved. Yes, that was certainly the case, until just a moment ago. The elves guarding my dear friend should be dismissed by now. They're too weak to protect him properly anyway. Wouldn't it be better for us lizardmen to take over his guard? That was until Hazard, whose face could hardly even be seen, uttered those words. Huh, what nonsense are you spewing? In an instant, the air in the audience chamber began to chill. Am I wrong? Lizardmen are much stronger than elves. Even in the face of Magrina's chilling gaze, Hazard's voice remained unchanged. At his response, Magrina's lips curled into a crooked smile. Oh? Is that so? The same lowly race that would have been annihilated if the primordial elf hadn't saved them. That applies to elves as well. And strictly speaking, I did offer my help too. Help? More like you were the one receiving all the help. The queen's derisive laughter echoed through the chamber. For a brief moment, Hazard fell silent, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, I won't deny that I've received a lot from my dear friend. Dear friend? You've done nothing but take. After groaning in response to her relentless attacks, Hazard insisted once more. Anyway, from now on, we will be in charge of the protection. And what if I refuse? Then you must want to put my dear friend in danger. You're awfully confident. Besides, your side can't even guard as discreetly as we can you? Safety is more important than subtlety. Hazard glared at Magrina. She glared back at him. Everyone held their breath at the unwavering standoff. After a long, frigid silence. Then why don't we ask him directly? Let's see whose protection he prefers. With a smile that suggested she had thought of a clever idea, Magrina made the proposal. Fine. As if he had been waiting for those words, Hazard nodded. Both wore victorious smiles. Watching them, the elves and lizardmen silently averted their gazes, sensing the invisible sparks flying between the two. It had been about a week since Alone arrived in Caliban. During what could be considered either a long or short time, Alone focused entirely on fully recovering his body. In the meantime, He gained one realization and heard two rumors. The first rumor, relayed by Evan, was that Eli Ban was eliminating the strange creatures at an unexpectedly rapid pace. The second was about something that had worried Alone for some time, the fact that most of the organizations that usually went berserk once psychedelia began had disappeared on their own. Evan. Yes, sir. The organizations you mentioned yesterday, are they all really gone? Yes. Just to be sure, I even had the Information Guild cross-check it. Aside from a few, they've all disappeared. What caused their downfall? If I recall from our conversation, most of them collapsed due to attacks from rival organizations or external assaults. Otherwise, they were wiped out overnight. After pondering for a moment, Evan added as if something had come to mind. Oh, now that I think about it, it seems one group took down several of them. If I remember correctly, the Blood Sword, the Shadow Ghosts, and the Flute Clan, and, what was the last one? The Dark Wood. You mean the Dark Veil? Yes, that's the one. Apparently, a single person took care of them. Why? The method of execution was identical in all cases. Their necks were twisted twice around. Or so they said. Alone stroked his chin with a peculiar expression. Indeed, the organizations Evan had mentioned shared a common trait. They all became notorious by assassinating prominent figures. Later, they infiltrated various kingdoms, acting like parasites that corroded them from within. From a player's perspective, no matter which kingdom one started in, these organizations offered quests that allowed them to get close to the king in some capacity. However, aside from that, there was no apparent connection between them, which left Alone deep in thought. Well, if they were wiped out due to a butterfly effect, that's not a bad outcome. If they had survived, I would have had to deal with them myself anyway. He decided to focus on the fact that the troublesome organizations had been cleared out. Of course, by mid-game, there would always be others who crawled out when the time was ripe. Naturally, stronger foes, in line with psychedelia's balance, would emerge later. Still, for now, it wasn't a bad thing that those nuisances were gone. As he exhaled and leaned comfortably against the chair's backrest, Meow, the small black creature, which had been idly tapping a ball on the floor moments ago, now perched on Alone's thigh, tilting its head curiously. As if to comfort him, the creature nuzzled against him affectionately. After stroking the affectionate little one, Alone closed his eyes. By now, he could observe the divine essences within him much more quickly. He gazed at the floating divinities before focusing on Kalanon's essence. As soon as he touched it, it naturally expanded, like a distant planet suddenly being drawn close. And within the enlarged divine essence, just as Alone had seen last time, there were shining stars and faint blue dots gently radiating outward. This was the new realization Alone had gained over the past week while investigating divine essences. By expanding a divine essence, he had discovered a way to see the believers who followed that essence. First, the white starlight represented those to whom Alone had shared his power. The dark-colored to slightly more vivid blue dots surrounding the divine essence, so faint that they were hard to notice without close observation, served as indicators of how many people believed in the essence and to what extent. Rather than figuring it out on my own, it was thanks to Kalanon briefly appearing and telling me. Recalling Kalanon, who had suddenly appeared a few days ago for a brief conversation before vanishing, Alone shifted his gaze to examine the other divine essences one by one. The primordial elf's divine essence contained a large number of vibrant green dots, though not in overwhelming numbers. Kalanon's divine essence also had many blue dots, though not an excessive amount. The red divine essence had two distinctly glowing red dots. Unexpectedly, the white divine essence had an overwhelmingly large number of white dots compared to the others. However, the white divine essence had a peculiarity that set it apart from the others. When expanded, its originally white glow appeared as a faded, grayish hue. And lastly, the black divine essence, resembling a black hole. The moment he attempted to expand the black divine essence, Alone felt his contemplation shatter and opened his eyes. No matter the other divine essences, every time he tried to observe the black one, his vision was disrupted in this manner. A repeated phenomenon with no clear explanation. As he made a puzzled expression, Meow, the small black creature, sensing that Alone had stopped petting it, tilted its head in protest. Smiling slightly, Alone resumed stroking the creature and then spoke. Evan. Yes, it's time to depart for the north. And so, preparations for their northern journey began. The following day, Alone received unexpected news from Deus. The Great Collapse has occurred? Yes. We received a report from the outpost yesterday. Alone fell silent. The Great Collapse. It was a phenomenon where the accumulated snow on the glacial mountains crashed down to cover the paths below, making the terrain highly dangerous. The immediate problem was, of course, that the fallen snow made forward movement difficult. But the real danger was something else. The fallen snow concealed the crevasses that one must avoid in the glacial mountains. Because of this, when the Great Collapse occurred, unless the snow was cleared by the tremors unique to the glacial mountains, the region would remain treacherous for months. From what Alone knew, this setting had been designed in the game's early to mid stages to prevent players from heading straight to Caliban and then to the glacial mountains too soon. But there was one thing he didn't understand. Why did the Great Collapse happen at this point in time? In Psychedelia, it was supposed to occur much later than this. The unexpected timing of the Great Collapse raised questions. But only briefly. The expedition won't proceed either then. With the Great Collapse happening, I doubt it. The barbarians also won't be appearing during this period. Alone decided to delay his northern journey. This might not be a bad thing after all. He had wanted to take more time to study the divine essences he had obtained, including Kalinon's, alongside his magic. With that in mind, Alone decisively abandoned the plan to go north. Oh, then are we heading home? You sound delighted. Well, isn't it a good idea to rest a little? Especially after everything that happened in the jungle. You're not wrong. With Evan now visibly more energetic, their destination was swiftly changed to the Marquis estate. Well then, until next time. Understood, my lord. I will visit you in 4 months. There's no need to go out of your way. No, I insist. Well, if you say so. After a brief farewell, Alone boarded a carriage bound for Palatial Marquis estate, while Deus began disbanding the expedition team. Sometime later. It seems everything is settled. After hearing his lieutenant's report, Deus returned to the mansion. On the way to his office, a small smile unknowingly crept onto his face. Going to the office usually meant work. But for Deus, this particular visit carried a different meaning. It was a source of enjoyment, akin to a relaxing pastime. Just a little more and the blueprint will be complete. He was finalizing the blueprint for a statue commission. Before departing on this recent expedition, he had been rushing to make arrangements for the project. With that thought, his steps became lighter. And the moment he opened the door to his office, Silly? Hello, brother. His younger sister, Silly, was there. Not just there, she was completely engrossed in examining the blueprint he had been diligently drafting. The sight made Deus instinctively flinch, because he was reminded of Silly's scolding from last time. She had criticized him for spending too much money on a mere statue. Of course, the cost was covered by the money Deus had earned, and the money he would earn, technically drawn in advance, so it was all within a manageable budget. Yet, as someone who loved his younger sister dearly, he couldn't help but care about her every word. So, once again, he found himself cautiously observing her reaction, and recalling how, the last time he had attempted to create additional statue blueprints and had been caught, she had given him an even sharper look. Now, cold sweat began to form on Deus's forehead. This blueprint is good. At those unexpected words, Deus's face filled with confusion. Silly's response was entirely different from what he had anticipated. But only for a moment. Deus came to a realization. Silly was no longer the same as before. She had been saved by him. Just like he had. Remembering this, a slow smile spread across Deus's lips. In other words, his beloved younger sister now shared the same thoughts as he did. Is that so? It's not fully complete yet, though. Even so, I think it's been designed very well. I see. Seeing that Silly now shared the same hobby as him, Deus felt deeply satisfied. Their conversation flowed naturally. For a brief moment, he was even moved, thinking, so this is what true sibling bonds feel like. But that sentiment didn't last long. But this part needs more detail. For example, like this, yes, the coat should be longer. Oh, I see. And the eyes need some adjustments too. It shouldn't be like a diamond shape. You need to express it more delicately, brother. Since the Marquis has blue eyes, Rather than just crafting it like this, the gemstones should be more finely cut. Silly? Deus sensed something. Why? What's wrong? I know that part too, but realistically. Are you saying you're going to cut corners on the statue because of realistic concerns? Well, this part here should be higher. The horns should curve upwards more. It would be best in gold. Gold? I mean, that would be nice. But considering the budget, maybe something else. Gold. Huh. It has to be gold. No, but the budget. Gold. Budget. Gold. This was the same sister who had once criticized him for spending too much on a single statue. Yet now, with a stern and utterly serious expression, she was firmly repeating gold over and over. Fine. Gold it is. Yes. At that moment, Deus realized something. Silly had changed. Recently recognized for his skills, the rookie Onal had joined the Solar Eclipse Knights and felt immense pride in belonging to this order. That pride was well-founded. Caliban had countless knight orders. However, none could compare to the ones led by Caliban's 5 swords. Among them, the Solar Eclipse Knights, led by Caliban's first sword, Deus Macallion, were overwhelmingly admired and revered. Caliban's first sword, Deus Macallion. Since he led the Solar Eclipse Knights, they were naturally considered Caliban's first knight order. That was why Onal took great pride in becoming a member of the Solar Eclipse Knights. Yes, he certainly had felt that pride. Even though it had become a thing of the past, it did not mean he had suddenly abandoned his admiration for the order. He still wanted to be a part of the Solar Eclipse Knights. Yet, the reason Onal found himself questioning things was because of his seniors. No, to be precise, all of his seniors. Senior. HM? Onal, what is it? Responding immediately to Onal's call was his senior, Vidin. Vidin had a robust, knightly build, yet his face bore an oddly gentle and kind expression. May I ask something? You don't have to be so formal. Just ask whatever you're curious about. Vidin let out a hearty laugh. Onal hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Why are you praying? Praying. In truth, prayer itself was not such an unusual act in Onal's understanding. There had always been seniors in the Solar Eclipse Knights who prayed before meals or training. However, the reason Onal asked now was simple. No, but why is every single one of them? Every member who had returned from the jungle with the commander, since yesterday, they had all been devoutly praying. And not just casually, but with such fervor that even the priests of Cyronia would pale in comparison. When Onal returned from his mission and saw the sight before him, he had been in a daze all night. And since the atmosphere persisted today, he finally decided to ask. Vidin answered as if the question required no thought. Of course, it's a prayer to the divine. He laughed cheerfully once more. A prayer to the divine. Onal knew exactly who his seniors were praying to. It wasn't something he could be ignorant of. After all, since yesterday, they had been speaking about one name incessantly. You mean the divine, is Marquis Palacio? Yes, we offer our prayers to him. At the unhesitating and absolute response, Onal was left speechless. To be honest, he couldn't fully understand Vidin's words. If all these people had been praying to the goddess of Cyronia, it wouldn't have been strange. But the object of their worship, this so-called divine being, was a human Marquis Palacio. Of course, Onal knew well about Marquis Palacio. He was certainly worthy of great respect. He had taken down not one, but 2 outer gods. He was the one who had effectively prevented the artificial outer gods crisis that had nearly destroyed the kingdom of Stalion. And beyond that, there were countless other rumors, great and small. Even Onal had sometimes wondered, is it really possible for a single human to accomplish all of this alone? Moreover, he had shown extraordinary feats in the jungle as well. And after that, his seniors had begun to worship him. Onal had heard about it from his peers. He could understand how it had started, to some extent. But even so, worshipping a living human as a god, it didn't sit right with Onal. Senior, go ahead. No matter what, he is still a living human being. Just as he was about to cautiously voice his concern. Bang! Emergency! The Liberian Knights insulted the Marquis as a heretic god. A knight suddenly burst through the dining hall doors, shouting at the top of his lungs. Until that moment, the dining hall had been filled with quiet conversation. And then, silence. In an instant, a cold silence descended. Then, Those bastards. Where are they? Take us to them immediately. Before Onal could even process what was happening, every knight in the hall bolted out in unison. Onal stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. I'm so glad I didn't ask any further. He quietly shut his half-open mouth and let out a slow breath. I really made the right choice not to say anything. Vidin, the senior widely known as the kindest in the order, had charged out with his sword drawn, looking as if he would commit divine punishment himself. At this point, isn't this more of a holy knight order than a regular knight order? Perhaps if he had experienced what had happened in the jungle, he would understand. But for Onal, who knew nothing of the details, his senior's actions only became more incomprehensible. For a moment, he hesitated. Should I discreetly report this to the commander? That thought crossed his mind as he stood up. Onal knew this much. The first sword of Caliban, the man he revered, was incredibly close to Marquis Palacio. However, he also knew one other thing. Deus Macallion was a man who strictly separated public duty from personal matters. Of course, this was something the knight said because Deus never voiced any complaints about the kingdom's budget allocation and remained indifferent even when he could have gained more benefits. But for Onal, who had been recognized for his talent and accepted into the order without prior experience, he could only perceive Deus as someone who strictly separated public duty from personal matters in every situation. And just as he stepped out of the dining hall to report the current situation to the commander. Commander. By sheer luck, he spotted Deus Macallion heading somewhere. How dare they insult the Marquis? With eyes burning in fury, his sword already drawn, violet mana flickering around him as he walked with an ominous presence. Onal fell silent once again. It was early winter. On his way to the Magic Academy to pick up Pinia before heading to the Marquis estate, Alone muttered, "It's here too." Indeed. So, what's the score this time, Marquis? If I had to rate it, a 9 out of 10. Oh, that's 1 point higher than yesterday. What made it better? The trees are standing straight? I see. Now that you mention it, they do seem perfectly aligned. As he spoke with Evan, they both looked at the trees ahead. Or rather, the artificially landscaped trees. Lush and verdant, completely out of place in the early winter season. Alone's expression grew peculiar as he observed them. So, how many days has it been? Technically about 2 weeks? These trees started appearing the day after we left Caliban. Evan looked up at the beautifully arranged trees in awe. By the way, who on earth is placing these here? No matter how I think about it, it feels like someone is deliberately setting them up along our path. I think so too. Alone nodded. Honestly, the first couple of times he had seen the trees, he had thought nothing of it. Perhaps someone had decided to place decorative trees along these paths. But even after 2 weeks, no matter where he went, new landscaping would appear, perfectly arranged, every single day. What the hell is this? Alone tried to recall if something like this had ever happened back when he had dealt with psychedelia. But he soon shook his head. Even though his memories of that time were faint, he was certain that nothing like this had ever happened before. So, he pondered for a moment. Well, it doesn't seem like a major problem, so I suppose it's fine. But Alone knew all too well how every little thing in this world had to be approached with caution. Are we arriving today? Looks like it. Alone decided that as soon as he met Pinia, he would ask her about these trees. And just as he took the reins and set out toward the Mage Tower. KHRR. This is unfair. Beyond the meticulously arranged trees, he could hear the sorrowful voices of elves and a short, triumphant chuckle from Drame, who nodded repeatedly with a smug smile. A few hours later, they finally arrived at the Mage Tower. Pinia joined Alone, looking a little sullen. Seriously, sister, why do I have to go? I'm going. Are you not coming? I have tasks assigned by the Tower Master. You can hand them off to someone else. Despite Phelan's reluctance. Wait, no. Shut up and get in. Bang. Pinia kicked Phelan's back, sending him flying into the carriage. Watching this, Alone was once again reminded of her personality and greeted her. It's been a while. Yes. The moment Alone spoke, Pinia instantly dropped her menacing aura. Meanwhile, Phelan, who had just been unceremoniously launched into the carriage, stared in disbelief, his face a mixture of resentment and shock. But Pinia merely nudged the carriage door shut with her foot. Apologies. If it were up to me, I would have left you in the tower for a while longer, but I have something I need help with. Help? Yes. As Alone spoke, he casually pulled out Kalanon's divinity in front of Penia. Crackle. The moment she saw the crackling lightning in Alone's palm, Penia's eyes went wide with surprise. It was as if she had instantly recognized something, as if she had just witnessed proof of her own genius. No way. It's divinity. Wow. Upon hearing Alone's confirmation, Penia, who had just moments ago been dramatically lamenting about how she didn't want to go, suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling. Like a graduate student who had just found the perfect research topic, she became filled with enthusiasm and grabbed Alone's hand. Show me again. All right. Without hesitation, Alone activated his divinity once more. Truthfully, his current divinity was still at a stage where even summoning a few sparks required effort. But it didn't matter. After all, the whole reason he was taking Penia to the Marquis estate in the first place was to show her the divinity and have her assist in researching magic. Thus, as Alone continued to display Kalanon's divinity as many times as Penia wished, he suddenly realized that she was much closer to him than he had expected. Her hands and eyes were fixated on Alone's hand, but from an outside perspective, it looked as if she was practically nestled against him. Marquis again. But Penia seemed completely oblivious to their close proximity as she urged him on. All right. Just as Alone was about to activate his divinity once more. Snap. Penia, who had been bouncing in excitement just moments ago, suddenly froze. Step. Then, without a word, she took exactly 2 steps back. Alone looked at her with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend her abrupt reaction. But Penia took another 2 steps back, increasing the distance between them. Show me. She spoke in a quiet voice. Her earlier excitement had vanished entirely. Her large eyes shimmered as if holding back tears. Is something wrong? Alone asked. And no, of course not. Penia gave a small shake of her head, forcing an awkward smile. Still bewildered, Alone activated his divinity again. But Penia's gaze was no longer fixed on his hand. Instead, her eyes were locked onto the brooch Alone was wearing. It was the first snowfall of the year. Several weeks later, bringing along the strangely subdued Penia, Alone arrived at Marquis Palacio's estate. I greet the friend of the Great One. Greetings, O Primordial, no Marquis. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but we have come to discuss matters of protection. Just like before, he was welcomed by Zukarak. And alongside him was Rim, the guide he had met in Grainifra. Protection? Yes, regarding who will be granted the honor of guarding the primordial elf, no, the Marquis. Between the elves and the lizardmen, we must determine who shall serve as your escort. As the discussion continued. You? Guard me? Why? Alone could only stare at them with that exact expression. It was quite the lively return. Inside the office, Alone stared blankly ahead. In front of him stood 2 individuals, or rather, an elf and a lizard man. One of them was Rim, who exuded an unwavering devotion toward Alone. Unlike when they first met in Grainifra, her eyes now sparkled brightly, and she stood with the utmost politeness. The other was Zukarak, the lizard man who had visited Alone just recently, radiating the same boisterous energy as before. Alone looked at the 2, cautiously raising his hand to rub his temple. So, what are you saying? We came to ask who should be in charge of your protection. You only need to decide, my friend. We will handle the rest. While Rim bowed politely, Zukarak burst into hearty laughter. No, that's not. Of course, Alone wasn't just curious about the conclusion. First of all, he had no idea why Rim and Zukarak were here together. More than anything, he couldn't understand how this situation had come to be. He understood the literal meaning of providing protection. But why was that topic even brought up? How did it progress, and how did it reach this point? He couldn't make sense of it at all. Even if he generously accepted that the elves would act this way, why the lizardmen? His gaze naturally shifted to Zukarak, as he found his presence particularly puzzling. Just as expected, the Marquis has sharp judgment. Indeed, we are far stronger than those pointy-eared folk. This guy. Alone had only looked at him out of sheer confusion. Yet Zukarak confidently jumped to conclusions, while Rim frowned at his words. It hadn't even been 30 minutes since Alone entered the office, yet he had already sighed multiple times. I think I need an explanation first. Could you tell me exactly what's going on? I will explain right away. Startled by Alone's request, Rim immediately straightened up in attention. Alone thought there was no need for such strict discipline. But he knew telling her to relax wouldn't work, so he silently listened to her explanation. After some time had passed. So, in other words, you're deciding who will be in charge of my protection. That's correct. Indeed. Rim and Zukarak nodded confidently. Alone remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was bewildered. Because his own will wasn't even considered in their conversation and conclusion. Of course, being protected wasn't necessarily a bad thing. From Alone's perspective, it was actually quite appealing. In a dark fantasy world full of threats, having more protection was undoubtedly beneficial. However, Alone's main concern was that this entire debate stemmed from a misunderstanding. He roughly understood the elves' mistaken reasoning. But he had no idea what had led the lizardmen to join in. No, seriously, how are they even misunderstanding this? He could try to deduce something based on Zukarak's past statements. But even so, he couldn't fathom how things had escalated to the point of an actual competition over his protection. Even after listening to their explanation just moments ago. After a brief moment of thought, Alone spoke. I appreciate the consideration, but I don't really need protection. Oh. Rim and Zukarak let out quiet sighs of disappointment. Alone, though slightly tempted, steeled his resolve. Receiving protection without any cost. It was a tempting offer, but it felt like a seductive trap. Everything stemmed from a misunderstanding. Though it wasn't something Alone had intended, they had jumped to conclusions on their own. Regardless, Alone had already gained several benefits from their misperception. If he went further and accepted protection, and those guarding him saw his actions up close, they might realize their mistake. If that happened, the losses he'd suffer would outweigh any benefits he had gained thus far. Besides, I've started accumulating divine power now. Recalling the level of divinity he had already amassed, Alone let out a silent breath and looked at the two. For now, he had to protect their misunderstanding. Therefore, I must decline your offer. I see. That's unfortunate. Rim and Zukarak couldn't hide their disappointment. Understood. Since you insist, I won't bring it up again. I shall follow the words of the primordial elf. Zukarak bowed deeply, and Rim, now addressing Alone without hesitation as the primordial elf, followed suit. With the matter settled, Alone let out a light sigh as he dismissed them. Evan shrugged his shoulders. They're getting desperate to protect you now. I have no idea why they're acting like this. Really? Yeah. Evan hummed in thought before pointing towards something. Oh, Marquis. Have you seen that? That? Yes, that. Following Evan's hand, Alone turned his gaze toward the window. Outside, he spotted the massive statue that Deus had gifted him on his birthday. It hadn't been there when Alone left earlier. Now, the statue had two massive horns. When did it grow horns? As Alone asked, Deus responded as if he had been waiting for the question. I heard Deus arranged it in advance. Some workers arrived before we got here and added them. A statue is something you can just modify like that? Normally, no. But apparently, it's possible with magic. It's expensive, though. Alone stared blankly at the statue, his mouth slightly open. Now adorned with two massive horns, it no longer looked human. It looked like a being returning from hell, shouting, "Rise, you as well." More embarrassing than I expected. Alone sighed deeply once more. 2 months passed since Rim and Zukarak visited the Palatial Marquis. By the time winter had fully set in, covering the world in white snow. Let's stop here for today. Already? Yeah, it's more exhausting than I expected. Understood. Alone was immersed in magical research with Pinia. More precisely, in divine and magical studies. Panting slightly, he let out several deep breaths. Pinia handed him a towel and said, Still, it seems you've nearly achieved the proper implementation of it. That's certainly true. Yes, but no matter how many times I see it, it's still fascinating. Converting mana into lightning. I had a hunch when you first demonstrated your divine power, but every time I witness it, it amazes me. Pinia added as an afterthought, well, that's why the magic we're creating now is technically possible. Alone nodded before asking, haven't you seen even greater things? That's true. Even after converting mana into lightning, it still changed again to match your sigil. Just like Blackie. Peenia gestured toward the desk where Blackie was perched. Meow. Blackie, who had been idly tapping at magical reagents, turned to face Peenia and Alone. It's definitely worth researching in various ways. I'm always grateful. Thanks to you, our research is progressing quickly. I'm receiving plenty in return, so it's fine. Besides, this research is fun. After lightly commending Peenia, whose face was filled with pride, Alone sat down and organized everything he had discovered about divine power over the past 2 months. There were 3 key findings. First, to use divine power for incarnation, one must clearly understand its abilities. Second, a clear trigger must be recognized for incarnation to occur. Third, it was impossible to use 2 divine powers simultaneously. In other words, since Alone was using Kalanon's divine power, he couldn't use any other divine power at all. Though, the primordial elf's divine power is an exception since I can at least surround myself with it. However, since he hadn't fully grasped the primordial elf's divine abilities, he couldn't incarnate them yet either. Should I go to Grainifra and ask about its power? Lately, Alone had been contemplating how to accurately understand the power of the primordial elf. Marquis. What is it? I recall hearing that you plan to move next month. Is that right? At the unexpected question, Alone nodded. Yes, I'll likely be moving next month. In truth, if it were just about going to Caliban, he could take his time. However, he planned to leave a little earlier so he could stop by Asteria as well. I need to meet Cyan. He had to report to her about his visit to Grainifra. Hearing Alone's response, Peenia slowly nodded before saying, Then by that time, this research should be completed. That does seem likely. All that's left is fine-tuning. Even so, just in case, it would be best to refrain from using it in actual combat, even if the adjustments are perfect. It's undoubtedly groundbreaking, but there are still quite a few risks involved. Muttering to herself that it would be great if they could conduct research more frequently, Peenia sighed. Alone agreed with her. The current rate of accumulating divine power wasn't quite enough to conduct research without limitations. Though, compared to the beginning, I've gathered quite a lot. Back when he first started researching at the Marquis, he could barely conduct experiments once every 3 days. But now he was able to research almost once per day. As Alone recalled that fact, a question suddenly arose in his mind. Wait, now that I think about it, why is my divine power accumulating so quickly? He hadn't questioned it before, but upon reflection, it seemed a bit strange. Thanks to the events in the jungle last time, Faith had likely been accumulating more efficiently. However, even accounting for that, the power he could once use only every 3 days could now be used almost daily. Immediately, Alone entered a meditative state and examined Kalanon's divine power. And then, he saw it. 3 months ago, Kalanon's divine power consisted only of itself and the Star of Scilly, which had directly granted him power. The rest had been pitch-black darkness. But now a vast, blue nebula had formed around it. What is this? His face filled with confusion for a moment. Since he couldn't continue deep contemplation inside Peenia's office, Alone hurried back to his study. And as soon as he arrived, Marquis, did you hear? What is it? Scilly has become a saintess. What? Before he could even fully process his thoughts, a piece of shocking news left him utterly stunned. Between the lands of Grainifra and the Lizardmen. In a makeshift negotiation site. No escort is necessary? Yes, that's what he said. Magrina received this report from Rin. Is it true? Yes, oh great one. Sitting in front of Magrina was Hazard. When he asked, Zukarak also nodded deeply in agreement. Seeing this, Hazard rubbed his chin thoughtfully a few times. Well, I suppose there's no choice. If my friend thinks so, I'll have to step back. Contrary to expectations, he backed off surprisingly neatly. You're taking this rather well. I'm not like those sneaky elves who pretend to act with honor while scheming in the background. You used to be even sneakier than us. Ahem. As soon as the past was mentioned, Hazard cleared his throat and looked away. To those of lower standing, it might have just looked like a swirl of black smoke, but to anyone watching closely, it was clear that Hazard was flustered. After a brief pause. Anyway, if my friend insists, there's no need for us to linger here. Hazard got up, as if there was nothing more to discuss. Let's be on our way then. With that, he coolly turned and left the negotiation site. As Magrina stood watching where he had left, Your Majesty. Go ahead, Rim. Rim called out to the queen with a slightly regretful expression. If the elves had been entrusted with the escort, she would have had the opportunity to guard the primordial elf himself. For Rim, and in fact for all elves, protecting the primordial elf, whom they essentially regarded as a god, was a great honor and privilege. Normally, Pegade had to protect the world tree from those that emerged from the roots, leaving no room to guard anyone else. But ever since the primordial elf's visit to the roots, those threats had disappeared. Now that Rim had the capacity for other duties, she felt the loss even more. Then, as you ordered, I will recall the shadow leaves. As if understanding her feelings, Magrina smiled softly and shook her head. No. Pardon. There's no need to recall the shadow leaves. But didn't we just decide? Rim, even if he refuses an escort, the primordial elf is someone we must protect. You understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. That is your answer. He may have refused, but surely it was out of consideration for us. In truth, it was Alone's desperate effort to avoid exposing his secret. But unaware of this, Magrina's smile deepened. That's why we must still escort him. We can't entrust his safety to those lizards, can we? It was a valid point. Rim nodded, but couldn't help wondering. What exactly is the relationship between Her Majesty and that so-called sage just now? The Queen, Magrina, and the lizardman sage, who had casually conversed with her. Rim was sure they hadn't met frequently before. And yet, they seemed strangely close. Even though they were hurling insults at each other the whole time. Despite their barbs, their exchange had felt more like that of old rivals than true enemies. However, Rim soon dismissed her curiosity. That wasn't the important matter at hand. Then, we'll maintain the shadow leaves as they are. Do so. And, Your Majesty. Yes. Would it be possible? Just as Rim was about to cautiously make her request, inside the massive palanquin carried by the lizardmen, Zukarak tilted his head in confusion. You want to dispatch escort troops? Yes. In a lavishly decorated space, large enough to be considered a room, Zukarak was baffled by Hazard's order. It was completely different from what he had said earlier with Magrina. But didn't you just say you wouldn't send any? Hazard chuckled. Of course, that was a lie. But doesn't your friend not want it? Well, to be honest, he probably doesn't, but that's a separate issue. Is that so? Yes. I'm sending them because I'm worried about him. That's all there is to it, Hazard murmured in a low voice, before continuing. Anyway, just do it. But make sure they aren't noticed, send the most discreet ones. Shall I send the Shadow Veil clan? Not a bad choice. Hazard leaned back into his seat, satisfied. Watching him, Zukarak suddenly voiced a question. May I ask something? What is it? If you were going to send an escort anyway, why bother hiding it from the elves? Obviously, because it's necessary. The elves act like they care about honor, but they're sly. If they tell my friend, it'll just be a headache. Hazard nodded to himself as if he knew the elves all too well. In other words, he was worried they might snitch to Marquis Palacio. Seeing his god being wary of another's interference, Zukarak found it strange. Never before had he seen the god who granted him power care about anyone else's opinion. Yet now, Hazard was mindful of the elves, afraid his friend might find out. After a brief silence. Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Zukarak bowed and left to carry out Hazard's command. About a week later. Marquis, I've investigated the matter you asked about. You mean about Silly? Yes. So, what did you find? It seems that's what they're actually calling her. Hearing Evan's report, Alone gave him a puzzled look. Why on earth? Well, apparently, after you left, she continued various relief efforts in the villages near Caliban. Relief efforts? Yes, things like that. Taking care of monsters, distributing supplies. After listing a few things, Evan added. Anyway, because of that, the villages near Caliban have started calling her the Saint of Calanon, the lightning receiver. Alone scratched his head involuntarily. This situation wasn't particularly problematic for him. In fact, it was beneficial. After all, Silly's actions were gathering faith in Alone. Not that he had given her power expecting this to happen. But the reason for his slightly bewildered expression was, this wasn't what he had intended. He had only given Silly power so she could protect herself. Now, finding himself at the top of an unexpected pyramid scheme, Alone thought to himself, well, It's not a bad thing, so it doesn't really matter. But maybe I should tell her not to overdo it. He didn't want to make Deus's sister work too hard. After organizing his thoughts, Alone decided he would bring it up the next time he visited Caliban. Just then. Marquis. What is it? Evans spoke up. That reminds me. Didn't you say we needed to visit somewhere else besides the jungle last time? During the last trip? Yes. Thinking about it now, I don't think we actually went there. A place to visit. Alone pondered for a moment before letting out There was a place we needed to go because of the limited usage of footsteps of the past. Right? That's why I asked. I realized we never stopped by. Why didn't we go? It wasn't that I didn't want to, I couldn't. That place is only accessible when we have business up north. I see. Evan nodded in understanding. Watching him, Alone suddenly let out another exclamation and pulled out an item. It was a gemstone identical to the red ruby he had obtained in the colony. They said it would speak to me on its own when the time came. Alone gazed at the red gemstone. Yet, just like when he first received it from the dragonkin in the colony, it remained utterly unresponsive. I figured if I just waited, it would eventually speak up. But at this point, is something wrong? Unlike what he had been told, that it would communicate within a month or two. It had already been nearly 6 months, and there was still nothing. Looks like I'll need to visit the colony after my trip north. Adding another destination to his itinerary, Alone put the ruby away. About 2 weeks later. Let's set out. Alone departed for Asteria to meet Cyan. While Alone was heading to Asteria, Haydn was at the Palatio Marquette. He had received orders from Yusha. Originally, he had only planned to stop by briefly on his way to Caliban, just to pick up something from a hidden stash and then leave immediately. If he hadn't witnessed something strange. Haydn looked forward. What entered his field of vision? A group exuding an unusual presence. Lizardmen. And not just them. On the opposite side, a group of elves, all of them tense and glaring at the lizardmen. Haydn had never seen non-beast-kin demi-humans before. Even beast-kin were mostly concentrated in the Eastern Kingdom, though they were active in the Allied Kingdom. But elves and lizardmen? They were so rare in the Allied Kingdom that they were practically non-existent. In that sense, seeing over 10 lizardmen, and an equally large group of elves, all glaring at each other with hostility, was an incredibly peculiar sight, especially when each one of them was radiating an imposing aura. But Haydn prepared to leave. No matter how strange the scene was, it wasn't worth delaying his mission. However, get lost, lizards. The Marquis is under our protection. Huh. Don't talk nonsense, pointy ears. By his decree, we are to guard Marquis Palatio, so you lot should back off. Hearing those words, Haydn stopped in his tracks, a look of confusion crossing his face. What nonsense are you spouting, stupid lizards? Where do you get off saying you'll protect the Marquis? We're stronger than you honor-obsessed elves, so of course we should be the ones to protect him. No, the elves will guard the Marquis. No, the lizardmen will guard him. As the argument escalated, countless question marks filled Haydn's mind. In a small clearing within a forest located somewhere in the southern part of the Allied Kingdoms, 5 people sat together. A gathering consisting of 4 men and 1 woman. So, are we really doing this? Yes. The woman was the first to speak. She frowned as if she disapproved of the situation, but the man who answered, Tolman, wore a slow, unwavering smile. We are going to steal the property of Marquis Palatio. No matter how I think about it, this seems insane. The woman voiced her dissatisfaction, and the man beside her nodded in agreement. However, Tolman, a man with a large scar on his face and the leader of the infamous Black Hand organization within the Allied Kingdoms, spoke once again. No, we will do it. No, we must do it. Even if it means risking our lives? Absolutely. Is there really a reason to go that far? Of course there is. A confident smile spread across his face. As the other executives eyed him with skepticism, Tolman pulled out a commission letter with an attached illustration and placed it before them. What is this? A bracelet. As the executives slowly examined the document, their pupils gradually widened. It was only natural. The number of gold coins written at the bottom of the request was an amount so immense that it surpassed their very comprehension. Is this real? Yes. Just in case, I went and confirmed it myself. We've handled quite a bit of money in our time, but this amount. Have we ever seen anything like this before? More importantly, can they even pay the sum? I already told you. I checked. At Tolman's firm response, everyone's jaws dropped. This was real? In that case, it's worth betting our lives on, isn't it? That's true. If you think about it, it's not even a matter of life or death. We're just stealing an item. What's the big deal? Well, it is Marquis Palacio, which is a little concerning. The man who had previously been voicing his opposition alongside the woman slowly nodded. To be honest, this is quite tempting. It's not like we're doing anything else but stealing. That is our specialty, after all. But what exactly is this bracelet for it to have such an absurd reward? A natural question. However, Tolman dismissed it with ease. Does it matter? From our perspective, all we need to do is deliver the requested item and collect our payment. That's true. Well then, since we're all in agreement, shall we get started right away? As Tolman's words settled in, the eyes of the executives, fixated on the commission, began to gleam with greed. Let's start with a little reconnaissance. And, of course, in Tolman's own eyes, a deep, insatiable greed flickered. About 2 weeks after their departure for Asteria. This is delicious. Alone, who was once again savoring his sweet potatoes, took a bite and, "Craw! I told you not to touch me." Watched Vasiliora, who was angrily shouting with his mouth still full, and Blackie, who ignored him entirely and continued to playfully smack him. It made Alone suddenly think. Now that I think about it, Blackie keeps absorbing those monstrous entities, yet nothing much seems to be changing. Right after they had taken down the Apostle of Sloth, Blackie had absorbed Kroksha, who had turned to dust. They said it would get stronger by devouring them, but does it evolve all at once? As Alone pondered while chewing on his sweet potato, Blackie, who had been tormenting Vasiliora, suddenly turned its gaze toward him. Then, it approached and started rubbing its face against Alone's legs affectionately. Feeling the unexpected show of affection, Alone gently stroked its head, sensing that it had been acting unusually affectionate lately. It used to be more aloof. Although Blackie had always been fond of him, had it ever been this affectionate before? As Alone found himself marveling at this change, Blackie continued its playful affection, all while sneaking occasional glances at the brooch hanging on Alone's chest. Just as Alone was about to tilt his head in curiosity, Marquis Evan, who had been peeling a potato unlike the others, called out to him. "What is it? You remember those organizations you mentioned before? The ones I reported had vanished completely." "Ah, those. Yes. You seemed a bit skeptical back then, so I did some extra digging, and it turns out they really are gone. But ever since, that organization called Black Hand has been running rampant." Black Hand? Yes. It was one of the names on the list you asked me to investigate, and apparently, they've grown quite notorious. Alone nodded while holding a sweet potato. The Black Hand. It was an organization he was very familiar with. They were primarily involved in theft and human trafficking, and in Alone's memories, they were an incredible nuisance. For several reasons. First, they were cowardly. Unlike many other organizations in psychedelia, the Black Hand never revealed their base of operations nor directly confronted opponents. Instead, they persistently harassed players through means other than combat, making them far more troublesome than one might expect. Furthermore, their structure was cellular. Even if one executive was taken out, the overall organization remained largely unaffected. On top of that, regardless of which kingdom a player started in, if their renown increased, the Black Hand always came after them. Unless a player invested in specific stats, by the late game, they would have to eradicate the Black Hand completely, or else they would be continuously plagued by their relentless looting attempts. For this reason, psychedelia players absolutely despise the Black Hand. Especially those who refused to distribute their stats according to the developer's intended balance, and instead focused all their points into extreme builds for role-playing purposes. To those players, the Black Hand was especially loathsome. Naturally, Alone, who had once lost a valuable resource he had painstakingly gathered, hated them as well. I'd love to avoid dealing with them if possible. But at the moment, there was no way to eradicate the Black Hand entirely. With a sigh, Alone took another bite of his sweet potato. The sweet potato was delicious. And then, another week passed. By the time Alone had nearly stabilized the magic he had been developing alongside Pinia, the carriage finally arrived at the capital of the Asteria Kingdom, Tyria. And there, waiting for him. Hello, my lord. Yusha. Was Yusha. Wearing a bright smile as warm as sunlight, Yusha lowered her head in greeting. Alone, watching her, asked, I didn't expect to see you in Asteria. What brings you here? I have a few things to take care of, but first and foremost, I need to meet with the Queen of Asteria. Alone nodded. It wasn't particularly unusual for a cardinal to visit a queen. Meanwhile, Yusha's gaze dropped to the red brooch pinned to Alone's chest pocket. A soft smile appeared on her lips as she spoke. I'm glad to see you're wearing the brooch. It would be a waste to just keep a gift as mere decoration. I'm relieved. I was worried you might just store it away. Don't worry. I'll wear it well. Really? Yes. Then will you promise me? With a casual motion, Yusha held out her pinky finger. Alone, smiling faintly, hooked his pinky around hers. After exchanging light pleasantries, the two walked together toward the royal castle of Asteria. Go in first. I'll wait. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Yusha gently bowed her head at Alone's consideration and then headed into the audience chamber first. After some time had passed, Marquis Palacio, we will escort you now. It was finally Alone's turn. A knight, bowing politely, guided him. Following behind, Alone walked forward. And once again, instead of being led to the audience chamber, he was directed to Cyan's office. It's been a while. I greet your majesty. Alone bowed respectfully. Sit down first. Following the queen's invitation, Alone took a seat. Cyan, wearing an amused expression, stared at him intently. I've been hearing quite a lot of exciting rumors again lately. Since you came to see me, I assume you've also been to Granifra. Yes. When Alone confirmed it, Cyan nodded in satisfaction, but then, she quickly changed the subject. I'm quite curious about that as well, but first, there's something I want to ask. Please, go ahead. Are you and Cardinal Yusha? Alone tilted his head, wondering why Yusha's name suddenly came up. In love with each other? And at the unexpected words. What? For a brief moment, he almost lost his composure. Among the executives of the Black Hand, Valtun was known to possess the most outstanding stealth abilities. At this very moment, he was observing Marquis Palacio from a cliff beyond the castle walls. For all the overwhelming rumors, he doesn't feel particularly special. That was Fulton's first impression of the Marquis. He had heard plenty of rumors about Marquis Palacio before. The stories were consistent. Every single one praised his strength, claiming he was so powerful that even those who merely heard the tales couldn't help but be in awe. But contrary to those stories, the man before him was emotionless and cold, but otherwise, he seemed rather ordinary. Not only that, judging by his own standards, Palacio's abilities didn't seem particularly remarkable either. If I compare him to a mage, at best, he's at the 4th tier. No, maybe the 5th tier now. Of course, he knew that appearances weren't everything. Even with that in mind, the Marquis looked far too normal. A smirk naturally formed on Fulton's lips. If it's just this, not only could I steal from him, but I could take him down myself. A murmured remark full of ease. Though, it wasn't entirely sincere. Having survived in the Underworld since childhood, Valtun never judged anyone solely by their appearance. Even so, the fact that Palacio seemed this unimpressive was rather odd. Fulton hesitated for a moment. You plan to take down Marquis Palacio? Who else would I be talking about? Why would you dare attempt that? Out of habit, he casually answered the voice beside him. This bastard is speaking so informally again. I'm trying to pull off one big job and finally retire. And then he realized something was wrong. Right now, he was alone. He had been monitoring Marquis Palacio in hiding. Meaning, he had no subordinates nearby. No one was supposed to be here to ask him anything, and certainly, no one for him to answer. Slowly turning his head, utterly confused, Fulton saw them. Tell me, what exactly do you plan to do to the Marquis? Glaring straight at him, with expressions twisted into sheer hostility, were a group of elves. Fulton could not fully comprehend the current situation. No, it was only natural that he couldn't understand. He had never once seen an elf in person. The relationship between the allied kingdom and the elves was not particularly good. Even in the slave market, he had barely caught a glimpse of an elf. Yet now, before his very eyes, there were more than 10 of them. And not just any elves. They were unmistakably formidable warriors. Upon confirming their prowess, Fulton immediately enveloped his body in mana. He still couldn't grasp the situation entirely. Why were elves near the kingdom of Asteria? Why were they mentioning Marquis Palatio with such fury? Fulton had no idea. But there was one thing he understood with absolute certainty. Danger. The situation was not in his favor. I must escape immediately. Fulton released his mana without hesitation. A wave of blue energy scattered in all directions. The elves reacted instinctively, moving to intercept him. But before they could fully respond, the mana Fulton unleashed transformed into a black mist, shrouding their vision. As the elves momentarily hesitated in confusion, Fulton smirked and turned away. You should have captured me instead of wasting time talking. In terms of combatability, Fulton was actually among the weakest within the Black Hand's executive ranks. Some even considered him too weak to deserve his position. Yet, despite such evaluations, no one in the Black Hand ever protested his status. There was one reason for that. His stealth abilities were absurdly overpowered, particularly his unique skill, transforming his mana into mist. Once deployed, even those attempting to detect him with magic would fail to locate him. First, I need to escape and report this situation. Fulton immediately moved and lost consciousness. His mind flickered back to awareness in an instant. The first thing he registered was an excruciating pain in his side. The next realization struck. Something had hit him within his own mist and sent him flying. And finally, his last discernible thought. So this is the one who tried to harm the Great One's dear friend. Kook. A massive hand gripped his neck, lifting him effortlessly, as if his skull was about to be crushed. It belonged to a towering lizard man, his massive frame dwarfing anything Fulton had ever seen. As the lizardman's menacing expression loomed over him, Fulton's eyes widened in shock. Lizard, don't you dare steal our credit. An elf's voice suddenly cut in. The lizard man scoffed, tightening his grip around Fulton's throat. What nonsense. We simply caught what you failed to. You didn't even know where he was before we found him. Regardless, if you had let him escape, the Great One's dear friend, the Marquis, could have been inconvenienced. We would have captured him without your interference. As if following a script, the two began bickering loudly. Fulton could only watch, utterly baffled. The ones standing before him were elves and a lizard man. Races rarely, if ever, seen within the allied kingdom. And judging from their conversation, it seemed they were guarding Marquis Palatio. Not just guarding, but fiercely claiming the right to do so, even speaking with utmost respect. Which meant, just who is he? Fulton recalled the seemingly ordinary appearance of Marquis Palatio. At that moment, you elves are too loud. More importantly, a chilling grin spread across the lizardman's face. Shall we have a little chat first? As the lizardman's gaze settled upon him, Fulton realized. Oh, something had gone terribly wrong. What do you mean by that? Well, to put it simply, I'm asking if you're in love. Cyan's voice was as casual as if she were asking about dinner plans. Alone hesitated before shaking his head slowly. There is no such relationship between us. Is that so? But may I ask why you're inquiring about this? Cyan tapped her index finger lightly against her lips, then spoke nonchalantly. Just something that's been on my mind. Something on your mind? Yes. It's not something the Marquis needs to concern himself with. Just a personal curiosity. May I ask what you're curious about? At Alone's question, Cyan paused, letting out a thoughtful hum before flashing an enigmatic smile. I'll tell you the next time you come to see me. Is that so? That way, you'll come straight to me as soon as your work is done, won't you? Alone flinched for a brief moment. She knew. Maintaining a neutral expression, he averted his gaze. My apologies, Your Majesty. It's fine. It was just a jest. Cyan let out a soft chuckle. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she furrowed her brows slightly. Letting out a small sigh, she extended something towards Alone. It was a box filled with sweet potatoes. My apologies. I had forgotten. It's nothing. Eat. I had them prepared when the Cardinal was visiting, so they should still be warm. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, Cyan handed him the sweet potatoes. Alone respectfully bowed his head. I will eat them gratefully. Take your time. Cyan watched with satisfaction as Alone, now accustomed to the routine, skillfully took a bite. Why do I feel like a monkey in a zoo? Though the pressure had eased compared to last time, a strange feeling still lingered. For a while, the only sound that filled the air was the quiet munching of sweet potatoes. Now then, let's hear your report. After confirming that Alone had finished eating, Cyan straightened her posture. Alone slowly recalled everything that had happened in Grainifra and then began recounting the events without leaving out a single detail. Some time passed as the report continued. So, in the end, you've become the god of the elves? Something like that. As Cyan asked with clear amusement, Alone hesitated but ultimately admitted to it. She nodded, as if she had finally understood something. So that's why you said they were a great help. She pondered for a moment. By any chance, have you recalled any additional memories beyond this? Cyan shrugged. No, I haven't. Is that so? Then, well, there is one. It's not related to the Marquis, though. She added with a playful smile. Alone remained silent for a moment before responding. I see. This conversation is going to take a while. Indeed. I'll tell you when I recall the next memory. Then, she lifted her index finger and gently pulled up the corner of Alone's lips. But if I keep dragging this out too long, you might lose interest. So, I'll give you a little hint to keep you intrigued. Her voice was as composed as if she were toying with him in the palm of her hand. In the fleeting memory I saw, Cardinal Yusha appeared, though she looked somewhat different from now. A different appearance? Yes. Her hair was swept to the side, and her attire was different too. Cyan mimicked the gesture with her free hand, sweeping her hair aside. At the slight pressure on his face, Alone barely reacted, and Cyan eventually withdrew her fingers. That's all. I'll tell you the rest next time. Is that so? Oh, and just so you know. A playful laugh echoed in the audience chamber. Yusha looks quite beautiful with her hair styled that way. I see. Alone's response came a beat slower. Cyan's smile deepened even further. Then, I suppose I'll see you in 3 months, or rather 4, since there's the Allied Kingdom Conference. With that, the audience came to an end. Somehow, Alone felt as though his energy had been drained. When he finally returned to the inner castle, he saw Yusha waiting for him along with Evan. Have you finished all your tasks, my lord? Yes, I've had my audience with Her Majesty, so I should be leaving now. But Alone, who had been answering naturally, suddenly paused with a peculiar expression. In just a short moment. Are you in a good mood? Yusha's expression seemed noticeably brighter than usual. Do I look like I'm in a good mood? Maybe it's because I got to see you, my lord. Is that so? She seemed even more pleased than that, though. Yes. And on top of that, I had the chance to speak with someone who I can actually converse with. Are you referring to Her Majesty? That's right, my lord. Lately, I've been moving around quite a bit, meeting various people, and, surprisingly, Her Majesty is much easier to talk to than I expected. You've seen her before, haven't you? I never had the chance to have a proper conversation with her until now. Anyway, she's a very good person. Maybe that's why I'm feeling this way. Well, if that's the case. Alone nodded without further inquiry. Yusha then asked, So, my lord, where are you headed now? I have business in the north, so I'm on my way there. Then we can travel together. Alone raised an eyebrow. You're heading north? Yes, I have some matters to attend to there. If it's something in the north, does it have to do with Caliban's forward base? That's correct. Alone nodded, finding no reason to refuse. Then we can travel together. And just like that, their journey was set. That's a good thing. Yusha muttered as she glanced at Alone. Is that so? Yes. As for why, her eyes curved softly, like delicate petals in the breeze. When we went to see the moonflowers last time, I already told you, didn't I? So I won't say it again. The next day, Alone and Yusha departed Tyria and set off for Caliban. Along the way, Yusha revealed her reason for heading north. Because of the Pope, Rosario's Pope, Laretilios III, had been secluded for several years now, rarely showing himself. She explained that she was traveling north under his orders, but Alone felt something was off. No, more precisely, he found the Pope's reclusion suspicious. In the original story, the Pope did go into seclusion, but by the time the plot started, he wasn't supposed to be secluded yet, was he? Keeping that thought in mind, Alone eventually arrived in Caliban after about a month. He immediately headed toward Dea's estate. And there, he saw it. A lavishly adorned statue, far more extravagant than anything at the Marquis estate. Before it, dozens of knights were fervently praying. Rendered speechless, Alone was then led to the office by a knight. And the sight that greeted him next was, "Brother, how many times must I tell you? You need to tilt your wrist exactly 5 degrees. Like this. No, not like that. Like this, like this. Like this." Day is struggling with something, and Silly meticulously correcting his posture. For some reason, Alone felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. "Welcome, Marquis. You have arrived, Marquis." As soon as Alone entered the office, Silly greeted him energetically, while Deus, in contrast, barely nodded, looking as if his soul had left his body. Alone asked how the two were doing. "So, have you both been well?" "Yes. Thanks to the grace you've bestowed upon us, I've been having a wonderful time." "I feel the same." Their responses were just as contrasting. Silly leaned forward, chatting brightly, while exhaustion was evident on Deus's face. Observing them with a curious expression, Alone spoke to Silly. "By the way, I heard the story." "Oh, what story?" For a moment, the words multi-level marketing almost slipped out of habit. Alone barely held them back and struggled to find a better way to express it. Since the term multi-level marketing had been stuck in his mind, an alternative didn't come to him easily. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alone cleared his throat. Fortunately, though it was difficult, he managed to come up with the right words. "I heard you're conducting relief work using the power of Kalanon." "Yes, I am deeply grateful for the power the Marquis has granted me, and as a recipient, I strive to act in a way that is not shameful." "Is that so?" "Yes," Silly responded with a radiant smile. Well, seeing her smile was nice enough, so. Halting his train of thought, Alone patted Silly on the shoulder. "Just to be sure, don't overexert yourself." Of course, from Alone's perspective, it was beneficial if Silly worked hard and gathered faith. However, since she was also Deus's younger sister, he didn't want to place too much burden on her. "Oh, have I perhaps caused trouble?" As soon as she heard that, Silly's eyes welled up as if her world had collapsed. Alone was inwardly flustered by her unexpected reaction. "Just to clarify, I didn't mean it like that. Obviously, what you've done has been very helpful." "Then, it's just a genuine concern. Relief work isn't as easy as it sounds." Fortunately, the misunderstanding was quickly cleared up. Silly's face brightened again, as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry about that. I'm not overexerting myself at all." "Is that so?" "Yes. Besides, I think a little effort is fine. I serve the Marquis, so this is my duty," Silly declared with a face full of responsibility, as if she had taken on a great and noble mission. Beside her, Deus smacked his lips in envy. However, the very person who had supposedly instilled this heavy sense of duty in her, Alone, "Right, I see," was actually slightly bewildered behind his neutral expression. "Did I ever say anything like that?" Well, when he first heard the rumors that Silly was being called a saint, he had thought about it. But Alone had never explicitly mentioned any mission when he granted her power. That wasn't all. He hadn't instilled any sense of responsibility, nor had he ever officially declared her as a saint. And yet, "I will continue to do my best." Seeing the girl, her eyes sparkling as if she had been entrusted with the most sacred mission in the world, telling her, "You're not actually a saint," was simply not an option. "I entrust it to you." "Yes," Alone just shrugged. Well, does it even matter? He had only ever focused on the fact that he possessed divine power. He had never seriously considered forming an official religious order. Now that he thought about it, letting things stay as they were didn't seem like a bad idea. Since he had no plans to create a structured religious order, it didn't really matter who played the saint or the knight. Therefore, if there's anything you need for the relief work, let me know. Also, feel free to do whatever you wish. He said this to ease her burden even a little. "I'll work even harder." Silly's eyes widened once more, and she nodded so vigorously it seemed her head might fall off. "So, the relief work must be costing a lot of money after all." A faint sense of satisfaction settled in his chest. After finishing their conversation, Alone left the room with the siblings. It was only then that he remembered Yusha beside him, and he realized his mistake. "Yusha, have you been uncomfortable?" What part made you think that?" "Because you worship the goddess Cyronia." Even as he spoke, Alone felt a bit awkward. "I haven't paid enough attention to Yusha." Followers of the goddess Cyronia generally did not outright reject other deities. However, while they did not actively oppose other gods, it was an undeniable fact that they often found them unsettling. Knowing this, Alone looked slightly apologetic as he explained. Even though they were close and Yusha followed him devotedly, she was still a devout believer of Cyronia and had even served as a cardinal in Rosario. After hearing his apology, Yusha gazed at him for a moment before a small smile formed on her lips. That's true. Just as you thought, while we don't outright reject other gods, we do find them a bit uncomfortable. So, it really is like that? Well, that's the general sentiment. But it's fine. This time, it was you, my lord. So it's okay. Is that so? If I had to distance myself from you or feel uncomfortable just because I must believe in the goddess Cyronia. Despite the gentle smile on her lips, Yusha's eyes sharpened like a cat's as she continued. Then I don't think I would need such a god, she added, as if it were nothing. Isn't that an incredibly dangerous statement if someone else heard it? Yet, Yusha spoke without a care and continued with ease. Now that I think about it, if that happened, I wouldn't have anywhere to go. How about you accept me as your saint instead, my lord? Absolutely not. This time, Silly interjected, clenching her fists tightly. Why, Yusha? You serve the goddess Cyronia. You can't say such things, it's dangerous. But I'm serious. Still, you can't. Why not? Because I'm the saint. Did you know, Silly? The saint is ultimately chosen by the god. Depending on how the deity decides, that position can change at any time. Still, I am the saint. Silly trembled, her small body shaking, as she looked at Alone with desperate eyes. Her gaze practically screamed, right? That's true, isn't it? Say it's not. It's really not, right? Unfazed, Yusha also looked at Alone with subtle anticipation. However, that moment was short-lived. Of course, I'm joking. Yusha took a step back. Silly, you mustn't trouble the Marquis. After all, you're the saint, she said with a calm and composed smile. Leader of the Black Hand, Tolman, was dreaming a blissful dream. No, he had no choice but to dream happily. Because the commission he had recently received could very well pay more than all the jobs he had ever taken combined. Of course, the fact that the target was the Marquis of Palacio posed a considerable risk for Tolman. But even so, he never once considered failure. After all, the request was not to kidnap the Marquis, which would have been difficult, but simply to steal one of his possessions. And when it came to theft, Tolman believed the Black Hand, his organization, had the absolute best skills. Furthermore, he had already prepared how to handle any risks after completing the job. Of course, that plan involved eliminating the executives who took part in the job, using random underlings as scapegoats, and slipping away cleanly himself, a garbage-tier method, really. But to Tolman, it was the best possible approach. Recently, he had been filled with hope for the future. At least until just a few moments ago. Tolman blankly stared at the fallen members before him. Each of them had been considered an elite among the Black Hand. Yet now all of them had been utterly crushed. And walking between their shattered bodies, two races Tolman had never seen in his entire life appeared. Our side took down more of them. No, we did. Elves. And lizardmen. You were late. We destroyed 2 additional bases before arriving here. That means we were far faster than you. Is this real life? Tolman was left dumbfounded at the sight of 2 mythical races, whom he had only read about in books, frowning at each other as they walked toward him. It was unbelievable enough to see them in person. But why were they attacking the Black Hand's headquarters? He had no clue. However, his instincts screamed at him. Run. Tolman tried to turn his injured body and escape, but thud. KH. Unfortunately, the sword lodged in his heart made escape impossible. You damned pointy ears, ambushing while talking? You were simply too careless. As the strength left his body, Tolman barely managed to whisper. Why? He truly didn't understand. Hearing his weak voice, the elf and the lizard man, who had been glaring at each other just moments ago, both turned their gaze toward the sword stuck in his chest, and as if in perfect sync, they answered. Because you targeted the Marquis. If you dare lay a hand on the Great One's friend, you must pay the price. Their words were indifferent. And, with that final statement, this should be the end. Of course, we still need to track down the client. Tolman's consciousness faded completely. The Black Hand is gone? Yes, that's what I heard. Is that true? It is. Before heading to the north, Alone had been staying in Caliban for about a week, waiting to leave with the expedition. During lunch on the day of departure, he received an unexpected piece of news from Evan. Who took them down? Even the Information Guild hasn't figured that out yet. But I thought you'd be curious, so I made sure to ask around in advance. Alone absent-mindedly stroked his chin. The Black Hand is gone? That Black Hand. It was difficult to believe. In the game, the Black Hand had been an ongoing nuisance, pestering players well into the mid to late stages. And now, they had just vanished? Well, I suppose their disappearance isn't a bad thing. Even so, the mystery of who took them down kept nagging at him, just as he was lost in thought. We're ready. The expedition was finally assembled. As Alone began walking, he spotted Reinhardt among the members. Listen carefully, Reinhardt. Failing to bow before the statue of the great Kalanon is a serious violation. Bow your head, Reinhardt. Arg, shut up already. Reinhardt, please reconsider. You saw his power, didn't you? If you devote your faith, you too could wield that power. Holding his ears as if he were in agony, Reinhardt let out a tormented scream. Beside him, Silly stood firm, logically persuading him to convert. At that moment, Alone had an epiphany. He finally understood why faith had been accumulating so quickly over the past few months. And so, the journey to the north began. About a week had passed since they headed north. Certainly, handling it that way might increase our power. Right? The miracle bestowed by the Marquis is truly powerful. And if Lord Reinhardt can master lightning, he might even gain an advantage in a fight against my brother. Oh, no, Silly, that's a bit. What do you think, Lord Reinhardt? Doesn't it sound incredibly intriguing? Well, it does, but I've never believed in a god that way before. Don't worry. I'll teach you how. Now, shall we give it a try? First, extend one hand, clench it into a fist, and extend your index and middle fingers. From the moment the northern expedition began until now, Silly had persistently persuaded Reinhardt without rest, eventually converting him into a believer. Alone inwardly clicked his tongue at her sheer persistence. This is beyond my expectations. Evan, seemingly having similar thoughts, muttered blankly, and Alone nodded in agreement. Soon, Reinhardt was imitating the unique prayer posture of the Kalanon faith. Watching him, Alone wore a peculiar expression. That's not a prayer pose. He's forming a seal. How did that posture end up being considered a prayer? As Alone pondered for a moment, a sharp gust of cold wind brushed past his face. Cold. Naturally, he recalled what Kilris had once said. At the heart of the coldest place. It wasn't an exact destination, merely a hint. But even so, Alone had a rough idea. It's probably the horizon. The horizon of the snowy mountains. Players simply called it the horizon. A place one could reach after passing through the barbarians, a place considered both the coldest and sacred. That was the extent of Alone's knowledge. Even he had never been there. More precisely, no player in Psychedelia had ever set foot on the snowy mountains horizon. They only knew about it as information. After all, the snowy mountains horizon was merely part of the game's lore. There was no actual way to reach it in the game. Despite this, Alone and other players like him were aware of its existence. It was because of the strong. Once the mid-game began and the sins started to appear in full force, a powerful being would emerge to aid the player, depending on their past choices and actions. One such figure resided at the snowy mountains horizon. It was Thousand Year Ice, right? A name that didn't quite fit among the barbarians, one with the power to freeze anything within his vicinity. Whenever he was with the player, he would always mention the snowy mountains horizon. Because of that, most players, despite never having been there, knew of its existence. I think I heard it was unlocked in the DLC. Alone shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought. Whether or not the horizon was included in the DLC wasn't particularly important at this moment. It'd be nice if we could enter easily, but that's probably impossible. Alone subtly shifted his gaze toward Deus and the expedition force guarding the carriage. Even if he had traveled alone without the expedition, avoiding battle with the barbarians would have been impossible. The barbarians were hostile toward anyone who didn't live in the north like they did. Thus, if Alone wanted to reach the horizon, he would inevitably have to fight them. Hopefully, it won't be too much trouble. Alone let out a quiet sigh. As if to remind him that they had truly reached the north, his breath turned into a white mist and scattered. Realizing this made him feel colder, so he tucked his hands into his coat pockets. Then, he suddenly recalled what he had seen at the roots of the world tree. The technique is reversal of heaven. As he gazed at the sunset over the mountains, he mused, what exactly will be there? His curiosity about what lay at the center of the horizon slowly began to rise. As his thoughts continued to spiral, he suddenly craved sweet potatoes. Evan. Yes, let's have sweet potatoes today. Sure. Why do you sound unsure? Well, you just had them 2 days ago, so it's a little surprising. The end of his thoughts was a well-roasted sweet potato. Evening. Caliban's third-ranked swordmaster, also known as the Shadow Blade, Mark. He watched the carriage in the distance with a strange expression. It was the carriage of Marquis Palacio. The first thing that caught his eye was Marquis Palacio and a cat licking a sweet potato at his feet. Next, he saw the knight guarding him absent-mindedly peeling a sweet potato. And beside them, Deus Macallion, the first sword of Caliban, was poking at a peculiar pet snake that had accompanied the Marquis. There were others as well. Sitting next to the harassed snake, chattering away, was Silly, now called the Saint of Calanon, and Reinhardt, making mysterious hand gestures. At a glance, nothing seemed too out of the ordinary. Except, the snake occasionally flickered as if it were a spiritual projection. The cat beside the Marquis subtly glanced at him, and then, out of nowhere, fangs emerged from its belly to devour the sweet potato. Well, it's a bit unconventional. It was an odd combination, but not one that seemed particularly dangerous. At the very least, it still fell within the bounds of an ordinary dinner scene. After all, even around him, knights were gathered in small groups eating together, only without a carriage. Yet, the reason why Mark found himself unable to look away from that gathering was, why is everyone praying to Marquis Palacio? It was because of the knights surrounding the group. The Solar Eclipse Knights, led by Deus Macallion. They were sitting in a circle behind the Marquis party. That alone wasn't particularly strange. But the way they sat, anyone could tell they were praying to the Marquis. No, it wasn't just that it looked that way. It was certain. The Solar Eclipse Knights were offering prayers to Marquis Palacio. And they were doing so with deep reverence, as if they were truly praying to a god. Their posture was slightly different from normal prayer, but still. Seeing humans praying to another human was extremely bizarre. What the hell is going on? Just as Mark harbored such thoughts. Why are they acting like that? No idea. I heard something about Marquis Palacio being called a god or something. A god. You haven't heard the rumors? They say he manifested as a god in La Novelia. Oh, that? Yeah, that. Mark unintentionally eavesdropped on the murmuring knights. But isn't that rumor just exaggerated nonsense? Probably. From what I heard, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg worships Calanon, the lightning receiver, and since the Marquis kind of resembles their statue, the rumors just spread. Well, considering how Silly, the so-called Saint of Calanon, treats him, it might actually be true. But for a mere rumor, the Solar Eclipse Knights seem a little too devoted. Yeah, I have to admit, it's kind of creepy. Then, one of the knights whispered, maybe they've all lost their minds together, while twirling a finger near his temple. Immediately, his companion grabbed his hand and yanked it down. You idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What? What did I do? If someone hears that, you're done for. Don't you remember what happened? A knight from the Fifth Blade made a joke about Marquis Palacio and got beaten to a pulp by a Solar Eclipse Knight. I thought that was just because he was being reckless? No, it wasn't. That's terrifying. So just shut up and eat. The knights, now whispering more cautiously, averted their gazes and returned to their meals. Mark, too, turned his attention back to the Solar Eclipse Knights. They were so devout in their prayer that they seemed more like holy knights. And, facing away from them, unconcernedly eating a sweet potato, was the Marquis himself. This is straight-up heresy, isn't it? That thought slipped out before he could stop it. But if that were the case, why wasn't the Rosario faction reacting more strongly? His gaze shifted toward the holy knights accompanying Cardinal Yusha. Of course, Rosario didn't outright condemn other religions. Even when the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg changed its state religion, Rosario had not interfered. Still, that didn't mean they were entirely indifferent. As Mark pondered this, he suddenly realized, Now that I think about it, Cardinal Yusha is always around, but today I don't see her. Recalling how even Yusha had never made much of a fuss about the situation, Mark decided to drop the matter and return to his meal. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Or at least, it shouldn't have. Hello. Mark nearly choked on his food. When did she get here? The woman who had been talking to Reinhardt just a moment ago was now standing right in front of him. Still dazed, Mark heard Silly speak. You've been staring this way for a while. Only then did he realize his mistake. He had been watching them too blatantly. My mistake. Oh, I'm not here for an apology. Then. I was just wondering, are you interested in lightning? Silly beamed at him. Mark awkwardly scratched his head. Truthfully, he had no interest in Kalanon. Or rather, he wasn't particularly interested in any god. But since he had already been caught staring, he figured he should at least be polite. Well, I suppose I am a little curious. Oh, really? Silly's eyes sparkled as she eagerly launched into an explanation. The next day, and the evening after that, Kalanon's lightning is pure and bright like the blue sky of this world itself. In other words, his lightning is no different from the heavens themselves. Please, someone save me. Mark realized. He had made a grave mistake. Several weeks later, aside from occasionally locking eyes with Mark, who still looked at him with an odd expression, nothing significant happened before Alone finally arrived in the north. And at the base camp, he encountered an unexpected face. Marquis, Eli Ban. It was none other than Eli Ban, the protagonist of the original story. Rumors had spread that he was successfully handling scribes and warped beasts in the Grand Duchy of Stalion. Yet, for some reason, hello, he was here in the north, the capital of Caliban. This is unexpected. Haydn had come to Caliban at the usual time to deliver intelligence on the blue moon to Deus. Scratching his head at the news of Deus's expedition, he thought, there wasn't supposed to be an expedition last time. Well, it can't be helped. After a brief hesitation, he took out a piece of paper and began writing a letter imbued with magic. Normally, he would have waited here. But with orders from Red Moon, time was tight. So, Haydn decided to leave the letter at Deus's mansion and depart. However, he noticed something strange. A peculiar statue. It had massive antler-like horns atop its head and an overly long coat flowing around it. Of course, Haydn had seen plenty of odd statues before. He had built up an immunity to them. So in and of itself, the statue wasn't particularly strange. But what made it stand out to him was, he knew this statue. It was a monument to the Great Moon. Was it always like this? Haydn immediately shook his head. Even if he wasn't particularly observant about his surroundings, he would have noticed a drastic change like this. The last time he had seen it, the statue had no horns. The coat wasn't that long. And most importantly, why is it so handsome? It wasn't this handsome before. The face had been sculpted into the ideal form of a strikingly beautiful man. If this statue were alive, its eyes would probably be radiating celestial sparkles from sheer elegance. It was so meticulously crafted, almost to the point of being overdone. Haydn stared blankly at the upgraded version of the Great Moon statue. Isn't this a bit too much? That was his final thought on the matter. Alone, on the other hand, had been so embarrassed by the statue that he hadn't even dared to look at it properly. What a coincidence to see you here. Eli Ban greeted Alone with an exaggerated gesture of delight as Alone looked bewildered. I didn't expect to run into you here. Me neither. Eli Ban, smiling brightly, also bowed slightly toward Yusha, who was standing next to Alone. Hello, Cardinal. It's nice to see you here. Indeed. Have you been well, Eli Ban? Of course. Alone, seeing the broad smile on his face, asked. I heard you were over in Ashkelon. What are you doing here? And where are your companions? The last news Alone had heard was that Eli Ban had been dealing with strange rifts appearing in Ashkelon. It was puzzling to see him here. My companions are waiting back at the base, and I came north for some business. Business? Yes, a cheerful response. Did Eli Ban have something to do in the north? Alone searched his memory for any relevant information. Of course, it wasn't impossible. According to the original storyline of Psychedelia, Eli Ban would indeed have many tasks in the north after some time had passed. There were rifts appearing in the region, but that wasn't the biggest issue. The real reason was the arrival of the barbarians and the outer god, Ulthultus. But that was only if events followed the original plot. Altholtus had already appeared years ago, and Alone had defeated it. In other words, as far as Alone knew, there were no major threats left in the north. The only remaining danger was the occasional rift. It's like how the horizon became accessible in the DLC. Maybe there are new quests added with it. As Alone's silence grew longer, Eli Band continued the conversation. I heard there's a hidden dungeon in the north, so I came to clear it. A hidden dungeon? Yes. I was asked to retrieve something from inside it. I see. It seemed to be a quest introduced in the DLC. Since Alone could roughly guess why Eli Band was here, he didn't probe further. Before long, they arrived inside the outpost. This concludes the current situation in the north. As soon as they entered the outpost, a knight guarding the base briefed Deus. Listening beside him, Alone found one particular detail strange. A divine descent phenomenon has occurred? Yes. A divine descent phenomenon affecting the monsters in the snowy mountains. It was a phenomenon where peculiar crystals grew on monsters, a forewarning of an impending outer god. Hearing this, Alone couldn't help but frown inwardly. A divine descent, suddenly at this point? As far as Alone knew, with Altholtus, one of the Chaos Gods, defeated, there shouldn't have been any more outer gods appearing. Moreover, if the divine descent phenomenon was first observed in the north, it means the outer god is likely to appear here. Typically, the divine descent phenomenon spread across the continent when an outer god descended. However, the region where it first manifested was usually where the god intended to descend. And as far as Alone knew, no such phenomenon had appeared anywhere else recently. That meant only one thing. An outer god was descending upon the north. The moment he realized this, Alone's thoughts grew chaotic. Now that the divine descent phenomenon had begun, it wouldn't be surprising if the outer god arrived at any moment. But what confused Alone even more was the fact that an outer god was descending here at all. Who exactly is descending? As far as Alone knew, the only chaos god that appeared in the north was Guerian Anshin. There were 3 other chaos gods that hadn't appeared since Kilris, but they were supposed to descend in entirely different regions. Did they add new outer gods in the DLC? That left Alone with 2 possibilities. 1, that one of the outer gods he knew was descending. Or 2, a new outer god had been introduced in the DLC. After a brief consideration, Alone dismissed the second possibility. He hadn't purchased Psychedelia's DLC. That DLC had been designed to lower the game's difficulty by introducing powerful allies from various races to aid the protagonist against the 5 great sins. It was unlikely that it also added new outer gods to make the game harder. That left only one possibility. One of the outer gods I know is descending. And given that Altholtus has already been defeated, there's only one candidate left. Nelter. Alone's expression grew slightly grim as the name flashed through his mind. A being with 4 arms, jet black skin akin to a demon, and unparalleled abilities even among the Chaos Gods. Nelter was notoriously difficult to handle in Psychedelia, appearing only in the late stages of the game. If he were to appear now, even if Alone prepared his magic and landed a clean hit, victory would be uncertain. No. To be precise, with Alone's current strength, defeating Nelter was nearly impossible. It wasn't just a matter of power, it was a matter of compatibility. Alone was particularly vulnerable to Nelter's abilities. Realizing this, Alone took a deep breath, trying to cool his head. Any speculation at this point was meaningless. Too many discrepancies existed between what he knew and the reality unfolding before him. Thus, Alone decided to focus on the task at hand. How do I enter the horizon? As far as Alone knew, the method to enter the horizon was simple yet difficult. It was simple because the path was clearly visible. The reason it was still difficult was because they had to fight the barbarians. Especially since the barbarians were blocking the path to the horizon, there was no way to avoid a battle with them. Should I ask Reinhardt for help again and launch an aerial attack like last time? After the brief meeting ended, Alone walked back to his room, deep in thought. At that moment, "My lord." Yusha's voice reached him. "You mentioned before that you had business at the horizon of the snowy mountains, right?" "That's right. Have you found a way to get there?" "Technically, I do have one, but honestly, it's not a great option. I'd have to fight the barbarians." As if she could see straight through Alone's thoughts, Yusha took a step closer. "Then, would you like me to show you another path?" "A path?" "Yes, I believe this way will let you reach the place without encountering the barbarians." A path like that exists? Surprised, Alone asked again, and Yusha nodded. Yes, actually, I only heard about it after arriving here. A shortcut to the horizon of the snowy mountains? Yes. The priests who arrived earlier discovered it. Recalling the priests at the outpost earlier, Alone asked Yusha, is the Pope's mission related to the horizon of the snowy mountains? Technically, it seems that our mission is connected to a cave that leads there. So, the path is through a cave. Yes, but the information is reliable. After a brief moment of thought, Alone nodded. All right, I'll take your help. Don't mention it. No, I feel like I'm always relying on you. Is there anything you want in return? Yusha smiled, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Will you really listen to my request? As long as it's within my ability. She pondered for a moment before speaking. Can I tell you later? I don't see why not. Then I'll let you know next time. I'd like to gather up a few things first. Gather up? Yes, I thought that if I help you more and gain your favor, maybe I can make a bigger request later. I mean, I'm already willing to grant you a reasonable request. At that, Yusha hesitated for a moment. Then, still smiling, she gazed at Alone. As Alone tilted his head in curiosity. Is that so? Breaking the brief silence, her voice rippled through the air. Well then, I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave first, my lord. Yusha left first. Alone watched her departing figure for a while. The next day, at dawn, Eli Ban set out for the dungeon. Meanwhile, Alone and Yusha took the shortcut that would let them avoid the barbarians. A little later, Deus, who had set out afterward, soon reached the boundary where they were supposed to encounter the barbarians. A small question arose in his mind. The reason was, there are no enemies? The barbarians, who should have been visible beyond the boundary, were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they had all vanished at once. Puzzled, Deus murmured, an ambush? But his lieutenant shook his head. No. Then where did all those goblin-like barbarians go? And even their chieftains are missing. The soldiers reported that early this morning, they suddenly left for somewhere. Left for somewhere? Yes. Deus's expression darkened with confusion at his lieutenant's report. At that moment, this is the place? Yes, it is. Alone looked up at the massive cave before him. It's huge. Once you pass through this cave, you'll see the horizon you've been searching for, Marquis. Nodding, Alone suddenly remembered something and asked Yusha, but isn't this area controlled by the barbarians? I'm not sure about that part, but when the priests investigated, they said no barbarians ever came here. Is that so? Yes. So don't worry and go ahead. As he naturally took a step forward at Yusha's farewell, Alone suddenly hesitated. Wait, aren't you coming with me? No, as I mentioned yesterday, my job is only to investigate this cave. I see. Take your time. I'll be busy with my own work here. Smiling, Yusha lightly waved her hand. Alone hesitated for a moment but eventually said, then I'll be going. He left her behind and stepped into the cave. Before long, as Alone disappeared from sight, Yusha, who had been waving at him, murmured with a cold smile, you all arrived sooner than I expected. She turned around, erasing all traces of laughter from her face. And before her stood a woman. Barbarians. Not just one. Dozens. Hundreds. No. There were so many that they clearly stood out against the gray world. Countless barbarians had surrounded Yusha. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on her at once, and the murderous intent and hostility emanating from their bodies were directed at her. And among the 8 barbarian tribes, the strongest chieftain, a man who was effectively the leader of all the barbarians in terms of raw power, a giant over 8 feet tall, Laraka, stepped forward. Are you the one responsible for this? What do you mean? I'm asking if it was you who severed all the blessings and sorcery that had been bestowed upon our tribe's sacred land for the past 1,000 years and dared to set foot in this forbidden sanctuary. A voice rough and wild. However, so what if I did? Yusha calmly countered. Do you even realize what you've done? You have desecrated this sacred place and cut off the magic our tribe has upheld since we first settled in this harsh northern land. As Laraka trembled with fury, Yusha let out a soft chuckle. Oh dear, what a shame. But you see, I had my reasons. Ray, sons. Yes, I needed a path to the horizon. And this was the best way to get there without having him encounter your people, wasn't it? What? Did you not understand me? You mean to say that just for that petty reason, you carelessly destroyed the sacred land and sorcery our people have protected for over 1,000 years? Unable to hold back his anger, Laraka gripped his massive axe tightly. Yet Yusha did not stop speaking, her red lips curving slightly. Petty reason? It was important to me. He found the thought of encountering you all exhausting. Not a hint of fear in her demeanor. So, do you think that fool won't confront us? A fool, you say? In that instant, a deep silence fell upon the scene. Yusha rolled Laraka's words around in her mouth for a moment. Then, since you've said that, she nodded. All of you will die here anyway. The moment her hand slowly lifted, her index finger pointing forward, countless barbarians rushed at her, their sheer numbers overwhelming. It was a truly overpowering sight. Their murderous intent solidified into a visible aura, dyeing the gray world in a dark red hue. Their madness, raw and unrestrained, focused entirely on a single person. Every weapon they wielded was aimed at one target, Yusha. And just as their blades were about to reach her body, whip! A single, delicate finger moved slightly, from left to right, just once. And then, tick! From Yusha's lips a small sound echoed, like the ticking of a clock's second hand. At that moment, whoosh! The gray world was engulfed in a flood of crimson. Silence fell. No, silence was imposed. The bodies of the charging barbarians no longer existed. What remained was nothing but red blood and scattered flesh. Nothing else. Thus, a massive red circle was drawn around the girl at its center. The blood left behind by the vanished barbarians painted a picture of death, and their shattered remains awakened a primal survival instinct in the others. The bloodlust of the barbarians turned into tense caution. Their wild fervor morphed into an eternal, suffocating fear. And standing at the center of it all, Yusha Bludia, without a trace of emotion, looked toward the terror-stricken barbarian who had mocked him. Tick. And indifferently, she pronounced, a death sentence. A dark, yet strangely well-lit deep passage. As Alone walked through it, he suddenly thought, I've never heard of such a passage existing before. Of course, it wasn't strange that he didn't know. The psychedelia he played was a game experienced from Eleven's perspective, so it wasn't unusual for settings unknown to the player to be hidden. However, what puzzled Alone was that this passage revealed a bizarre inconsistency in the psychedelia setting he knew. Even the barbarians seemed to have considered the horizon as a kind of sanctuary. Of course, he didn't know the details. In psychedelia, the northern barbarians were nothing more or less than enemies. There had never been any detailed settings or stories revealed about them. But he vaguely remembered that such a setting existed. If this place were really connected to the horizon, the barbarians wouldn't have left it alone. For a moment, the thought crossed his mind, maybe this place wasn't actually connected to the horizon. Alone briefly pondered that thought before recalling Yusha, who had introduced him to this path. Come to think of it, what exactly was the order given by the Pope? He hadn't asked further because he didn't want to trouble Yusha. But ever since she introduced this passage to him, Alone had been curious. What exactly was the order Yusha had received from the Pope? I'll ask her once I get out. With that thought, Alone pressed forward continuously until he finally arrived at a massive cavern. This is an altar? The moment he saw the structures built within the cavern, that word immediately came to mind. Although it was ancient, it exuded a sacred aura at the same time. I should let Yusha know about this when I leave. Letting out a small sigh of admiration, Alone passed the altar and continued forward. How long had he walked? He soon noticed the faint light filtering in from a distant point, signaling the end of the cave. Quickening his pace, he headed toward the light. And finally, when he reached the end, this is the horizon. The words slipped out unconsciously as he stood there, staring blankly at the scene before him. Even Alone, who was usually indifferent to everything, couldn't help but let out a breathless sigh of awe. It wasn't because there was anything particularly dazzling. The landscape before his eyes was the same as the one he had always seen in the north. The evergray sky, the land covered in snow, and a massive domed structure standing alone in the vast landscape. It was too plain to be called beautiful. And yet, Alone found it beautiful. As if the sky itself had descended. The overwhelming horizon was displayed in the vast, untouched white snow covering the land. It felt as if the sky and the earth had been reversed. Entranced, Alone stared at the scene before him, then slowly took a step forward. The pristine white snow, untouched by any footprints. He was the first to leave his mark on it. Honestly, I thought it might not be real. Even as he passed through the passage, he had considered the possibility that what lay at the end wasn't the horizon. Because the path had been so easy, it was almost more believable to think it was fake. I should give Yusha a gift or something. He suddenly felt grateful to her. At that moment, Meow, the small black creature that had been hiding in his chest, suddenly poked its head out. Hup! It leaped straight into the snow. With a soft puff, its entire body was buried in the snow. Yet, as if unbothered by the cold, it eagerly examined the snow around it, utterly fascinated. Did Blackie always like snow? In the meantime, the Ciliora also emerged. This place is quite peculiar. What do you mean, peculiar? It's hard to describe directly, but it just feels that way. A feeling. Yes. Almost as if this space is fundamentally disconnected from everything else. That's why I decided to come out. So that's why Blackie is acting strangely. Muttering to himself, Alone watched as Blackie started eating the snow. Meow dash. He quickly retrieved Blackie. He had already spent quite a bit of time walking, and he didn't want to keep Yusha waiting. So, with Blackie tucked back into his chest, Alone moved forward and stopped in front of the massive structure. A gigantic domed building. Its enormous doors stood wide open, almost inviting him in. This place feels even stranger. Is that so? Yes. It doesn't seem particularly dangerous, but it feels odd, so be on your guard. Nodding at the Ciliora's advice, Alone cautiously stepped inside the dark entrance. The moment he did, pitch-black darkness enveloped him. Yet, the faint light filtering in from outside dimly illuminated the interior. Relying on that faint glow, he walked deeper inside and soon arrived at the center of the building, where the ceiling was open. There, he found a door. A door so old that turning its handle seemed likely to produce the creak of rusted hinges. It stood alone in the middle of the pristine snow. Feeling slightly puzzled, Alone reached out and grasped the handle. And the moment he opened the door, "You've arrived." A voice called out, "Great Chieftain Laraka." He was furious. No, beyond furious, he was seething with rage. The reason? A girl had trespassed upon the barbarian's sacred sanctuary. With a breezy smile, she had nonchalantly defiled the sacred land that had been protected for over 1,000 years and shattered countless spells. Because of one girl. And when she revealed the reason for her intrusion, his fury surged so violently that he nearly lost consciousness. The sanctuary was as precious as life itself to the barbarians. Only the greatest warriors were ever permitted to enter it, and even then, only once in their lifetime, to receive their sacred markings. Yet, this girl had trampled upon a place all barbarians cherished as their very souls, for the mere purpose of using it as a shortcut. She had crushed every sacred spell that had stood for over 1,000 years. There was nothing left to hold back. Every barbarian, without hesitation, rushed at her. Laraka was no exception. Originally, he had many questions for the girl standing before him. How she had discovered the sanctuary. How she had so easily broken the sacred spells that even the greatest shamans could not undo. Furthermore, vigilance was also necessary. However, the moment the girl uttered those words, Laraka, consumed by rage, lost even the slightest shred of patience. Forgetting even to command the barbarians he led, he swung his axe and charged forward. And the result was, it arrived before him in the worst possible form. Laraka let out a faint sigh. It happened in an instant. His vision was no longer filled with the ashen earth, but with a land drenched in blood. The piled snow, soaked in crimson, melted into the ground, turning it into a muddy swamp. The freshly spilled, bright red snow that had yet to melt froze under the cold of the snowy mountains, forming eerie strands. And in the midst of it all stood the girl. With just a few movements, she had turned the ashen land into a sea of blood. She had crushed countless of her kin into pools of blood in mere moments. Amidst a world drenched in red, she stood there, her eyes gleaming even redder. Simply standing unmoved. Laraka clenched his teeth. He could feel it on his skin. The terror of death that had just moments ago painted his comrades in rage. No one was an exception. Even the chieftains leading the barbarians were gripped by awe and fear at the power the girl had displayed. Laraka was no different. His hands, gripping his weapon, trembled. He tried to suppress it, but his body had already escaped his control. The only thing he could do was to cautiously roll his eyes and look ahead again. And there the girl still stood, calmly or perhaps leisurely. Yet it was precisely that incomprehensible demeanor that dragged the barbarians deeper into the abyss of fear. Turtur. Your command, great chieftain. Blow the black horn. In the end, Laraka made his choice. His lieutenant, Turtur, widened his eyes for a moment at the command but responded immediately. Understood. Without hesitation, he retrieved the black horn from his garments and blew into it. Wung. A sound so loud it echoed through the vast snowy mountains. The fear that had just moments ago dominated the barbarians began to wane. Laraka, too, shed the terror that had weighed upon him. And as he turned toward Yusha, who was still standing there leisurely, "You'll regret not stopping us." The moment he spoke, it fell, suddenly and without warning. Kwaong. The heavens and the earth trembled. Snowflakes covering the ground were thrown into the air, whipping into a blizzard. The blood-soaked swamp shattered, buried beneath the upheaval of earth and snow. And then, emerging from the destruction, the dark-skinned outer god, who had descended upon the north months ago and hidden his presence, was finally revealed. You have summoned me. Neltur, the Undying One. Like a demon, horns protruded from his head. For massive arms and 4 towering legs loomed over all. At the sound of his voice, laced with a sinister amusement, Laraka bowed his head with reverence. Yes, O great outer god, I wish to invoke the authority granted in exchange for a sacrifice. So, what is your request? Kill that girl. There was no hesitation. Neltur, seemingly intrigued, questioned further. You would use my power for something so trivial? Are you certain? Yes. Well, it is your granted authority, so I won't question it. However, the corners of the dark-skinned outer god's mouth curled into a grotesque smile. If you wish to borrow my power again, you must offer another 5,000 living sacrifices, as you did before. I shall do so. Power. 5,000. Living sacrifices. A conversation filled with horrific terms concluded with a simple, expectant remark. How exciting. Then, as Neltur's gaze turned toward Yusha, the faintest hint of regret flickered across Laraka's face. He had offered up captured Caliban soldiers and knights as living sacrifices to obtain this authority. He never expected to use it on the girl standing before him. But he did not regret summoning the outer god at this moment, because he had seen it with his own eyes. The power that defied comprehension, the power that, with a single step, had annihilated an entire Caliban forward base where thousands had been stationed. And so, Laraka simply watched. As Neltur, like a child finding a new toy, took deliberate, expectant steps toward Yusha. Now, I suppose I should bid you farewell. However, the moment Neltur reached the girl, he could speak no further. At that instant, a question arose in Laraka's mind. And then he saw it. Shudder, shudder, shudder. The being, an unfathomable existence, he had been certain would erase the girl without a trace. Why are you here? Was now trembling in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. Laraka couldn't understand. Before him stood an outer god with black skin and 4 arms. A being who had devoured countless humans without hesitation and who, with a single punch, had toppled Caliban's forward base, an entity of incomprehensible power. That same figure, without a doubt, now stood with its back to the Ashen World. It received the fear and reverence of all the barbarians as if it were only natural. And yet, how are you here? Laraka rubbed his eyes. He had to confirm whether what he was seeing was real. He rubbed them over and over again. Yet, outer god who had obliterated the forward base with a single strike was trembling. It was even stammering. Betraying the reverence it had gathered upon itself, it was now displaying fear toward the being standing before it. The situation was so incomprehensible that he couldn't even form a question. There was no time to process it. Just what kind of being? The girl smiled. Yusha Bludia, who until now had kept her mouth shut in silence, turned to outer god standing before her and, with a gentle smile, raised a single finger. Then, Pop. Outer God, who had just been trembling moments ago, had its head burst open. The overwhelming and awe-inspiring power it had once shown to the barbarians suddenly seemed like a lie. Its end came too easily, too futilely. At that moment, a profound sense of emptiness filled the eyes of the barbarians. Splat. The headless body of the collapsing outer god suddenly moved in a grotesque manner, adjusting its posture, and swung a fist toward Yusha. Boom! In an instant, the ground trembled, and the swirling snowstorm came to a halt. The punch was powerful enough to send dozens of barbarians flying like leaves in the wind. And then, Nelter, the one who had thrown the punch, began regenerating his head. In mere seconds, his head was completely restored. But on his face, there was only deep despair. However, he quickly let out a low growl, as if regaining his resolve. Think carefully. You should know that fighting here isn't the best option for either of us. Nelter warned, his expression grave. For the first time, Yusha spoke. Why is that? Even you can't take me down without any damage, can you? Then, do you think I can't? A deep smile. Within it lay absolute confidence. Nelter's face twisted further. Through this exchange, he realized negotiation was no longer an option. Thus, why on earth? Nelter began to speak, unable to comprehend the situation. But, unfortunately, Yusha maintained her deep smile. The one I serve feels uneasy about outer gods still being alive. And the moment those words left her lips. Do you think I will die so easily without taking anything with me? Nelter roared, raising his fist. Then, crack. Once again, his head flew off. The barbarians stared blankly at the scene before them. The chieftains, the warriors, and even Laraka. Their eyes no longer held fear. The emotion that now ruled over them was reverence. A battle that filled their entire vision. Just witnessing it made them all feel the same, unified emotion. Outer God with black skin lunged at the girl, swinging its fist. Yet with just a single sidestep, Yusha effortlessly evaded the punch. The ground shook as the impact drove into the earth, scattering the snow into a blizzard and triggering an avalanche. As if taunting him, she avoided the attack with a single step. Driven by rage, Outer God wrenched its fist from the ground and swung again. Pop! Both of its arms exploded. And not just the arms. Its forearms. Its legs. Its stomach. Its shoulders. Its chest. And finally, its head. In an instant. As if it had never existed in the first place, its body burst apart, painting the surroundings in blood. Yet, even with its entire body destroyed, boom! Nelter regenerated once more, defying the undeniable death. He swung at Yusha once again. A battle of the incomprehensible versus the incomprehensible. A clash so grand it seemed like a legend passed down from the Age of Gods. All who witnessed it were left speechless. But Outer God, Nelter, who was actually fighting against Yusha, this is absurd, was in utter shock. From the very beginning, he had known what kind of being Yusha truly was. He couldn't not know. No, he must not be ignorant of it. That girl. The girl who was toying with him, an outer god, as if he were a mere plaything. She was an ally of the black entities that once drove the world to ruin. The first creation of the blood of ruin. And the one who... Pop. Nelter's vision blacked out for an instant before returning. Before him, the girl still stood in place, without the slightest sign of exhaustion, looking down at him. Bewilderment swelled within him, overtaking his mind. He couldn't comprehend it. Unlike other outer gods. The moment he descended, he had deliberately refrained from acting, choosing instead to strike a deal with the barbarians to conceal himself. He had waited until he could fully manifest. Now, as a perfectly incarnated outer god, he was facing her. And yet, despite all that, why can't I touch her? Nelter couldn't lay a hand on the girl. Not even once. Not a single strike landed. It was utterly bizarre. He was not weak. On the contrary, back when this world was still the domain of the gods, he had been a malevolent god who devoured other deities, boasting strength beyond most. More than anything, back then, his punches had reached her. And yet, even though they should be connecting, his power failed to reach her. As if it had never reached her in the first place. She didn't have an ability like this. At that thought, Nelter's eyes widened, staring at the girl before him. One possibility. Something impossible. But if not that impossibility, then this situation could not exist. No, it couldn't be. That should never be possible. At the same time, his mouth fell open in disbelief. And as if in response, the girl's smile deepened. It seems you figured it out. Her whisper echoed through the air. The moment he understood the meaning behind those words, Nelter was horrified that the impossible answer had aligned perfectly. You turned against your own kind. Just as he was about to explode in rage, he saw it. Yusha's hands forming a seal. And then, her index finger rising to her lips, forming a quiet sh. That was the last thing he saw. At that moment, he knew. He was going to die. Outer God Nelter. He could not be killed by physical attacks. Not by magic. Not by severing space or dimensions. No matter the method, he had always regenerated. As long as his essence remained intact, he would never die. But there was one thing even he could not escape. The ability possessed by the blood of ruin, the one who created the very being before him. The one fate none could avoid. Pop. Nelter's head exploded. Then his heart burst. His stomach. His arms. His hands. His legs. His feet. One by one, they ruptured, scattering crimson flowers across the ashen snowfields. And yet, he no longer regenerated. A definitive end. An absolute silence descended upon the snowy mountains. Within that stillness, the girl who had effortlessly slain outer god, Yusha. Suddenly, as if something had occurred to her, she let out a quiet exclamation. Then, turning toward the barbarians, with a flick, she lightly swiped her finger through the air. And then, pop! Laraka's head burst open, just moments after he had been blankly watching the battlefield. In that instant, as the air itself seemed to freeze, no one could even let out a gasp. I see. As if nothing had happened, Yusha dryly remarked after having so casually burst another head. Standing at the center of all the fearful and reverent gazes, she smiled. There are quite a lot of heads here, so killing all of you would be a bit of a waste. So, I'll give you a chance. Her crimson eyes gleamed. A glorious, honorable chance to worship the Great One. An offer. One that could never be refused. The moment the voice echoed, Alone realized he was somewhere else. No longer in the northern snowfields, where the white flurries had swirled moments ago. Now, he stood in a darkness so deep it was as if he had fallen into an abyss. Alone was about to rack his brain to grasp the situation when... Aberration. Aberration. He questioned the term used to refer to him, but unfortunately, the heavy voice, as if steeped in the abyss, did not respond to his words. Instead, remember. It continued calmly. The technique of the reversal, which only gods of this world can use, is unlike ordinary methods. Just as the man in the mirror had said when Alone saw him at the root of Grainafra. The voice continued speaking. Do not limit yourself to mere magic. Do not limit yourself to mere strength. Do not limit yourself to mere rank. Instead, embrace everything and harmonize. What you have gained, each and every piece, holds no uselessness, for it is all a key leading to a single path. Remember this, and you will reach it. And in the final moment, reverser. Our. Just as the black entity's words were about to continue, Alone's vision flipped. The snow-covered mountains. A pure white landscape. Alone realized he had returned to the snowy mountains. As he stood there in a daze. You lunatic. Get a hold of yourself. Wake up. Meow. The shouting voices from below snapped him back to reality. And at that moment, he saw it. Basiliora, covered in blood. Basiliora, that blood. His voice trembled involuntarily. However, you idiot. This isn't my blood, it's yours. Basiliora's words made Alone realize. Blood was pouring from his own face. A wave of dizziness hit him, draining the strength from his body. Barely managing to clutch his head, Alone turned toward the snowy landscape visible beyond the worn-out door, then shut it. Creak, the door closed weakly with a groan. Just to be sure, he opened and closed it several times, but the place he had been moments ago was no longer accessible. Instead, at some point, a parchment had appeared in Alone's hand, gripping the doorknob. Confused, he unfolded it. 1,000-year ice. A being who belonged to no tribe, one who had become an apostle of a god not worshipped by the barbarians, and thus gained the great power of nature. He was not particularly well liked by the barbarians. No, more precisely, the barbarians despised Thousand-Year Ice. His eccentric nature made him an outlier, but more than that, he worshipped a god foreign to them, rather than the deity they revered. Unlike them, however, Thousand-Year Ice did not particularly dislike the barbarians. Despite being born and raised in the harsh north, he had an unexpectedly kind nature. That was why, when he heard the horn sound earlier, he moved toward its source. Even though he knew the call wasn't meant for him, if the chieftain had blown it, it meant something very dangerous was happening. However, despite his urgency, he found his path blocked. You? What exactly are you? You'll find out soon enough. I don't think there's a need for introductions just yet. A young man, strikingly handsome by anyone's standards, stood in his way. Then why are you stopping me? How should I explain this? Let's see. The young man's clear, sky-blue eyes, devoid of any tension, shimmered with amusement. His lips curled into an easygoing smile. However, for your sake, and for the one I serve. For an instant, an overwhelming force, strong enough to make even the renowned Thousand-Year Ice flinch, crushed the air around them. So, if you wouldn't mind. With an absurdly casual wink, the monster made his request. Thousand-Year Ice swallowed hard. Thousand-Year Ice quietly swallowed his breath and looked at the young man, smiling harmlessly. His clear blue eyes were so vivid that just looking at them seemed to clear the mind. The young man, who was staring straight at him with those eyes, did not appear particularly strong on the outside. He wore a leather tunic, the kind mercenaries typically wore. The quality of his weapon also did not seem particularly high. However, despite appearing to be barely of age, the aura emanating from him was enough to make even Thousand-Year Ice fall silent with chills. He hesitated. Should he confront this young man, who stood in his way with a weapon in hand? Or should he heed his words and quietly turn back? The deliberation did not last long. Thousand-Year Ice spread his hand wide. Crack! Tiny ice granules gathered beneath his palm, clumping together and beginning to take shape. At first, it was just a small sphere, but the ice rapidly transformed, growing larger and larger in an instant. What was created was, boom, a massive axe so enormous that it dwarfed Thousand-Year Ice's already towering height of 8 feet. The Divine Ice Axe. An axe so enormous that one could hardly believe it could be wielded properly. Thousand-Year Ice easily slung it over his shoulder and growled in a low voice. I don't know who you are, but I'd appreciate it if you stepped aside. However, Eliban made a troubled hum and shrugged. I see you're not inclined to believe me after all. What are you talking about? I mean, for your sake. The air was already thick with tension, snow swirling wildly as he gathered all his magical energy in preparation for battle. Yet, Eliban remained as calm as ever. Even in the face of Thousand-Year Ice's murderous intent, he appeared completely unfazed. Thousand-Year Ice furrowed his brow deeply. No matter how kind-hearted he might be, he was still immensely proud of his strength. It was a power bestowed upon him by the god he worshipped. He fully recognized that the young man with blue eyes was strong. But Eliban's serene expression made him feel as if his power was being dismissed too easily. Tisk. A warrior's pride and competitive spirit burned fiercely in Thousand-Year Ice's chest. Then, Eliban's voice rang out again. I truly mean this. I'm stopping you not just for his sake, but for yours as well. Why? Because if you go there now. The corners of Eliban's lips, which had held a smile until now, suddenly turned cold. You will die. As if he were merely mentioning grass by the roadside, he spoke of Thousand-Year Ice's death far too lightly. At that moment, Thousand-Year Ice could no longer hold back. Rumble. What? At the sudden sound, Thousand-Year Ice instinctively turned his head. There was a cliff. Just moments ago, it had been a pristine white landscape covered in eternal snow. But now it had a massive indentation, as if something had gripped it tightly. A deep scar marred the once pristine cliffside. And it didn't end there. Rumble. The impact triggered a massive avalanche from the snowy peaks beyond. Thousand-Year Ice stared blankly at the unfolding disaster. You've already died once just now. At some point, Eliban had moved right in front of him, and Thousand-Year Ice flinched in shock. Startled, he instinctively stepped back and swung his Divine Ice Axe with all his strength. Boom! As the axe cleaved through the air, The atmosphere froze along its path, leaving a trail of destruction. Everything in its trajectory was mercilessly crushed. Pure destruction. Then, boom, a massive crater formed, piercing through the swirling white snow. But unfortunately, Thousand-Year Ice's attack did not even graze Eli Ban. Well, Eli Ban was already behind Thousand-Year Ice. He sighed softly and whispered into his ear. You really don't listen, do you? What? Thousand-Year Ice reflexively tried to swing his divine ice axe again. Stop. Unlike before, the voice that fell upon the snowy ground was chillingly eerie. Thousand-Year Ice's movements halted against his will. No, he was stopped. The only thing he could move was his eyes. He rolled his gaze to look at Eli Ban. The same harmless smile, the same clear blue eyes. Just as before. And yet, Thousand-Year Ice felt something entirely different from him. Something he should never have perceived. His heart pounded wildly as he widened his eyes. By now, I think I've said enough for you to understand, don't you think, Thousand-Year Ice? I don't believe I've been unclear. If you want to stop me from going, wouldn't killing me be the easiest way? At those words, Eli Ban gave a cold smile. Oh, believe me, I'd love to. If it were up to me, I'd kill you right this instant. But he wouldn't want that. That's the only reason I'm not doing it. That's why you're still alive. You should be grateful. Thousand-Year Ice opened his mouth to retort, but he never got the chance to finish. His throat was seized by Eliban's hand. Gah! Thousand-Year Ice's physique was massive compared to Eli Ban. He was easily 2 feet taller, and his sheer body mass was incomparable. And yet, he was powerless. He couldn't even resist as he was gripped like a doll. And then, he saw it. A dark gleam within those blue eyes. Thousand-Year Ice immediately recognized the emotion. It was rage. Thick, visceral rage. A fury that had emerged from the depths of the abyss. Thousand-Year Ice could not comprehend it. Why did this young man? Why did he harbor the kind of wrath one could only obtain after reaching the very end of hell? But there was no time to think. Soon, that thick, suffocating fury poured into Eliban's voice. Be ashamed of your ignorance, fool. GHK. You people, looking at this sight. Drip. Stuffing your mouths with delicious food. Crack. And playing these ridiculous games, do you even know who makes that possible? His words poured down like grinding teeth. With each sentence piling up, Thousand-Year Ice's movements gradually ceased. Gah! At the final moment, as he stared into the deep, suffocating fanaticism lurking beneath the thick wrath. Huff! 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 The moment he was released from Eliban's grip, he collapsed onto the ground, rolling. Desperately, he shoved oxygen into his lungs. Just to stay alive, to keep living. Well, this is rather unfortunate. As Thousand-Year Ice slowly regained his senses, the young man came back into his sight. Once again, he wore the same friendly smile as when they first met. In any case, if you go to where that flute sound is coming from, it will be truly dangerous, so please try not to go. Understand? If you die, he would really regret it. Pat, pat. As if he truly cared, his voice carried a warmth that echoed in Thousand-Year Ice's ears. Then, after tapping Thousand-Year Ice's shoulder a couple of times, Eli Ban. Well then, I'm counting on you, Thousand-Year Ice. Flashed a sculpted smile one last time before turning away. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the blue-eyed young man vanished as if he had never existed. Staring at the empty space he left behind. Who on earth is he? Thousand-Year Ice muttered absent-mindedly. Alone stepped out of the dome-shaped building and immediately returned to the passage leading to the horizon, organizing the information he had gathered. Aberration and reversal of heaven. And he recalled the contents of the parchment inside his cloak. Reached the 5th rank, is it? Even for someone like him, who could read ancient script, certain words seemed oddly placed. But that first line, he remembered it clearly. The 5th rank. The phrase itself was not difficult to understand. In fact, for a lone who had never had a clear benchmark for his techniques, it seemed like a reasonable goal to aim for. However, separate from that, the fact that the term 5th rank had been used at all was what puzzled him. What alone had been pursuing until now were traces of true mages. And although the true mages of the Forgotten Age of Gods had some connections to modern mages, those connections were feigned at best. Moreover, to his knowledge, true mages never used a ranking system. Yet, here it was, appearing in this context. Feeling an odd sense of incongruity, Alone pondered for a while. Well, once I finish my business in the north, I'll be seeing Kilris frequently, so I can ask them when I return. Clearing his thoughts, he then recalled the words spoken in that abyssal voice. Aberration. He had heard that term before. But back then, he hadn't paid it much mind. Yet today, the moment he heard the word aberration, a particular thought crossed Alone's mind. Could it be that the aberration they spoke of referred to people like him? Of course, it was only a possibility. But the probability wasn't zero. As he continued mulling over this, a voice called out, "My lord." Yusha. At some point, Yusha had appeared, standing at the entrance of a distant cave. Before he knew it, he had already reached the outside. "My lord, are you all right?" Her eyes were filled with worry. "I'm fine." For someone fine, you have bloodstains. At the slight tremble in her voice, Alone shook his head to reassure her. "I'm fine. I wasn't in a fight, just had a brief moment where it was necessary." Even with his words, Yusha couldn't easily shake off her concern. So, Alone deliberately changed the subject. "More importantly, have you finished everything you needed to do?" Yes. I've completed all the investigations." "Is that so? Did you find everything you were looking for?" "Yes." "I see. I was going to tell you to check out the altar inside, but I suppose it wasn't particularly significant." Hearing that, Yusha hesitated briefly before breaking into a small smile. "Well, it's true that we've finished, but should we check it out just in case? If you've already finished your investigation, there's no need to go out of your way." "That's true. But since you brought it up, I think it's worth looking at." "No need. You're already tired from waiting for me, so let's just head back." Alone thought he was being considerate of her, but Yusha, who had been smiling lightly just moments ago, suddenly pouted slightly. Alone raised an eyebrow at the sudden change. Apparently displeased, Yusha pouted even more before letting out a small sigh. Tap. Then, she lightly grabbed the sleeve of Alone's robe and looked up at him. Without saying a word. Just quietly. Alone's usually composed expression slightly wavered in confusion. Yet Yusha remained silent, simply gazing up at him. Squeeze, squeeze. And subtly, she started tugging at his sleeve. At that moment, Alone finally realized that Yusha was wordlessly protesting. A cold sweat ran down Alone's back. He understood that she was protesting about something, but he had no idea what exactly it was. What is it? Which part upset her? He racked his brain for an answer. Then, suddenly, a past conversation came to mind. When we went to see the evening primroses last time, I didn't say anything, but he recalled something she had mentioned when they traveled from Teria to Caliban. Then, glancing at Yusha, whose cheeks were slowly puffing out as if she herself hadn't fully realized it. "All right. We'll check it before we leave." He carefully submitted his answer. "And let's do that, my lord." As if nothing had ever happened, Yusha's face instantly brightened into a radiant smile. Was that the right answer? Watching her, Alone let out a silent sigh. The day after investigating the altar inside the cave with Yusha and returning to the forward base, Alone heard some rather peculiar stories from Deus. "You didn't engage in battle with the barbarians?" "No, for some reason, the barbarians were nowhere to be found. Moreover, there were traces suggesting that an outer god had suddenly appeared." "An outer god appeared?" "Yes." Deus recalled the scene he had witnessed while waiting, wondering if the absence of the barbarians was some kind of trap. Just like the last time when Ulthultus descended, the sky had turned red for a brief moment. But then, at some point, it simply disappeared. Disappeared? Yes. Just like when you dealt with Ulthultus last time, the red sky remained for a while before returning to normal. Alone stroked his chin in thought. From what Deus described, it seemed that an outer god had appeared but was subsequently eliminated. The question was who did it and how. As he pondered for a while, a hypothesis came to Alone's mind. Could the barbarians have taken care of the outer god? When Ulthultus appeared, he had been revered by the barbarians. Though he was actually known as a monstrous deity, at that time, he had manifested as a god of the wilds. However, if the outer god who appeared in the north this time was not Ulthultus, it was entirely possible that the barbarians had clashed with it in hostility. Even if the outer god had not fully manifested due to a lack of time, it still wouldn't have been easy for the barbarians to defeat it. but if they had thousand-year ice, then it might have been possible. Thousand-year ice. A formidable warrior who, upon joining as an ally, would relentlessly talk about the horizon. Recalling this individual, Alone nodded, thinking that his hypothesis was quite reasonable. There was a reason he was called a powerhouse. Thousand-year ice was incredibly strong, especially with his ability to create and infinitely regenerate ice root, a material that was worthless as a weapon to anyone else, but became overwhelmingly dangerous when wielded by thousand-year ice. When he joined as an ally and accompanied me through the labyrinth, things became so much easier. Since his default attacks were area of effect, thousand-year ice had been an invaluable companion during gameplay. Lost in these thoughts for a moment, Alone soon realized that Deus was still waiting for an answer and replied, "Thank you for the information. It was nothing. What do you plan to do now, Marquis? Since all my business here is done, I plan to make a stop somewhere before heading back down." "I see." Deus showed a hint of disappointment. However, he quickly adjusted his expression and stepped back. After exchanging brief farewells, Alone stepped outside. And immediately, he witnessed something unusual. "Is this how you do it?" "It's slightly off, but close enough. Now, you just need to pray 3 times a day. Will this really grant me power? You mustn't doubt it. Praying while harboring doubt is meaningless." Reinhardt, awkwardly forming a seal with his hands, and Silly teaching him. "Is that so?" "Yes. The Lord only grants power to those who fully believe in him. But the God you're talking about is actually Marquis Palatio. That's blasphemous. You must not speak his name so carelessly." Silly shouted so loudly that it seemed as if the world trembled, causing Reinhardt to flinch involuntarily. "But I've always called him that. That doesn't matter anymore. You've decided to believe, haven't you? I mean, believing and calling Marquis Pal. You've decided to believe, haven't you? I'm just saying that believing is one thing, but Pal. You've decided to believe, haven't you?" Silly leaned in closer to Reinhardt, her sharp gaze glimmering ominously. As Alone observed this bizarre scene, his vision was suddenly obstructed by a figure. It was Mark, the 5th Sword of Caliban. "Right. I've decided to believe." "Then you shouldn't be speaking that way, should you?" Mark, who had stepped out of the barracks as usual, spotted Silly and silently moonwalked back inside without a sound. Alone couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed by the discreet movement. Should I grant Reinhardt a little power? Thinking that he might actually need to do it, Alone began preparing for departure. A few hours later, Alone boarded a carriage to return to Caliban. When he had first arrived here, he had been accompanied by a large number of people. But on the way back, only Alone's party was traveling. Yusha stayed behind to handle some unexpected business for Rosario, and Eli Ban remained to finish an unfinished dungeon raid. I suppose. Eli Ban, who had looked regretful, and Yusha, who had smiled warmly while waving goodbye. And then, I still have people left to convert. I'll finish my evangelizing and then follow later. Silly, who had enthusiastically declared her determination. Thinking about this for a moment, Alone soon closed his eyes and entered a state of contemplation. Thanks to his consistent training since learning how to meditate, Alone could now enter a contemplative state at will with ease. Familiar with the process, he checked the divinity of Kalanon. Was it due to Silly's efforts? The divinity shone far brighter than before. Lowering his gaze, Alone spotted one of the many stars connected to Silly. A very faint one. But unmistakably, it was a star within the divinity of Kalanon, Reinhardt's faith. He had marsed it earlier while Reinhardt was being fervently recruited, thinking of rewarding him for his unexpected efforts. Though, with how faint this is, even if I grant him power, he might not be able to use it properly. According to Kalanon, while it was Alone's role to bestow power, whether it could be used depended on the recipient. For example, even if Alone granted someone 100 units of divine power, if they did not truly believe in him, they wouldn't be able to use it. Even if they did gain the ability to use it, they wouldn't be able to freely take power from Alone. From then on, they would have to expend divine power generated by their own faith in Alone. In other words, once Alone granted power, the recipient had to sustain themselves through their own faith. And a portion of the divine power they generate also gets returned to me. The more I learn about faith, the more it feels suspiciously like a multi-level marsetting scheme. Ahem. Anyway, the point was, Even if alone bestowed power, Reinhardt wouldn't be able to use it unless he truly believed. After pondering for a moment, he thought, well, I already decided to give it to him anyway. He firmly grasped Reinhardt's star. At that moment, as alone willed it, the divinity of Kalanon began flowing into the star. But then, a problem arose. Oh no, I gave him too much. Since it was his first time transferring power this way, Alone ended up giving Reinhardt slightly more divine power than he had intended. Alone let out a sigh. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Reinhardt's star, once faint, now shone brightly. Clicking his tongue as he looked at it, Alone also infused divine power into Silly. Thinking about it, she had been working so hard for him. Even if it was voluntary, it felt a bit wrong not to reward her in some way. Besides, although Silly already had an abundance of divine power, he figured he should at least give her a little more than Reinhardt. At last. Who? As soon as Alone opened his eyes after channeling all the divine power as he intended, Evan spoke up. Marquis, are we really heading east instead of going straight back to Caliban? Yes, but we won't be leaving the northern region, and it won't take more than a few days. As he answered, Alone organized in his mind what he needed to acquire. After traveling for about 2 days. Wow, Marquis, you have an uncanny knack for finding places like this. Do I? Yes, I have no idea how you even learn about these locations. Interesting. Meow. Alone's group had arrived at a massive cave, nestled beneath a towering cliff in the oppressive, snow-covered mountains. ####. Although Silly had been making efforts, recently, the faith in Alone among the Eclipse Knights had been naturally declining. Most of them had seen Alone's power with their own eyes, and thanks to his proclamation that he would bestow power upon the devout, many had begun to worship him. Moreover, since there was already a living testament to his power, Silly, who could wield it, their faith had initially strengthened. However, that faith had started to wane over time. The reason was simple. Nothing was changing. It didn't help that other knightly orders viewed the Eclipse Knights with suspicion. But the bigger issue was that, no matter how devoutly they prayed, aside from Silly, none of them were able to manifest any true miracles. As a result, their belief was gradually eroding. Even Reinhardt, who was stationed at the northern front with Deus, was no exception. Or rather, he had struggled to worship Marquis Palacio as a god from the very beginning. The reason was obvious and undeniable. Marquis Palacio was still alive. Of course, Reinhardt had seen it. He had personally witnessed the Marquis descend as a god. In fact, he had been one of the very first to see the Marquis awaken as a deity. At that moment, Reinhardt had felt a sense of awe toward him. But in the end, it was only awe, it never turned into faith. After all, he had interacted with the human Marquis Palacio multiple times. Because of that familiarity, he simply couldn't bring himself to worship the Marquis as a god. Moreover, while Reinhardt had a grasp on the residual effects of achieving mastery with the sword, he couldn't quite wrap his head around divine power. No matter how much Silly forced him to pray, he never felt as though divine power was accumulating within him, and with each failed attempt, his faith only weakened further. Thus, I should never have let myself be tempted. There were times when he wanted to punch himself for giving in to Silly's seductive words. If you use divine power, you might be able to defeat my brother. Oh, and he had also found a comrade in suffering. Before this campaign, he had only spoken to Mark, the fifth sword, a handful of times in official settings. But now, they had formed a strange sense of spiritual kinship. Because Mark, just like Reinhardt, was also being forced to pray. Regardless, Reinhardt, who had recently been enduring a rather tormenting daily life, had finally received a lesson on how to use divine power from Silly. Though, to be precise, it was less of a lesson and more of a brief tip. Believe in him, visualize lightning, and think about how you want to use it. Then it will come forth. If that's too hard, just believe in him and visualize lightning somehow, it'll work out. It wasn't much of a tip at all. Frankly, Reinhardt could have easily come up with something just as vague himself. And, naturally, he failed to use divine power. But he wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, he had never truly believed, so it made sense that he couldn't wield it. So when he was deployed to the front lines again, facing the returning barbarians, and Silly urged him to try using divine power again, Reinhardt merely dismissed it. Even when hundreds of barbarians charged at him, he drew his sword without any special thoughts until he suddenly remembered Silly's words and, just for the sake of experimenting, closed his eyes. He had already admitted and accepted that he couldn't use divine power. However, despite that, the thought of what if surfaced once more, leading him to try it one last time. Because if nothing else, his desire to surpass Deus was genuine. So Reinhardt closed his eyes and visualized Marquis Palacio. But this time, he took a different approach. He didn't picture the usual Marquis Palacio. Instead, he recalled the figure he had seen in the Lanavelia forest. Marquis Palacio, adorned with two horns atop his head, his entire body wreathed in lightning. A god. Next, he envisioned lightning, the massive bolt in his grasp that connected the earth and sky. And then, Meteor Sword. As always, he activated the technique without expecting anything. And at that moment, Reinhardt saw it. Crackle. Lightning. BZZZZT. The lightning reversed. A force from the heavens struck downward, trapping hundreds of barbarians within its gravity. And from the ground. Dozens no. K-A-K-A-K-A-K-A crack. Hundreds of lightning bolts ravaged the hundreds of barbarians. And at the end of it all, as the overwhelming spectacle left both barbarians and allies frozen in stunned silence, Reinhardt's shocked voice echoed across the battlefield. What? That actually worked. A short distance away, Mark blurted out in disbelief, as if responding to him. That actually worked? And then, like a chorus, the Eclipse Knights gasped. The second sword just wielded Kalinon's lightning. But it didn't stop there. What? What was that just now? That power, wasn't that the same one? I've seen Sir Reinhardt with the Saint of Kalinon lately, so that means... Wait, you're telling me those Eclipse Knights weren't just spouting nonsense? I thought it was all a joke. Huh. The lightning Reinhardt had manifested, all because of Alone's momentary guilt. So, if you just sincerely believe, you really can wield lightning? Had now spread like a plague across the Northern Nights. A plague of faith. Is this what you're trying to obtain? Yes. A cave in the snowy mountains, deep within, where a massive hollow lay. Alone nodded in response to Evan, who had followed him, while gazing at the object before him. It's nice to see this again after so long. An item he always carried while playing Psychedelia. Connected circular dance. Two rings intertwined with a chain that emitted an eerie glow. As Alone silently observed the connected circular dance, Evan, standing beside him, spoke. It doesn't look all that special. Does it? Yes, while having two rings connected by a chain is a bit unusual, the design of the chain and rings themselves doesn't seem particularly unique. Well, the appearance itself isn't that remarkable. So, what is it used for? Do you not even know that? It was not Alone who answered Evan's question, but Basiliora. Then do you know? Do not mistake me for an ordinary being like yourself. Then what is it? Why should I tell you? If you're not going to tell me, why butt in, you snakehead? It was merely to mock a pathetic human like you for your ignorance. As expected. The moment a conversation started, it quickly turned into an argument over trivial matters. Watching the all-too-familiar scene, Alone soon turned his gaze back to the circular dance. The connected circular dance, often referred to simply as circular dance among players, was essentially a magic conversion adapter. It had the ability to convert the mana of the wearer's partner into their own. Of course, there are limitations. As Psychedelia progressed toward the later stages, the player's magic damage significantly outpaced that of their companion characters. While warriors had little use for it, most mage players relied on this artifact. Despite its limitations, it helped prevent mana shortages for the player. Especially for glass cannon mages who focus solely on maximizing magic damage rather than balancing it with their mana pool, this item was indispensable. In some ways, it had been necessary for Alone from the very beginning. Yet, he had only now chosen to retrieve it. The reason was simple. The connected circular dance was an item that only made sense within a game. To use this artifact, there had to be someone constantly by his side. And while transferring mana, that person would be left in a completely defenseless state. In other words, it essentially turned someone into a walking mana battery. With the risk of an ambush at any moment, protecting a defenseless person while engaged in battle was an immense challenge. Moreover, while it was manageable in the game, in reality, Finding someone willing to be chained within its limited range and always wear the ring was extremely difficult. In the game, it was easy to equip it on party members. But in real life, finding a person who trusted Alone enough to transfer mana to him without hesitation during an intense battle was nearly impossible. Especially when the chain's range barely extended even 1 meter. With all these restrictions, Alone had only now retrieved the rings. They were impractical for combat. But for fueling the magic of Footsteps of the Past, which required someone else's mana to function, they were quite useful. With that thought settled, Alone glanced at Evan and Vasiliora, who were now glaring at each other as if ready to kill. Seriously, I always wonder, how do you know all of this? What do you mean? Evan, who had been grinding his teeth while arguing with Vasiliora just moments ago, now looked at Alone with curiosity. It was a natural reaction. Because the cave they were walking through. This place is a labyrinth. It was a maze. Alone instinctively shifted his gaze. The sight of dozens of stone bridges, meticulously laid out like a massive puzzle, would leave anyone unfamiliar with the maze of Vertigo utterly speechless. To make matters worse, the cliffs below and surrounding areas teemed with monsters native to the frozen mountains. They were not as strong as those found in jungles, but still clearly classified as mutants, adding to the overall sense of despair. Yet, despite these threats, Alone remained completely unfazed. Because he knew the way through the maze of Vertigo. In truth, calling it a strategy was an overstatement. The maze of Vertigo had an extremely simple solution. From the moment you entered, if you only kept going right, you would eventually reach the end without any difficulty. Because of this absurdly simple strategy, Alone had no hesitation in entering the cave. You just have to keep going right. That's not what I was asking, but, well, whatever. What do you mean, whatever? Evan looked like he wanted to ask something, but simply shrugged in the end. I just forgot for a moment that I should stop questioning things and just accept them. Alone found Evan's reaction oddly amusing, having not seen it in a while. Meow. From inside his chest pocket, Blackie tilted its head cutely. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. After emerging from the cave, or rather, the maze of Vertigo, Alone boarded a carriage bound for Caliban. We've finally arrived in Caliban. After a journey of nearly a month, Alone once again stood in Caliban. As he took in the knowledge he had gained from his journey to the north, he began to organize his next steps. First, I need to reach rank 5. Then I need to ask Kilris about the horizon and reversal of heaven. And finally, I should visit the colony to have the rubies repaired by the Dragonkin. As he laid out his plans, Alone also found himself contemplating a particular term that had been lingering in his mind over the past few weeks. Aberration. When he first heard the word, he had brushed it off. But after hearing it again at the horizon, it had started to weigh on him. Even Alone himself didn't fully understand why it bothered him. It was just like something stuck in his throat. No matter how much he tried to ignore it, it kept resurfacing in his thoughts. And then, Alone felt it. He realized that this word was incredibly important to him. Moreover, recently, he had started to feel a strange sense of déjà vu whenever he heard the word water. Just like the feeling he had when he saw Yusha standing amidst the fully bloomed evening primroses. What on earth was this? Alone fell into brief contemplation. Master. Thud. The moment he stepped down from the carriage, he felt someone crash into him. With arms wrapped tightly around his waist, he couldn't even see the person's face. Meow. Even Blackie, nestled in his chest, let out a bizarre sound at the unexpected ambush. However, Seal rang. Recognizing that lively voice, Alone had no trouble guessing the person's identity. Master. It's been so long. As if she had been waiting for him to recognize her, Seal Rang wrapped her arms around his neck and rubbed her cheek against him like an excited puppy. Alone patted her head affectionately, though his expression showed clear curiosity as to why she was in Caliban. It had been 6 weeks since he had returned from the north. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Northwest. A towering wall stood between the Allied Kingdom and the Empire. In a small forest before it, there was a quaint little house. A house that looked like it belonged in a fairy tale, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. Inside, 2 individuals faced each other. One was Thousand-Year Ice, a warrior from the northern barbarians and one of the 7 strongest fighters often spoken about in the Allied Kingdom. Opposite him sat a girl with large fox ears drooping naturally, appearing to be just around 20 years old. Her long silver hair cascaded down to her hips, and she wore the traditional attire of the Eastern nation. With her signature indifferent expression, she gazed straight ahead. Watching her silently, Thousand Year Ice scratched his head awkwardly before speaking. Am I an unwelcome guest? No. Her short, emotionless reply came as she naturally placed her fluffy foxtail onto her lap. You're welcome. Are you sure you mean that? Yes. Another flat, monotone response. Thousand Year Ice scratched his head again, his expression turning conflicted. She said she welcomed him, but, from his perspective, understanding her true feelings was nearly impossible. She had always been completely indifferent to everything. Did she even have emotions? As he pondered this, Thousand Year Ice glanced around the house. Still living in the same place, I see. I have no reason to move. Wouldn't life be easier if you just joined a faction instead of living out here in the forest? With your abilities, the kingdom would gladly welcome you. He wasn't wrong. Even though she was currently living alone in the forest, she was still a fighter on par with Thousand Year Ice. In fact, among the 7 strongest, there were only 2 who could even match her. She was, without a doubt, one of the 3 strongest warriors. For someone saying that, aren't you living alone too? Well, that's because I serve someone. I don't even know if the others are still alive, and the few people I can contact all have their own reasons for being where they are. But you don't have any obligations. The girl didn't move a muscle as she replied. It's just too much hassle. Then why not return to the Eastern nation? There, you wouldn't have to deal with any hassle. You'd be treated like a noble the moment you arrived. At that, Historia, the Sword Saint, quietly stared at him. And then, so, why are you here? Her voice broke the silence. It had nothing to do with the conversation they had just been having. The shift in topic was abrupt, but Thousand Year Ice merely shrugged, knowing he had no choice. The fact that she was dodging the question meant she had no intention of discussing the subject any further. Accepting that, he moved on. I came because I have something to ask you. About what? Historia tilted her head. Thousand Year Ice began recounting the events that had taken place during his recent encounter with Eli Ban. Anyway, that's the gist of it. A guy that shouldn't exist has appeared, but there's no information on him. So, I came to see if you knew anything. I haven't left this place in over 10 years. I know that. But I meant, did you ever hear anything about him before? I've been investigating, but his past doesn't add up for someone with that kind of power. Muttering to himself, Thousand Year Ice added. I figured you might know something. Even if you don't move around much, you've met a lot of strong people. And someone that powerful wouldn't just appear out of nowhere. After a long silence, Historia finally asked, What's his name? His name? Yes. If you don't tell me anything, I won't even be able to think about it. His name. Recalling the information he had received from his contact, Thousand Year Ice began to answer. I think his name is Alib. He couldn't finish his sentence. Because Historia, who had been idly sitting there without a care, had suddenly sprung to her feet, kicking back her chair. On top of that, her ears perked straight up and her eyes widened in shock. Thousand Year Ice was stunned. Never, not even once, had he seen her express this much emotion. Not just in front of him, but in front of anyone. Even Black Tiger, who had known her the longest, had never seen her express emotions or show any change in her demeanor. And yet, now, such a vivid reaction. She definitely knows something. Thousand Year Ice was certain that Historia knew Eli Ban. More than that, he was convinced that Historia had some deep connection to Eli Ban, one far beyond mere acquaintance. Otherwise, there was no way she would have reacted so strongly. With that in mind, Thousand Year Ice eagerly asked, Do you happen to know anything about him? I only know the name. The unexpected answer left him momentarily bewildered. You only know the name? Yes. If that's all you know, then why did you react like that? That didn't make any sense. Such an intense response couldn't be from just knowing a name alone. What? A single name suddenly left her lips. Historia perked up her ears and repeated it once more. Do you know anything about Alone Palacio? Thousand Year Ice was now even more shocked than before. Swish, swish. Historia's long tail swayed excitedly, as if filled with anticipation, unable to stay still. Thousand Year Ice had been interacting with Historia for quite some time. However, since he didn't know much about Historia herself, he always had many questions about her. For example, why did she, someone from the Eastern Kingdom, a nation inhabited solely by beast folk, use the name Historia, which had no connection to the East? He was also curious as to why she lived in such a small forest when she could have led a truly comfortable life in another kingdom or the Eastern Kingdom. But at this moment, there was only one thing he was curious about. Alone Palatio? Yeah, do you know him? It was about the existence of Alone Palatio. Thousand Year Ice had never heard of him. That was only natural. Alone was someone who fundamentally stayed buried in the snow-covered mountains. Even the name Eliban was something Thousand Year Ice had learned only after being defeated by him and coming down from the mountains in shock at his overwhelming power. Marquis Palatio. He had come here to ask about Eliban, yet now he was even more intrigued by Alone Palatio. What kind of existence was he, for the Sword Saint, who had never once shown a change in emotion, to become so heated? I was asking about Eliban, not Alone Palatio. I told you I know the name. No, that's not what I meant. I asked about Eliban, so why are you suddenly bringing up the name Alone Palatio? So, do you know anything about Alone Palatio? I don't. TCH. I see. When Thousand Year Ice shook his head, Historia's tail, which had been swaying, drooped as she immediately became dejected. Seeing this, Thousand Year Ice was momentarily taken aback. Then, unable to contain his curiosity, he cautiously opened his mouth. Is Alone Palatio such an important person? If you don't know, then forget it. Historia abruptly turned her head away and even let her ears droop as she sat back down. What was going on? He had asked about Eliban. Yet every answer he received turned into a question about Alone. Still, he knew that pressing further about their relationship wouldn't yield any useful answers. Instead, Thousand Year Ice decided he needed to find out more about Alone Palatio, the person who had so vividly sparked Historia's interest. If you want, I can look into him. Really? Historia's ears, which had been drooping, perked up halfway again. Seeing this change, Thousand Year Ice nodded. He was still curious about Eliban. It was astonishing that a young man who looked barely 20 possessed such an absurd level of strength. The overwhelming difference in power stirred Thousand Year Ice's competitive spirit. However, at this moment, he found Historia's reaction far more intriguing than his own desire to test his strength. It won't take long. Thank you. If I bring back information, will you at least tell me something about Alone Palatio? Which part? Anything about him. Fine. Promise me. After securing her promise, Thousand Year Ice stood up. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. After Sealrang's enthusiastic welcome, the moment Blackie, who had been nestled in Alone's embrace the entire time, peeked out, she was immediately caught by Sealrang. Wah. Airplane ride. Meow. Higher. Meow. And so, the playtime began. Higher. Meow. It was unclear whether Sealrang was playing with Blackie or Blackie was playing with Sealrang. Alone simply watched as Sealrang repeatedly tossed Blackie into the air and caught it again. Meanwhile, Blackie seemed to have accepted that once Sealrang caught it, there was no escape, and had resigned itself to simply screaming in despair. After some time. I'll let you go again next time. Meow. After a few more rounds of tossing and catching, Sealrang finally set Blackie down. The moment it was released, Blackie instantly burrowed into Alone's chest. Watching this, Sealrang beamed with satisfaction. Alone turned to her and asked, Sealrang, why are you here? I came to see Master. You came to see me? Yeah. Not because something happened? Nope. You just came to see me? That's right. Her answer was simple. Sealrang looked up at him as if wondering what the problem was. Now that he thought about it, the beast folk she always traveled with were nowhere to be seen. Is it okay for you to be wandering alone? Well, it's not like it's completely fine, but... I wanted to see Master. As if expecting praise, she wagged her tail excitedly. Seeing this, Alone felt a bit guilty. I made you come all this way. If you had waited a little longer, I would have come to you. Really? Yeah. I was planning to visit the Marquis's estate before heading to Colony. I should have let you know in advance. Even better. Is that so? That means I get to travel with Master until we reach Colony. Her overly positive way of thinking made Alone chuckle unconsciously. With that, after catching up as if they were a long-separated father and daughter, they parted ways late that night to return to their respective lodgings. The next day, after a restful night, Alone set out for the Marquis' estate with seal ring. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Exactly 2 weeks had passed since Alone left Caliban. Just as he was passing through L'Artagnan and nearing the Asteria border, Alone was thoroughly enjoying a peaceful life. Or to be more precise, a quiet life. And the reason was, Sealring was sitting on his lap, pressing his ears down gently. At first, when Alone had set out on this journey with Sealring, he had expected the trip to be quite chaotic. After all, he knew very well that she was naturally energetic, loved to play pranks, and couldn't sit still for even a moment. However, contrary to his expectations, the journey had become surprisingly quiet ever since she joined. For one, Basiliora had hidden inside his ring and refused to come out. On the first day of their journey, he had emerged to pick a fight with Evan for no reason, only to be caught by Sealring. Grah, I'm a male. Males don't wear clothes like this. For reasons unknown, Sealring had a female-style dress, and she had wrapped Basiliora tightly in it. After suffering various other humiliations in the name of play, he had been so traumatized that he never came out again. Blackie was in a similar situation. It had not shown its face outside of his chest from the very first day. As a result, Evan was driving the carriage more leisurely than usual, enjoying the surrounding scenery. Sealring, too, spent most of her time either chatting briefly with Alone or resting her head on his lap and dozing off, making for an overall peaceful journey. Basiliora and Blackie. Since traveling with the two, this was the first time Alone had experienced such tranquility. He didn't dislike this quiet, but in some ways, it felt a little empty. Sure, peace and quiet are nice, but this is almost too quiet. Back before those two came along, things had been this quiet all the time. But now, with how rowdy things had become almost daily, this silence felt somewhat unfamiliar. I guess this is that feeling of not knowing what you're missing until it's gone. That thought only lasted for a moment before Alone simply shrugged. It wasn't like he disliked traveling with Sealring, after all. Sealring had a way of making Alone feel like a father in many ways. Even now, for instance. Perhaps finding the sunlight streaming through the carriage window pleasant, she was drowsily leaning against him, dozing off in relaxation. The sight alone made Alone smile without realizing it. He had felt this way before, but whenever Sealring showed such defenselessness, it reassured him that she truly trusted him, filling his heart with warmth. For a while, he gently pressed down on her ears, occasionally stroking her head and enjoying her subtle reactions. Then, out of habit, he closed his eyes to observe his inner self. By now, he was so used to it that he could check his divine status in an instant without conscious effort. As he casually confirmed his usual divine abilities, he suddenly noticed the presence of an additional divine power. It was very faint, but it glowed with a grayish hue. What is this? Alone's mind filled with questions. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. The North. A land where barbarians constantly pushed southward, and knights ceaselessly fought to hold them back, leading to an unending war. Recently, a rumor had spread that Laraka, the spiritual pillar and unifying leader of the barbarians, had gone missing. However, as if to refute the rumor, the barbarians' offensives had only become fiercer, resulting in even more intense battles. And deep within this war-ridden land, within the largest of the barbarian tribes, the Blue Toes, once led by Laraka. It's already a man. Once Laraka's right-hand aide and now the new chief of the Blue Toes, Turtor. And a woman. No, Yushabladia. Turtor bowed his head before her. Is that so? Yes. Let me see. With a gentle smile, Yusha rose from her seat. Turtor immediately sprang up in a near panic, stepping forward to guide her. He led her toward a vast cliffside cave within the Blue Toes territory. A sacred place that had once been used exclusively for the ritual of selecting a tribal chief. This way. His voice trembled as they entered. Following his guidance, Yusha slowly shifted her gaze. At the far end of the massive cavern stood an enormous statue, a majestic figure clad in a black coat, wearing a crimson bone mask. Beneath the statue knelt countless tribe members, their heads bowed in reverence. Yusha carefully observed the expressions of the kneeling tribespeople. Each one bore traces of fear, subtle, yet undeniable. I apologize. I will ensure they are better educated. Perhaps noticing Yusha's scrutiny, Turdur hastily bowed his head, seeking to amend the situation. However, Yusha merely curved her lips into an ambiguous smile and spoke. Turdur. Why yes, my lady? Do you think I might turn you all into a pool of blood at any moment? That's... You may answer honestly. A moment of silence stretched between them before Turdur, gripping his racing heart, responded. To be honest, yes, I do. The admission left his teeth clenching on their own. Had he made a mistake? Had he just doomed himself and the tribe he was meant to protect? A wave of regret and fear threatened to consume him. But, thank you. What? Since you were honest with me, I will be honest with you as well. I have no intention of killing you. The response was unexpected. Turdur blinked in confusion as Yusha continued. Are you surprised? But it's the truth. As long as you continue to worship him, I have no reason to harm you. Is that truly so? Yes, truly. As long as you worship him, you are people I must protect. Whom do you mean? At Turdur's cautious inquiry, Yusha merely smiled. All of you. All of us. Yes. Whether it's your fellow barbarians, the knights blocking your path south, or even the revered god of Cyronia, regardless of who it is, I will protect you. Turdur instinctively wanted to ask, are you serious? But he bit his tongue. The sheer intensity of Yusha's unwavering fanaticism made his question feel pointless. Instead, why? Why what? Why go so far for us? He needed a reason. How could simple faith in a deity justify such devotion? Turdur could not comprehend it. Upon his question, Yusha fell into brief contemplation before answering. Because apart from him, I do not care about anything else. What do you mean? I mean it literally. Whether the knights are all slaughtered, the priests are massacred, your people tear down the allied kingdom, or even if the world suddenly ends, it does not matter to me. Pausing for a breath, Yusha added, the only thing that matters is him. Nothing else concerns me. Her voice was resolute. Her expression had gone blank, her lips murmuring, nothing else matters. Watching her, Turdur instinctively realized. This person before him was fundamentally different. And she was someone he must never, ever oppose. Thus, I understand. Turdur bowed deeply. I'm glad you do. But may I ask one thing? What is it? What is the name of the one we worship? Turdur cautiously inquired, understanding the significance of the question. At this, Yusha let out a small awe of realization before smiling faintly. You're right. Then, with a gentle yet unwavering tone, she declared, he shall be known as the Star Eater. 2 more weeks passed, and Alone arrived at the Marquis estate. We're here. As soon as the estate came into view, Sealrang shouted excitedly. Alone, who was watching the estate while absent-mindedly playing with her ears, said, Wow, the statue of Master has changed. Sealrang admired the statue with 2 horns, and Alone felt a little embarrassed for no reason. At that moment, as if she had just remembered something, Sealrang clapped her hands. Master, come to think of it, I heard a rumor. Do you really use lightning? They had already spent a month together, yet she was only now asking. Alone chuckled but nodded. Not for long, but I can use it. Really? Yes. That's great. Sealrang grinned and hugged Alone tightly. What exactly is so great about it? He was puzzled. Why would Sealrang be happy about him using lightning? Because it's the same power as mine. A pure and innocent exclamation. Is that so? Well, if he looked into it deeply, it wasn't exactly the same power. But in broad categories, it was similar enough, so Alone nodded. I see. That's why I like it. It feels like we're a bit closer now. I suppose that's one way to see it. Right? Yes. As he continued responding to Sealrang's delighted questions, before he knew it, they had entered the Palatial Marquis estate. Soon, he encountered an unexpected sight. Where is he? A beastman rushed toward the carriage as soon as she saw it. Something about her seemed quite familiar. Sealrang's secretary? Alone quickly recognized her. At the same time, the other beastmen, who had been searching for someone, all turned their eyes toward the carriage. Her name was Lime, wasn't it? Alone tried to recall their past encounter in the colony. Lady Sealrang, how could you just run away like that? A voice pierced into the carriage. Alone glanced down at Sealrang. Just moments ago, she had been burying herself in his chest, peeking up at him. But now she slowly turned her head away, avoiding eye contact. Then she rolled her eyes, gauging whether she was about to be scolded. Alone couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. After briefly confirming that over 30 beastmen were present, Alone sat in the office and heard the truth from Lime, Sealrang's secretary. So, originally, you were traveling to establish diplomatic relations with the Ashtalon Kingdom, and you were part of the escort team, but then you suddenly disappeared midway? Yes, that's correct, Marquis. At Lime's words, Alone glanced at Sealrang. She was still looking away, pretending to be distracted. Glance. Even so, she must have been worried about whether Alone was angry, as her eyes flickered nervously between her drooping ears. Alone turned back to Lime and said, "But how did you manage to find her here? It wasn't hard to predict where Lady Sealrang would go. Is that so?" "Yes, besides, Lady Sealrang disappeared right after hearing that you were in Caliban, Marquis." When he looked at Sealrang again, she was now whistling for no reason. Not that she could actually whistle, only a weak breath of air came out. "If you knew I was in Caliban, shouldn't you have just gone there? If we had gone and found you there, it wouldn't have been a problem. But if you left before we arrived, it would have taken even longer to track you down. So you figured I'd eventually return to the Marquis estate and waited here?" "Yes, exactly." Lime nodded weakly. Alone offered some words of comfort to her, who seemed exhausted. "You must have had a hard time." "Thank you." Lime looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. She had likely suffered a lot because of Sealrang's unpredictable nature. Just as she was trying to compose herself. "All right, now let's go, Lady Sealrang." "No way. At the very least, you need to be there when we return. We're returning anyway, so what difference does it make if I go or not?" As Lime tried to drag her away, Sealrang whined and showed her reluctance. "But we already accepted their goodwill. We have to do at least this much. If we cause unnecessary trouble now, it'll only make things harder for us. It's fine. If they make a fuss, I'll just fight them." "Well, they might let it slide, but still, that's a bit." As Alone watched Lime's desperate attempts to convince Sealrang, he finally spoke. "Sealrang." Master." She had been blatantly showing her annoyance, but at Alone's call, her ears immediately drooped. Her expression turned anxious, as if she had completely forgotten he was there. "For now, follow Lime. But I'll come find you soon anyway, so we can meet there." That's true." At Alone's words, Sealrang nodded. However, she still looked oddly dissatisfied. Seeing her sulky expression, Alone thought for a moment and then said, "Next time, let's go on a trip together." "A trip?" "Yes, if you have time." He offered her a carrot. Sealrang's tail started wagging happily again. "All right." With a cheerful response, she immediately stood up. "Then, Master, see you at the colony." "Yes." "Let's go, Lime." "Huh? Wait, Kaya." She grabbed Lime around the waist and leaped out the window. "Thank you." Lime's voice echoed in the distance. Alone sat down, thinking once again that she had quite the cheerful personality. She disappeared in an instant. As soon as Alone sat down, Evan spoke, as if he had been waiting. "I see." The moment Alone nodded. "Meow." With a swoosh, Blackie, who had been practically erasing his presence until just now, suddenly emerged from Alone's chest. "Phew, I thought I was going to die." At the same time, Basiliora, who had been inside the ring, also burst out as if he had been waiting. "That girl. Staying away for over a month, I thought I was going to die from frustration." Meow W. "Next time, please take me with you within a week." Meow Dash. "If not that, at least stay apart only 1 out of every 3 days." Meow Dash. Blackie and Basiliora started complaining in perfect harmony. Usually, they were always fighting. No, it was mostly Basiliora getting beaten up. But today, seeing the two chattering nonstop like lifelong friends was quite a fresh sight. Perhaps this was what people meant by "the enemy of my enemy is my friend." After indulging their complaints, the next day. As expected, this is comfortable. Having finished processing the neatly organized documents prepared by Alexian, Alone once again visited Penia to continue their magic research. "Oh, I was actually going to visit and greet you, Marquis. For someone saying that, you didn't even show your face. Well, the thing is, I recently got caught up in a magic research that required a lot of time. Hee. Peenia scratched her head awkwardly as they exchanged greetings. A little later, as he was observing his internal energy for an experiment, it's grown again. He confirmed that the newly emerged Ashen divinity had expanded, similar to the other divinities. Of course, gaining new divinities was a great thing for him. However, he still couldn't understand why this Ashen divinity kept forming. For a while, he wore a puzzled expression. Then, as he refocused and examined his other divinities one by one, his gaze landed on Kalanon's divinity, and he showed a slightly surprised expression. It had grown even larger than before. Seems like Silly has been working diligently. Wait a moment, shouldn't she still be in the north by now? His curiosity lasted only a moment before Alone simply shrugged and surrounded himself with Kalanon's divinity. You haven't been practicing during this time? No, I've been practicing steadily. But it feels different from when you used your power before. Is that so? Yes. Peenia stroked her chin while carefully observing Alone's divine power. With this much, we might be able to go beyond our current research and even experiment with the nature of magical power itself. You mean synchronization assimilation? Yes, that. We couldn't proceed before due to a lack of divine energy. With her characteristic curiosity-filled expression, Peenia quickly approached him. She leaned in close, her face right in front of him, exclaiming, "Oh." Then, step. As if realizing something, she suddenly took a few steps back. Why are you suddenly backing away? Alone tilted his head in confusion. But Peenia only said, "No. I just suddenly felt like I should. Ha ha ha." She gave an awkward laugh, like a creaking wooden puppet. Her gaze seemed to keep drifting towards his chest. Just ah hiccup. Alone thought, if she says so, then that must be it, and let it slide without much concern. ####. The next day, after finishing his usual magic training with Peenia, Alone headed to his office to handle the reduced workload Alexian had organized. Marquis. What is it? I heard an interesting rumor, and I got curious. May I ask? What is it? Is Kalanon, the lightning receiver, also a god of nights? Evan's sudden question made Alone raise an eyebrow in puzzlement. What do you mean by that? A god of nights. Normally, gods have a single attribute, but there are also gods with multiple attributes. That's why I asked. Evan had a point. Some gods didn't just have one attribute, but multiple ones. Even the moon god Cyronia wasn't only a god of the moon, but also symbolized life. However, as far as Alone knew, Kalanon's divinity was strictly limited to lightning. Kalanon's divinity is solely lightning. But why are you asking? He questioned Evan. Well, there's a rumor circulating in Caliban that Kalanon isn't just the lightning receiver, but is actually being revered as the god of nights. What? He had just received some completely unexpected news. A god of nights? Yes. He had no idea how such a rumor had started. ####. That evening, Wong. Haydn infused his mana into the magical sphere 20 minutes earlier than usual to participate in the Blue Moon's regular meeting. As he watched the gradually forming screen, he looked slightly surprised. Unlike usual, Yusha and Seorang were already inside. Feeling a small sense of curiosity, Haydn prepared to greet them as he normally would. Hello, TH. Or rather, he tried. Let me see too. No. Let me see too. Seorang? As I've told you many times, that was something given to protect the Great Moon, and it was not meant to be used so frivolously. Then I'll tell Master. 3 times a month. 10 times. 7 times. 10 times. If not for the bizarre conversation flowing between Yusha and Seorang, which made absolutely no sense. 6 times. 9 times. We shouldn't be too greedy, right, Seorang? 6 times is reasonable. But 9 times. Think about it, Seorang. As I said, this isn't just a tool to spy on the Lord. It's meant for the Lord's safety. So we can't just use it for peeking, right? But Yusha, you've looked. When did I do that? Yusha feigned ignorance as if she had no idea what Seorang was talking about. Seeing this, Seorang puffed up her cheeks and shouted. You've always watched when Master was sleeping. Now I can detect even the slightest movement of mana. That's just your imagination. The two continued to bicker. Haydn, caught in between, felt a bit uncomfortable. No, correction. Right now, he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. And for good reason. The two, who were arguing with great enthusiasm, seemed completely unaware that Haydn was also present in this meeting. Because of this, Haydn wanted to escape from this place right away. Not only did he have no interest in eavesdropping on such a conversation, but even if Sealrang didn't mind, he knew that if Yusha found out, dealing with the aftermath wouldn't be easy. Considering how she secretly disliked showing this side of herself, he might even have to risk his life. Haydn shuddered at the thought. Yet, despite everything, he couldn't bring himself to leave the meeting. This video conference was strange. When entering, the screen simply turned on silently. There was no sound. However, unfortunately, when leaving, the distinctive hum of magic slowly faded, creating a noticeable noise just as the meeting was about to end. And the problem was, if Haydn forcibly cut off his connection right now to escape, it would be no different from openly admitting that he had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation. So, he held his breath and slowly lowered his body, trying to erase his presence. Meanwhile, Yusha and Sealrang's conversation continued. Yusha, I know you've watched Master while he was sleeping. You're mistaken. I saw you smirk when Evan praised you to Master. You're mistaken. I know you've stared at Master whenever he was casting magic. You're mistaken. As Haydn listened, his once fearful expression turned into something else. Because if everything Golden Moon said was true, wouldn't that make Yusha a stalker? A certain word surfaced in his mind. Haydn lifted his gaze and secretly observed Red Moon, who kept denying everything with, "You're mistaken." Yusha, when Master was taking a bath. Let's settle for 8 times. The moment Red Moon finally backed down at Golden Moon's last remark, Haydn quickly covered his mouth. He knew better than anyone how devoted Red Moon, no, Yusha, was to the Great Moon. But based on their conversation so far, if he inferred what Golden Moon was about to say before she was cut off. Wow, this was something else. Realizing the shocking truth about the devout Red Moon, Haydn couldn't help but be horrified. So basically, the moons are gathering to trade, opportunities to spy, no, peek at the Great Moon? His mouth hung open in shock before he hastily regained his composure. As he sat there in a daze, continuing his thoughts, the magic he was supposed to inject into the crystal ball, maintaining a precise amount, wavered slightly. Looking at the orb that seemed ready to shut down, Haydn hurriedly stabilized his mana, but since his mana had already been cut off and reconnected, the crystal ball emitted a peculiar noise as it rebooted. And at that sound, exclamation point. Sealrang, who had been basking in her victory, and Yusha, who had just sighed in exhaustion, both turned their gazes toward Haydn's direction. Letting out a small sigh, Haydn instinctively ducked his head. He debated whether he should start apologizing right away and squeezed his eyes shut. Which option had the higher survival rate? At that moment, it's rare for Sealrang to arrive first. Hi, Rhine, Just in time, Rhine entered and greeted them, drawing Yusha and Sealrang's attention away. Following that, Deus also entered. You're late. Welcome, Deus. But you don't look so good today. Something wrong. It's nothing. Really? You don't look fine, though. Indeed. Did something happen? Something sad happened. Haydn let out a quiet sigh of relief. About 30 minutes later. Sorry, I'm a little late. Feigning nonchalance, Haydn greeted them as if he had just arrived. Oh, Haydn. Welcome. So, what's up? It's rare to see Deus this gloomy. The moons casually acknowledged his arrival before refocusing their attention on First Moon, Deus. I'm here too. Huh? Deus, why do you look so down? Silver Moon entered next, adding to the concern over First Moon. Letting out a long sigh, First Moon finally spoke. To explain this, I have to go back a few months to an incident in the forest. He began his story. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. At that moment, everyone except Red Moon erased the concern from their faces and froze. They had just realized it. That they had set the stage for Deus themselves. How about we just get to the point? Raiden instinctively tried to cover Deus's mouth. It all started, yes, that morning. When I woke up as usual, my beloved and adorable little sister, Silly, was nowhere to be found. it was already too late. As the floodgates opened, the moons collectively sighed. If First Moon started with his own story instead of the Great Moon's tale. At least 5 hours. No, maybe 6 hours. Haydn, feeling a sense of pity, muttered internally. Then, Haydn suddenly felt a gaze on him and turned his head. And there, he met eyes with Rhine. And he saw it. Rhine silently mouthing the words. Tell me what Seelrang and Yusha were talking about earlier. Haydn realized that Rhine's sudden intrusion earlier had not been a coincidence. Nod. He soon gave a small nod of acknowledgement. And the meeting continued. ####. The next day, Alone finally understood why Kalinon's faith had surged so rapidly. So, you're saying Reinhardt used Kalinon's power on the Northern Front? That's right. That alone doesn't seem convincing enough, does it? Which part? No matter how strong Reinhardt is, the idea that knights would suddenly start worshipping Kalinon as the god of knights just because he used some power seems a little odd. Evan nodded as if he understood where Alone was coming from. When you put it that way, it does sound strange. I was also confused at first. There's more to the story? Not exactly, but I got an explanation of the situation. As Evan described the events of that time, Alone paused in thought before speaking. In short, Silly's use of Kalinon's power didn't resonate with the knights, but Reinhardt's did? Yes. To be honest, no matter how nicely you put it, Reinhardt only participated in faith-based activities reluctantly. In other words, wait, so Reinhardt, who barely puts in any effort, is using divine power? Does that mean I can do it too? That kind of situation, Evan added. Alone unknowingly found himself convinced. So that's how it happened. Well, from Alone's perspective, this wasn't really a problem. In fact, it was beneficial if the knights revered him. The more faith the knights accumulated, the higher Alone's divinity would grow. But for this phenomenon to continue, I'll need to use faith to transfer power to them. Alone stroked his chin. Of course, distributing divine power wasn't particularly difficult. But the problem was choosing the right people to receive it. If Alone had been an ethereal god without a physical body, this wouldn't have been a concern. Unfortunately, he did exist in physical form. For now, people's attention is focused on Kalinon, the lightning receiver, and the idea that Marquis Palacio is that god is mostly dismissed as nonsense or met with skepticism. For now, randomly distributing divine power might have more advantages. But in the future, that wouldn't be the case. If a recipient of divine power were to misuse it, ultimately, Alone would bear the full consequences. Therefore, I should probably discuss this with Kalinon. It's about time she showed up, isn't it? Alone glanced at Kalinon's horn, where Blackie was curled up, purring as if it were a cat tower. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alone stood up. In any case, unless Kalinon reached out first, Alone had no way of contacting her. Well, she'll show up eventually. After settling his thoughts, Alone made his way toward Penia's secondary office. He had work to do with Penia today. You're here. Yeah. I've got everything prepared, so have a seat. Penia greeted him more warmly than usual and gestured toward a seat. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes had deepened, Alone remarked. The connected original pattern must have been quite intriguing. Alone's task for today was simple. He was going to convert Penia's mana into his own and use it to replenish the footsteps of the past. If Alone were to do this on his own, it would take nearly a month. Even if he did nothing but pour mana into it without researching magic, it would still take 1 to 2 weeks. However, Penia Chryson, a future archmage recognized even by psychedelia. Yeah, it was really fascinating. Where did you even find this artifact? Had such an enormous amount of mana that just using a portion of it was enough to fully charge the footsteps of the past. So envious. That talent. As Alone watched Penia put on the ring, he couldn't help but feel envious once again. For a moment, he had the feeling that the red brooch emitted a brief flash of crimson light. He glanced down at it, but quickly shrugged and looked away. After all, a gemstone wouldn't just shine on its own. All right, let's begin. Yeah, I'm counting on you. A short while later, Penia, who had also placed a ring on the middle finger of her left hand like Alone, began to release her mana. 1, An immense surge of mana spread out in all directions before swiftly channeling into the ring on Penia's hand, flowing into Alone's ring, and finally being absorbed into the footsteps of the past. The artifact, which had been a dull gray, rapidly took on a blue glow. After about a minute, "It's done." "Oh, already?" "Yeah." Seeing that the task, which should have taken him a whole month, was completed in just 1 minute, Alone once again felt the stark difference in talent. Then would it be okay if I study this a bit more?" Penia, her cheeks slightly flushed, eagerly asked as she looked at the ring. "Go ahead. At this point, I don't have much use for it anyway." "Thank you. In return, I'll be counting on you in the future too." "Of course." With a light nod, Alone lifted the fully charged footsteps of the past. Puh! A bright white light engulfed his vision. And when it faded, "You're late." He found himself face to face with Kilris, who stood with a massive black dragon behind him. The sight of the dragon's overwhelming presence never failed to awe him, but Alone quickly refocused and looked at Kilris. "Before we begin training, I have something to ask. Can we talk for a moment?" "What is it?" I went to the horizon. "And what do you want to ask?" At Kilris's response, Alone gave him a brief summary of what had happened there. Finally, he got to the heart of his question. "What exactly is that place?" Kilris fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "Pelayan's companion." "What?" "That place was created by the close friend of the great human, Pelayan, the one who first spread magic across this world. And," he continued in a calm voice, "they were the only mage in history to wield the technique of reversal." Alone, who had been silent at Kilris' words, slowly opened his mouth. "The one who first spread magic. As you suspect, he was the first to wield and create magic." "And the technique he used was reversal of heaven?" When Kilris nodded silently, Alone continued to ask. "I know it's meaningless to ask since you've already told me, but has no one besides the first mage ever used the reversal of heaven technique?" Wanting to confirm just in case, Alone asked again, and Kilris firmly nodded. "The reversal of heaven technique itself is merely a legend among mages. The first mage lived in a time long before I was human. So, it has only been passed down as a story." "Yes. One more thing. The first mage was a bit different from ordinary mages." "In what way?" In response to Alone's question, Kilris answered. "After spreading magic, most mages left successors. It was inevitable. While knowledge was important for using magic, the most crucial thing for mages was their image." Kilris continued speaking. "But the first mage did not create a successor. No, rather than just not creating one, he disappeared after spreading magic to other mages." "He disappeared?" It was as if spreading magic was his sole purpose. After teaching 3 disciples, he vanished. "So that's why you said his actions were unusual?" Kilris nodded. "That's why there's barely any known information about the reversal of heaven technique. The 3 disciples who witnessed it are long gone, and they never left any records about the first mage." Muttering about a single remaining piece of information, Kilris looked at Alone. "If someone who possesses the reversal of heaven technique reaches that horizon, they may obtain a clue. That means, it seems you really can learn the reversal of heaven technique. Even though you haven't inherited a single thing, neither image nor anything else." At Kilris' conclusion, Alone remained silent. He still had no idea how to learn the technique. "So, I have to use everything I've learned so far, huh?" With that thought in mind, he asked another question just in case. "Is there no other way to obtain information about the first mage?" "If we think logically, there isn't, but if we think optimistically, perhaps the gods know something." "The gods?" "Yes. Though, I don't know how many of the gods who saw the first mage are still alive." Alone fell into contemplation at the mention of gods. "Well then, since our conversation is over, let's begin again." However, at those words, Alone snapped back to reality, forming a spell with a slightly tense expression. Exactly 5 seconds later. Alone opened his eyes in Penia's office, his face filled with emptiness. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. For the next 2 weeks, Alone did 2 things. One was conducting magical research with Penia. The other was borrowing Penia's mana once a day to enter the realm of the past and fight Kilris. "Oh, you're awake? How many seconds was it?" This time it was 19 seconds. At Penia's report, Alone let out a deep sigh and stood up from his chair. "I did last longer." Yes, at first, you couldn't even last 4 seconds. Alone scratched his head as he stared at the footsteps of the past, now blackened from depleted mana. This isn't easy. From 2 weeks ago until now, he had tried various strategies every day, but the gap in strength between him and Kilris remained vast. No matter how much he strategized, Kilris would always unleash a new kind of attack, leading to Alone's inevitable defeat. Thanks to that, I've learned a lot about how to use Blackie, and I've gained useful insights for synchronization research. But he was still no closer to winning the fight. I'll come back again tomorrow. Okay. Every day, he returned to Penia's office. For over 2 weeks, she had been enthusiastically researching the artifact he had given her. Watching her lively face for a moment, Alone then headed to his own office. Now, repeat after me. I am the servant of Basiliora. I am? Servant. As soon as he entered the room, he was met with an unusual sight. Basiliora was there, and in front of him, the Sea King God was shifting its body around curiously. Again. Servant. Following Basiliora's command, the Sea King God tilted its head but repeated the words. Alone recalled how, just a while ago, the Sea King God had been swimming in the pond outside his mansion. He turned to Basiliora and asked, "What are you doing?" "Hierarchy training." "Is that really necessary?" "Hierarchy training is absolutely necessary." Basiliora watched the Sea King God with a satisfied expression. Just then, "My lord, I was looking for you." "What the hell are you doing?" Evan entered the office and immediately spotted Basiliora and the Sea King God. He. Basiliora, now brimming with confidence, commanded. "Now, King Serpent, go teach that guy a lesson." "Teach a lesson?" "That's right. You're my servant, so you have to listen to me. Expand your body a little and attack him." As if he had been waiting for this moment, Basiliora stretched his body proudly and issued the order. The Sea King God tilted its head a few times before nodding in understanding. SSSSSS. It then expanded its body to the size of a large serpent. At that sight, "So that's what you've been doing in the garden pond these past few days. It's too late for regrets. Now you'll feel my power firsthand." Evan glanced at Basiliora with an unimpressed expression. But instead of backing down, Basiliora laughed triumphantly. Then, Evan let out a small chuckle and said, "Hey, King Serpent, come here." He took some jerky from his pocket and waved it in the air. The Sea King God, which had been moving slowly toward Evan suddenly, it zipped right up to Evan's face, staring at him with sparkling eyes. "Huh? What is this?" Basiliora was caught off guard by the unexpected situation. "But, you want this?" Nod, 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 nod. "Then go teach him a lesson first." Nod, nod. The Sea King God instantly changed its target and charged toward Basiliora. What? Wait a minute. King Serpent. You are my servant. So why are you attacking me, Craw? You bastard, attack that dimwit over there, not me, Craw-wah. Basiliora, caught in his own trick, was squeezed by the Sea King God and let out a series of agonized wails, Agugaya. Alone, watching this situation unfold in silence, asked, "What's with King Serpent?" The servants have already been feeding it and decided to call it King Serpent. King Serpent. Yes. It apparently follows people around quite well. It likes being petted and also enjoys jerky, so I had some with me to give it some time, but I didn't expect to use it like this. So that was how the Sea King God ended up with the nickname. Craw. Spare me. Save me. With Basiliora's screams as background noise. Soon, Basiliora went limp. Having completed its mission, King Serpent was happily munching on jerky in Evan's arms. At this point, it's not even the Sea King God, just a big puppy. As Alone was having that thought, Evan, still petting King Serpent's head, spoke. "By the way, Lord Marquis, you mentioned going to Colony before. Shouldn't you be leaving soon?" "I should." "Then shall we start preparing? Let's set off in about 3 days." Alone replied while recalling the gemstone he had in his possession. Now that I think about it, the dragonkin seemed like an ancient deity too. Maybe I should ask them. Recalling the information Kilris had provided, Alone stroked his chin and made a decision. The next day. "Hello, Godfather." Ryan had arrived at House Palatio. "Yes, Godfather. I just stopped by on my way to Colony. By the way, what are you looking at?" "Oh, I just felt like there was something I hadn't noticed before." Strangely, instead of looking at Alone's face, Her eyes were fixed on the red brooch on his chest, a gift from Yusha. She quietly smiled. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Just a few months ago, the city kingdom of Varnos had been a thriving nation. But now it was nothing more than desolation. The once lush green forests had turned into barren wastelands where no life could survive. The once bustling city now held only remnants, mere traces of human existence. And on that cracked and withered land, step, a man walked forward, clad in black holy robes, with clinking black ornaments hanging from his waist and hands. He walked alone through the lifeless wasteland. Eventually, he reached what was once the capital of Varnos, now little more than ruins barely recognizable as a castle. And there, well, look who we have here. A new man appeared, with ash-gray eyes. The very man who had single-handedly destroyed the Duchy of Varnos and taken control of this place. A monster. It's been a while. At the greeting from the man in black holy robes, the grinning member of the four great powers, Agu, replied from the crumbling castle stairs. Yeah, it has been a while. Judging by the state of things, it seems you've settled in nicely.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.